It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DreamLeague Season 23 closed qualifiers for the SCA region winter, and taking straight back with you folks for another full day. Well, actually, we're on 2/3 of a day, aren't we? Really, 2/3 of the day now, winter, for some more qualifiers. We are in day 2 of 3. Yesterday, we lost 2 teams. Today, winter, we must bid adieu to 3 more. But we are going to be starting in the the upper bracket. Make that with Aurora taking on a Geek Fam. We've already said goodbye to Neon and Execration. Darling and Mag Indonesia await the losers of this and the Talon and Blacklist match. Winter, how you doing? How you feeling? How's things at home?
Always good to see you. Things at home. Things at home. You mean the dogs, right? The dogs have been pretty mischievous today. Everybody wants a piece of something that they shouldn't be biting, so they got a stern telling off from me, and now they're rebelling.
I see. Got to keep them in line, Got to keep them in line. We will see how things go here in our first match, Winter. Aurora versus Geek Fam. We do have Geek Fam on a first pick. Aurora, they lost the toss, so they had second choice and went with Dire. So we will be paying attention, of course, to what Geek Fam first pick, and of course their 18th. But Winter, you also got to see Geek Fam in the ESB Elite League qualifiers. What did you make of them there? As this is the first time we'll be seeing them on, well, you and I will be casting them together anyway.
Some games they look brilliant, some games not so. I feel like yesterday we saw the Monkey King running around killing couriers. Geek Fam kind of did it better during their, I forget who they played against, but they did it much better with their Monkey King position 4. Like he kind of knew when he needed to play the lane, when he needed to place wards to help the team, be around the team, instead of just like focusing or tunnel visioning just to kill the couriers. Like, it's not an easy strat to execute, and they kind of understand what they need to do with it. So it'll be interesting to see if they actually bring it up today against Aurora.
We shall see. Geek Fam were, again, in those Elite League qualifiers. They made it to the lower bracket semifinals after being knocked down in round 1 by Team Darling, eventually eliminated by Talon Esports, who would qualify through the lower bracket. And they're playing with the exact same lineup. I think Raging Potato, I'm not sure. I guess he's a stand-in for this team. That's what it says on Liquipedia, but who knows with the new DPC system if he's going to be official or not. We shall see.
Pretty much play with a different roster, right?
Yeah, event. I mean, as long as you have no EPT points, you're not really too scared of fielding a different roster every time, because you do lose points. If you change 2 of your players, you lose 20% for each, and then if you change 3 or more players, you lose all of your points. But if you have 0 points, then you don't really care. So yeah, that's gonna cause lots of shifts and changes in a lot of the teams that are not basically top 8, or with maybe even top 12 teams are probably going to make a couple of changes here and there. We'll see though, as our first draft winter already started and getting underway. Yeah, we can go ahead and jump into that here pretty soon. I wonder if we're going to see more meta heroes, or if we're going to start to see some different kind of lads start to break through. We started the day yesterday with some different picks. Obviously Mag ID, they like to bring out the offlane Pugna, stuff like that. Every team has their own uniques. But we did end the day on some very popular heroes. I mean, lots of Mars. We had a couple DK games, if I'm not mistaken. A couple Chens.
Radiant team back.
It's hard to bust out something very new now. I think you have to play the game in a certain way, which kind of allows only a certain set of or type of heroes that are being played. I'm not exactly discouraging like ingenuity, like if you have some novelty strat, some new strat, but it has to be able to help the team play the game in the way that I feel like the game is designed right now. Your hero needs to do certain things. Like in the draft, you need certain heroes to do specific jobs in the game, and if your hero doesn't do that type of job, then it's very hard for you to pick it for that particular role.
10 seconds remaining.
But the game right now actually has so much very interesting heroes that are being played in different roles. We talk about all the carry heroes being played on support roles, and it's very refreshing to see that. And we see teams being just being very open, to just drop those hero out early because you you kind of become a flex pick in a way for your team, like those Terrorblade, those Monkey Kings, Gyro especially.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I'm so confused when you were upset with me at the start of this
10
patch
seconds
for playing
remaining.
support Faceless Void, and now you've got support TB.
5
Explain that,
seconds
Winter.
remaining.
Anyway,
Yeah, my bad, my
doesn't
bad.
matter.
You get Mech and Vlads right on your support Faces Void.
Yep. No, but what I think is going to be important to take note of in this draft is, again, Geek Fam with first pick. They actually open up and pick the Primal Beast. And I mean, obviously, this is going to be a flex pick, but they seem to be wanting to potentially run it as a safe laner, or sorry, off laner, because they've already banned out the safe lane Lifestealer. So that's a hero that you don't always see in the first phase of bans, I want to say.
It's a very strong carry right now. Like probably one of the strongest for sitting in the lane and farming. It's very hard to kick him out. He's very good with a lot of the items that are strong right now. Particular the SNY. He has a very strong Aghanims, pretty good talents. I mean, I feel like Primal against CM can be a little tricky because the CM can always stop the onslaught with the Frostbite, so it can be very difficult to deal with. And when you're trampling, Frostbite and the Nova is very annoying for you because you get slowed or rooted. You can't do damage in the team fights. So I wouldn't say like Primal Beast is like a hard counter or something, or in any way would destroy CM in the game, Sure, if you get a blind initiation, like the CM doesn't see you, you charge in, you can kill her easily. But I would also feel like you need to be very careful with your initiations in a team fight when you're playing against CM in the early phases when you don't have BKB.
Strong hero, especially when she gets that Crystal Clone online. We'll see.
Yeah, if Gaben decides to give it to you.
Right, that's
Team
true.
ban.
Yeah, it seems like teams don't always buy that one.
Shouldn't you be able to choose? Do you think it's
Dire
imbalanced
team
if your team kills the
Radiant
Tormentor,
team
then a selection pops up? Who do you give the shot to? Don't you think that would be good for the game?
I think it would be hilarious if they added that
Why?
into the game. Could you
Because
imagine
in pub,
in a
right?
pub?
Okay, fine. I get it.
Me mid, give me.
10
You're gonna
seconds
start
remaining.
class warfare within each team. No way you could.
5 seconds.
Yeah,
No way you can get
you're
away
right.
with that.
You're right. You can't do that.
It'd be interesting for sure, but unfortunately, I don't think it's.
Radiant
I
In
don't
a
think it's gonna
team
be.
game, it would definitely be interesting.
Oh, I 100% agree with that. Yes, but for the pub implementation, I think you'd be looking at some.
Greaves.
Yeah, for sure, to say the least. Support duo Marana Potom picked up. Marana Potom is the same hero. I meant Marana Rubik is the support duo for Geek Fam, and then it's going
10
to be the
seconds
Bat
remaining.
Rider. Winter, is this another support hero? This is the Maiden Bat
Bat.
support.
Yeah, look at my profile. Those are the two heroes I
Radiant
play.
team
It is. I just checked this morning.
one of the I feel strong support duos. CM provides you with very very good laning, like kill potential in the lane, and kind of similar with Bat in a way. Bat is also strong in the lane. You go
10
for pickoffs in the team
seconds
fight. What Bat lacks is like AOE control. CM kind
5
of provides you
seconds
with that.
remaining.
And what Bat gives to the team fight is catch, right? Initiation. And CM doesn't really have good initiation. So they both complement each other very well. And they go with the Sven, which is something I talk time and time again with CM. You kind of want to design a draft in a way where you have a strong lane, a kill lane, ideally. And you want to have heroes that can go in for you, be the front line so you can sit behind and cast your spells. And Conquer is also another one that's very similar to Sven. And with the Water Park, it kind of protects the CM casting a freezing field. So they go very well together.
Very strong lane. Like you said, even into this Primal Beast, he might have
10
troubles. I do
seconds
really like
remaining.
heroes with roots or who else is really good?
5 seconds
I think
remaining.
Disruptor, Oracle's kind of decent against the Primal Beast as well in the lane.
Clockwork.
Clockwork, yeah. But
Used
these
to be a
kinds of
thing.
heroes great at just disrupting him just a bit, right? And then you might be able to even turn the tide a little bit with the Sven. No, Tidebringer. Pun intended there. But speaking of the
10
tide, the moving
seconds
waters, the
remaining.
shifting sands, we do have the Morphling picked up here, Winter, for
5
the side
seconds
of Geek
remaining.
Fam. This is the hero you said who, what did you say? It's dishonorable to pick this hero? What were the words you chose?
No. So it feels like cheating playing this hero.
Right. Okay. Explain that. What's the
Dude,
scenario
the
where
lane, dude, have you played against this hero in the lane? It just feels like every time you hit him, it doesn't matter. Use a spell and it doesn't matter. You know? Oh, I actually got the pick order wrong. All right, never mind. No, I thought the CM, the CM was the overall first pick. The CM wasn't the overall first pick.
It was the primal.
So CM was picked into the primal. Yeah, I was talking about that, and you didn't correct me. How nice of you.
I was focused on the Morphling and his low polygon face.
Right, so the Morphling is a good, obviously very good call to call matchup against Sven. One of the strongest carries right now that can sit in the lane. And it's very hard to chase him away. You need like a lot of heroes, or you need a hero that can buy Vessel very early on to kick him out of the lane. And I don't know if anyone wants to buy a Vessel very early on Aurora's lineup. Honka, sometimes you can do it, but I feel like if you don't get a lot of work done with the Vessel, then it slows down your Aghanim's timing. Then it can be very bad for the hero. And with the Slada being picked, I feel like you also want to consider getting armor items like Blade Mail on this heroes like Conquer. I don't know if I like the Slada too much. I think Slada kind of struggles against CM, Bat Rider. And then you have Warcry to kind of mitigate some of the minus armor. And a lot of the type of similar heroes, you know, like Primal and Slada, they're both very similar in nature to what they do and how they function in the game. And I have this thing about drafting too many similar heroes in your team.
Kind of disrupts the flow of the team fights, or what makes things a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
It leaves you exposed. So what kind of weaknesses do you see in this Geek Fam picks so far? That
CM and Bat Rider counters this type of heroes with the slows and with the repositioning of Flame Break and everything. I think it's just very hard for Slada and Primal to approach CM and Bat Rider until they have BKB. I mean, before they get BKB, they're gonna get absolutely destroyed by the Su supports and Conquer, you know. And Aurora, they're gonna look for a mid/off lane hero. Ideally, someone that can buy Vessel. I mean, maybe Conquer can buy the Vessel and you have another hero that can be another core. I think they need another core. Some Lina, some TA maybe is still available. Something that can do damage.
So you're fine with the Kunkka offlane then, basically?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay. Something that can do damage, laning into what? Probably the primal?
Either one, I don't know. Slada could be mid too, depending on the matchup.
Ooh,
okay, this is very interesting. It's not the strongest laner on offlane, but it does give their team very, very fast tempo. You have Conquer, Lycan, you're just kind of looking to outpace and destroy the enemy very, very quickly before the Morphling Slada comes online. Because late game Morphling Slada, you just die, right? Because there's way too much physical damage. But early to mid game, if you can just run at them before they get to their items, you win your lane, you run at them, you get Roshan, because Lycan provides you with the auras and you get Roshan, you take control of the map. And the wolves are excellent scouting tools for Bat Rider, especially to find the lasso. I think it has its idea and it has its merits, but it's not really that strong in the lane. So I feel like the Morphling is probably just going to free farm. And we've seen a lot of games where Morphling, you free farm on that hero, you more or less should be able to carry the game on your own.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Lycans being picked either in pubs or otherwise.
I mean, the hero was kind of picked a little bit when they buffed the helm. And right, I feel like it's also a response to how everyone's playing Dota right now. Because the aura heroes are kind of a little bit weaker. Everything got changed. And you're kind of leaning more towards the semi-carry or initiating offlaner, right? So whenever you overdo that in the draft, right? Like what I'm seeing right now, GeekFam has like too many of the same type of hero with the Slada and Primal. So then you're severely lacking in certain departments, right? Because you were talking about how can you abuse the fact that the enemy draft too many of the same type of hero. So something like a Lycan can throw a curveball into the draft and into the game where the timing of the hero is much faster. So when you have too many of the same type of hero, you're looking to farm the same things and you might lack a hero that can fight the Lycan in the early game, which I feel like might happen right now.
Well, what I'm most curious about is what he builds, and it is, of course, that Helm of the Iron Will and Helm of the Dom early. I think we did see him at the start of the patch. After that item did get, significantly buffed. But then we quickly moved on to other more prevailing heroes, right, which have lasted a lot longer in the
It's not
patch.
easy to play this hero. You need to. I feel you need to be a hero specialist. You need to play a lot of these heroes. You can't be just like, oh, I have like 10 heroes that I play. Lycan is just one of them. I feel like Lycan is not a hero that works that way. You need to fully understand this hero inside out. Have like 100 games on his hero, 200 games on his hero to be able to utilize every single bit of timing that he has in the game and to understand when you need to fight and when you can end the game. And we'll just have to see what Jeffs can show us on this hero. This is not a hero that I've seen him play a lot. It's similar to Beastmaster. He plays Beastmaster Visage. So I can't imagine it being too difficult for him to master. But we'll just have to see. Both teams placing the exact same wards.
Right. I also have minor concerns over the Mirana in this game into the Lycan. I've got to be honest with you. I see Helm as a fairly common pickup in the early game in the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, right? So these are immortal level players. As we can see, that'll be 3 runes for Aurora here. Good positioning by them. They will be able to secure 3. So nice start for them. But I don't know. You're playing into the bottom, right? It seems slightly troublesome here, Winter.
You run away with Moonlight against Lycan too.
Well, I'm more just concerned about what is Jabs going to do after, because what you normally want to do on Lycan is farm up your Helm, right? He's got it queued up already. Farm up your Helm and then take the tower early, basically, right? Boot out the enemy safe laner because it's no longer safe. You have too much push with the wolves. It's the bottom can just sit down here and farm your wolves or farm your creeps. I don't know.
I don't know about farming wolves. I think he might not be actually. Oh, that's nice. He blocks the arrow.
Yep.
So he doesn't get the range creep. I feel like farming wolves is not going to be worth your time as Mirana. It's not really that much of a gold and XP.
That's true.
I guess maybe they feel with this Lycan, right? In the first few levels against Morphling, you're not really that worried. It doesn't push you out on the lane yet. And then when you get past those couple of levels, you get the bonus HP regen from your Feral Impulse. Then you'll be able to match the harassment from the adaptive strike. Because usually the offlaners have trouble sustaining in the lane, right, against adaptive spam. I mean, you can get a stick, but oftentimes it's not enough.
Kind of Jabs has just been sacrificing the wolves here.
Yeah.
Level 1 wolves.
Protect the range creeps.
Not really that big a deal, honestly. But again, I don't know. I feel like it might be a little bit more disruptive to the Lycan's timings. I have a suspicion, but I don't know. It's not a hero we've seen a whole lot of, and perhaps you're right.
Yep.
Maybe Scam wants to do other things around the map. I wouldn't blame him.
We can only speculate and
Exactly.
theorycraft. Now, how about our friends at top? He's of a 23 Savage friend doing well.
Seems to be doing all right. He's got Ollie to support him. CS up here is looking fairly even. Lots of bonus armor into lots of physical damage. A little bit of magic as well on Raging Potato.
Yeah, I mean, Oli has already decided to... He has Mango, so he has 2 spells. He is in trouble now.
Yeah, Blood Grenade thrown. There's going to be the War Cry. Good armor onto the Maiden. That will save her.
Move speed too. Getting that slow-ass hero out of there.
I think she dies, honestly, if she doesn't have that War Cry. I wonder if 23 will consider going for like a 1-2-2 build here, like we saw. What game was it where we saw 1-2-2?
1-2-2 was... you mean the Sven, right?
The Sven, yes.
Yeah, 1-2-2-1. 1-2-2. I can't remember which one, but there's definitely a game. Yeah, 1-2-2. Probably the 4-2-3 Sven, I think.
Yeah, it was. Because he wanted to try and live longer in the lane, and it didn't really work for him, but we could see the reasoning for it, right? And I could definitely see another reason for it in this kind of a game.
I mean, the second point is like...
mid, Mac is going to get caught now by that X-Mark. Doesn't have an onslaught, has a sip of the bottle. I don't think Lornoff's interested in chasing him, but really nice play there. Good punish.
Good punish. Good trade. Now both of the heroes are just going to pick up bounty runes, get... the 4-minute power water runes.
But Lornoff, he'll get the better trade. He's going to force the TP back, wasting an important resource because he's just going to pull the wave over.
Yeah,
nice play.
And you have X-Mark TP later. So Conquer should be able to get the advantage in terms of the resource distribution.
Smart kid. We'll see if Geek Fam are going to want to try and maybe play too aggressive on a support and refill the bottle, because I think that's how Lornoff is going to be able to apply some
Yeah,
more
I mean,
pressure
talking
here.
about that, right? I think as a support, you should always try to, if you are looking to make an aggressive play and you might die, I feel like 5 minutes is always the time to do it. You try to dive and then you die, you TP, you know, you refill the bottle and you control the 6-minute power rune.
Yep, and then you run away and you stack a camp and pick up the 7-minute wisdom rune.
Yep, correct.
It feels very natural.
It's good to die at 5 minutes.
Very true.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So far, I haven't really ran into the situation where my mid doesn't need a bottle refill at minute 5. He always kind of needs it.
Yeah, it's very rare, right? I feel like most mid laners, what popular mid laners do not build bottles? DK? Invoker?
Dragon Knight, Invoker. I mean, Invoker's not exactly popular on the mid
Sure,
lane.
but I mean in pubs,
OD.
right?
Yeah.
OD, yeah, OD. There's just not really too many cases where I guess Morphling, if they ever go mid, right? They don't care for a bottle usually. I could see it.
It's
I
just,
get what
it's just
you mean.
good to pay attention to things like that. You know, as a support, you should always just try to help your mid laner first. You know, I think mid laners have a lot of priority right now in the current patch with how the game is shifting and how the game is being played. So you want to have as much resource as you can, even at the expense of sacrificing sometimes your side lanes.
Hugh is not gonna like what he's. Whoa, actually, Mac. Oh, he doesn't have spells. Okay, fair enough. Well, he's Scam's effort there was to simply block the ancient camp from stacking even further. They still have that medium camp to stack a couple more times in the triangle.
Really important against Bat Rider. Bat Rider gets a lot done with stacking the ancients and the medium camp. I mean, especially when you get level 5, it's the point where you can just clear everything.
Approaching the 6-minute mark now, Winter.
Stack and control the runes.
They've pushed the mid wave out.
Who has the stronger stack? The 3-man stack. So the 3-man stack for Aurora is Bat, CM, Hunker. Fam has Rubik, Primal, and Mirana. I feel like the Kanka is a lot stronger right now with the boat. The Primal is better when he runs around and set up kills, you know, but in a direct fight against the boat, he's not as strong. He's gonna get lucky with the rune.
Gonna go bottom. He did get picked up now by this Observer Ward. There's a sentry as well, so Q has no doubt. Oh, and Max is gonna. Okay, he's just gonna farm the stack. Fair enough. Honestly, Skem does scout that earlier on. He also used Onslaught already, so it doesn't have an easy way out. Skem is gonna have to tank the gank for him.
Blood.
Well done, Skem. First blood 6.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's very, very nice, you know, for them to get first blood on the Kanka. Now the Kanka is gonna have to do a lot, you know, for his team, because your Lycan kind of needs your teammates to rotate onto him. So if Kanka doesn't have a good start, then it kind of will affect the Lycan's impact in the game. So with the Blade Mirror, I think he's gonna feel more comfortable running into this, especially the Starlight, you know, this physical damage.
Babs. Could lead for a hard time here. I think he might just be dead. They have him with the Pulverize, and no one can reach him in time. What can Lornoff do about this now, especially without a boat? Still has the X mark of the spot to play with. As the Blood Grenade out from Ollie's. A little bit hopeful, but they do have Q at least rotating on through now. Skem out of leap charges after the one used, as Q will knock him back just enough now. A second Blood Grenade thrown. How many of those do you have, Ollie? At least one more. Lornoff hunting with the Torrents is not going to be able to pick up Natsumi. And that is going to just be then the dead Potom in exchange for the Lycan.
I'm afraid blood grenades are kind of essential, like ops sentries. You have to
I
always
love
have
them.
it.
I love them. I'm using them a ton now.
That has to be like one of my favorite support items in the game right now. Blood grenade. Even like 15 minutes in the game, I'm carrying that. 15-20 minutes. I just feel like sometimes you just need that extra little bit of slow to catch up onto some heroes. And Blood Grenade is always useful. And it gives you HP, right? So it's not like if you're not using it, it's not benefiting you.
Check out Jabs' build, by the way. We don't always see this item. I know we were just looking top. Oh, sorry, make that Cox's build. He decides to go for the Orb Corrosion on the Slardar. I don't
Attack
know.
speed? Attack speed is nice. Armor,
I guess, yeah. It makes sense. You just... I don't really see anyone ever building this item anymore.
It's an item to kick out the enemy carrier, I think. Because he feels like he can kind of get away with it against the Sven. And he kind of helps you farm because your hero wants attack speed.
Makes sense. I like the pickup. I just wanted to point it out because, again, it's Not an item we see
it's
too much.
nice. It's very nice. Initially, when they changed the item, I thought some of the carries would actually buy it, but then people tried it out and slowly nobody bought it.
Right, yeah.
I got it on. I tried getting it on. What was it? I think it was Dawnbreaker. I tried, getting it on something like that. Didn't really feel like it was worth it. It feels like the item's very expensive.
Max smoke breaks, and then he's like, "Oh, it's a Sven." But he's still gonna run up to no. Okay, he's gonna. Mac has no interest in fighting heroes. He just wants to farm their creeps. What
get his
a
blade meal.
interesting.
He just wants to get his blade meal, you know.
Yeah, I guess. I guess so. It's just really funny.
It's called knowing your timings.
Fair enough. It just looks funny.
X
Mid lane. I think this is the timing for Raging Potato to die. Lornoff already has a full blade mal, so nothing he can really do about this.
That's a baked potato right there.
Indeed.
Not a raging one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They may look now bottom to try and kick Skem and Natsumi out of the lane. Natsumi's pretty well farmed, though, I'm not going to lie, but Lornoff is having a fantastic start this game. Can he kill Mac? Doesn't have boat, so probably not.
Yeah, but he's not really getting a vessel, so they don't have a vessel against Morphling. So it means the Morphling will be kind of unkillable for a long time in the game until the Sven is ready to fight. I guess they have overwhelming magic damage with the lasso into the freezing field with the bolt. But we'll see. I don't think it's that straightforward to kill the Morphling in this type of game if you don't have a vessel. It's gonna be some few minutes of farming for both teams, trying to just hit their first couple of timings. I mean, Conquer is probably the only one that really wants to battle, and Primal wants to finish his blade meal.
Right. 23 just jumped up in net worth. He just farmed a triple stack of the Ancient Camp. So Q did a really good job on blocking that and getting it stacked up.
Yeah, and Skem is gonna get scouted by the wolves.
Seems like they have no interest in killing him. They'd rather take the tower here. Yeah,
Primal's coming over though. He's like, no.
Oh, he gets scouted, swept up immediately. They missed on the Sensor Conqueror stun. Can they really fight here? Cox has come through the Twin Gate as the boat does stun up one. Natsumi trying to get on top of Ollie, who does have freezing field, but won't really be able to use it in this circumstance now. They take down the creep. They'll tank the arrow, but Lornoff, he could be in trouble now as Cox right on top of him. They might just have a kill, but joining this fight's 23 Savage. Raging Potato from the side picks up the Torrent. We'll see how he uses that in the fight. So far, not the best use, but it seems like they won't really need the Torrent to find the kill on the jabs. No more shapeshift for him. The tower still alive. A 3-for-1 trade there, Winter. GeekFam hold the tier 1.
Yeah, that was a very good move there by GeekFam, realizing that they can actually take the fight, because Morphling is just unkillable right now in this type of situation, and Sven is not exactly coming over to fight. So you're fighting 4 versus 5, you know, because Morphling can actually just fight. And the Primal just, he wasn't really worried about dying there. Like, the moment he TP'd down, he's already accepted that he might just be dead, you know. But he trusts his team, and he knows that they can clean up the rest of the heroes, especially the Morphling right there. So very good selfless play by Mac there, sacrificing himself.
Yeah,
the
definitely.
greater good.
And, you know, the Sven, a big reason, I just want to highlight this, right? Sven is one of these heroes now, much like a Terrorblade, who they don't really care about using their ability to fight early. They're going to use meta. They're going to use, in this case, God Strength to farm, right? So 23, he tries to join the fight, but he doesn't really have God Strength. He only has a Mask of Madness. He's just not doing that much. Can't tank. Basically, the best he's offering is a Stormhammer and a Warcry, which is good, but
yeah,
it's
I mean, sometimes it can be like a tight turner, you know, you show up to a fight, even at the tail end of it, you cast a stun and a Warcry. Even if you don't have God Strength, I think it's still gonna help your team.
Yeah, for sure. I just think Morphling is just built different, you know, he's gonna do way more. And
I get it. It's
you still
in
have
a situation where you don't have exactly good counters to him. You know, that's why I'm surprised nobody's buying like a Vessel, because with their lineup, they can't really deal with Morphling until the Sven comes to the fight. So it means that in the early game, 15-20 minutes, the Morphling is like unkillable. Literally, if he plays his cards correctly.
Yeah. Smoke plays going top. The Vlad is finished also on that Morphling, right? So he's got that additional lifesteal aura ready.
Mana regen.
Go through the mighty mines they go, Winter. Scam, he will shoot the arrow. He is... Oh, Gonna at least steal the Wild Wing Ripper away from the Sven, but otherwise will be unable to take his life.
Wolf.
Yeah, this game has been a lot of Geek Fam showing up and fighting fiercely for the towers, but otherwise ganking and just stealing creeps. They want to hit their timings, Winter.
Your Primal is on top of that list, stealing creeps.
It's true. He just picked up that freaking Ogre Bruiser and smashed him onto his other Ogre friends.
Are they his friends? Aren't they his family?
I don't know.
Son?
Can you not be friends with your family?
No. Yeah, practically friends and family.
Rune spawns bottom. Good onslaught there to try and interrupt, but it seems like Lorinov is going to be able to get his hands on the Arcane Rune. Going immediately for this Ag Scepter after the double Bracer Blade Mail build up for Lorinov. No big
their momentum has
there.
been stopped a lot since Lorinov got a very good start. Yeah, after that failed push at bot lane, everything seemed to just get halted. Which is kind of really good for Geek Fam, for the Morphling. And
yeah, everyone's farming. Raging
Aurora,
Potato's taking mid.
They have to try to find their next time, which is the Aghanim's on the Conquer and the Sven BKB.
Kebs also wants to get this Helm of the Overlord online, because until then he can't really send the creep to push out waves. It just gets killed.
Yeah,
especially by arrow.
Yeah, the last fight, the Mirana actually killed his Centaur in the battle. Good heads up play by Scam.
I love how people are always blocking that camp that Ollie just unwarded. Like, even, you know, after the laning stage has completely broke down, people still think it's valuable enough to block, because it's just not worth for your team to farm it. And you don't want to give that extra, 100 GPM to the enemy team. It's so funny.
Every little bit matters at this
Of course,
level.
it adds up.
Yeah, everything adds up. Sometimes you slow the enemy by 30 seconds, which is going to give you enough of a window to abuse your own item timings. So you just never know. You do whatever you can to stay ahead. And right now, 23 Savage says, I can't afford to sit and farm anymore. I need to activate my team.
And he'll smoke up with Lorinov. Lorinov, who is one component away from finishing the Ag Scepter. We do have at least the Echo Saber, which is also one component of the Sven BKB. They see the Slardar. Do they?
Did they see him go in? Or did they not?
I'm not sure. I cannot be certain. Lorinov, his smoke has broken. Cox is going to get the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. I don't know if they saw him.
Okay, they didn't see him.
Yeah, they didn't. They're just going to TP away.
Yep. Rather unfortunate. Unfortunate there with the vision, not seeing him. Back to farming. So this is really, really good for Geek Fam. I think Geek Fam are in a tremendous position right now in the game. In the driver's seat, it seems like it's not a big deal with this 1k lead, but it is a big deal just based on lineup. Because of the morphing being unkillable.
Yeah. And all their heroes can farm. Again, I was saying it earlier, but Raging Potato has kept pace with the Bottom's farm and the Bat Riders. Because he's just been sitting mid and just, killing waves. Torrent's not the best wave killing ability, but combined with a max Fade Bolt, it'll get the job done. So, bot tier 1 is going to be sieged by Aurora, but in exchange, Geek Fam, they're going to start up the Roche. A Wolf will come through the Twin Gate. Obviously, it's invisible, so they're not going to see it. They're going to scan just in case as well, in case the Wolf is, having disillusions. Is the Wolf... Hold on, the Wolf's going to try and deny it? No way, right? Yeah, that was a good effort. Maybe try to snipe the kill or deny the Aegis. That'd have been sick. Not really a good base attack time on the Wolf, though.
Mid lane? Lorinov?
No. Yeah, gets off the Blade Mail here, and he's got the Ag Scepter. Oh my goodness, Natsumi is farmed. He's very farmed. Wow.
He's a big scary morphling right now. He's gonna have his Manta done, going for the shard, so making sure he's not gonna be under any threat of dying in the game.
Cox going hunting
gonna
top.
find some Bat Rider here.
Yeah, but there's a Sven coming through the Twin Gate to try and kill him here as well. It could be trouble, but now the rest of the Geek Fam side, they're here trying to fight through this one. 23 Savage does not want to take a fight into this many heroes. That's the stolen Torrent Storm, which was very fast, wasn't it? It was a very fast stolen Torrent Storm. Seemed like it's, all the torrents happened like immediately for whatever reason. I'm not sure. Maybe it was, you know.
Do they actually come out faster on a Rubik? Not
I
sure.
don't know. It kind of looked like it to me. I could be wrong, though. 23. This is so
Confusing me
greedy.
now.
Came out to farm with just one more wave. He will pay the ultimate price for that.
Yep, this game is has just gone out of hand for Aurora. Everybody is like very confused about what's going on. Like the last couple of plays with the smoke, not catching the Sada, moving bot, losing the fight when they are pushing the bot tower. Everything is just not working out for Aurora right now.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh no, the Ancient Black Dragon. Dinosaur on dinosaur action. This could be a bait though. Mac, yeah, he doesn't want to go too far. Dabs at least does have that Helm of the Overlord finished. Or quite a strong item, but no longer has that Vlad's built into it, right? So it's kind of fallen off a bit. For as much as, you know, as strong as these aura items are, this one no longer has an aura.
Hey, when did we see the Lycan shapeshift? Like, only once, right? But
Only once for the fight down bottom when they lost the fight at the tier 1 tower.
We slip into shadow.
You gonna be hunted here, Moonlight Shadow, but they do have the Sentry Ward, which will scout Cox. Mac and Raging Potato are not going to be too crazy with their movement here. I say that as Mac is going to run into the secret shop. I think he saw Q, but he didn't see anyone else behind the tower. And so with Moonlight Shadow ending, they will go ahead and just reset and farm the way across the other side of the map. I don't really have too much interest in this part of the map other than just forcing rotations and keeping Aurora from, you know, being in control of the game. It's going to be Wisdom Rune time, and Aurora will immediately get set to work on the Tormentor. They'll take it down very quickly. Level 1 Tormentor. This guy's barely stronger than a level 1 Crystal Maiden, honestly.
oh, Gaben loves the Crystal Maiden in this game. Here you go. Get your shot and try to turn the game with it.
Crystal Clone.
Radiant are scanning.
It is up and running. Full Solar Crest up for Q. I mean, so they still are coming up with the items, and now Jabs with the Helm of the Overlord creep. He's had this Ancient Black Dragon, probably one of the better ones. He's managed to farm up himself now the Vlad. So he's basically built old Helm of the Overlord. So some pretty decent items coming online now to try and buff up this Sven as much as possible, Winter. Needs a BKB on the Kunkka for Lornoff. He's still 2 components away. The Blink Dagger from Q is coming soon as well. And then, you know, it's still only a 5k net worth lead. We haven't really seen Aurora, you know, they haven't had much fight in them, you know, since they took that bad fight down bottom. It's been all Geek Fam, especially since they've taken the Aegis, but they are gearing up for a fight here.
Aurora is definitely not ready for this. They need a lot more items. They need BKB on Lornoff, they need BKB on the Sven. I mean, Sven already has BKB. I mean, the Imps on the Sven. Mac is here.
This is pretty aggressive from him. He doesn't have a lot of follow-up right
BKB.
behind him.
Okay.
He's got BKB. They didn't force it yet,
Okay.
as they will just smoke up. Moonlight Shadow as well. Cox doesn't have a Blink Dagger, but does have a BKB and the Echo Saber.
Don't
Leaving
calm
the
you.
initiation to Mac.
Nobody
And
uses
instead,
that
23
BKB.
Savage, he's going to be dove under the tower. Natsumi morphs into him, and he's just dead in the duration of the stun.
Right, that is like a very, very good heads-up play by Natsumi. If you're not playing this hero a lot, you won't be able to do that so quickly. And that's such a big pickoff. He had BKB wasn't able to react, and now it's probably gonna at least cost them 1 tower, either the top tower or the mid tower. Wow, they're actually gonna smoke without the Sven. I mean, if they lose this fight, I feel like they might actually just call GG.
This is bold, but smokes do last a while. Maybe they're just going to try and get on the enemy side of the map, cut a wave, do a bit of farming out there. I agree with you. I don't see them taking a fight without the Sven. Is this Lycan? Like, I mean, he's going to build up an AC. Jabs will be
Then what?
strong.
Then what? Even if he gets the AC, I feel like the fights are gonna be so complicated for them. You know, it's all about like trying to get the BKBs now on the Kunkka.
You know, Ancient Black Dragon. They turn the Ancient Black Dragon upside down. Natsumi, he's going to farm it. It's a lot of gold, 253. I don't know where that extra 3 gold came from, but sure. Yeah, Natsumi getting to work without the Aegis onto the tier 2 tower. Fortify is going to be committed as 23 Savage looks to join the fight, but he doesn't have the Axe Scepter, so he just can't be the one to initiate. There is a Blink Dagger, though, on the Bat Rider with a lasso at the ready. That may have been the last time they could have potentially caught Natsumi, because now, even though he doesn't have the Aegis, he has the Linkens. Bat does not have a way of breaking Linkens other than the Flaming Lasso, so it's going to have to be like an X mark or a sacrificial play from the Maiden to try and get the Frostbite applied for them to break Linkens. It's troublesome.
Like every single item timing Morphling has is just so huge against the Sven. Like he has Linkens now, then he's going to have the Butterfly next, and then Skadi. Everything's going to be...
Ali, trouble for him here. Yeah, he's going to be killed.
Somebody has to die. Somebody has to die when your team is just pushing out waves, and most of the times it's going to be the supports. I think it's still good play by CM there. He was just trying to go away.
Careful here. They've managed to lock down Skeb. Mac, he's getting the BKB and the Blade Mail up. Celeste's bottled Arcane Rune and the Veil of Discord finally will pop the Veil, but he's going to need to onslaught up to the high ground. Cox, he's just running in. Okay, now Natsumi's here. The damage has finally arrived. Another stun continuing to lock down on a 23 Savage. And the BKB, well, it's already been used. Winter, there's nothing for him here. Jabs running after Cox. Won't really be able to do much, even with the Shapeshift freshly activated. Instead, it'll be Lorinov focused down now by Natsumi as a beautiful double stun out from the Morph. Will be able to find and cancel. Oh no, the freezing field stolen by Raging Potato. Oh, the cubes. It's too much. Natsumi, he's on the ultra kill. He wants the Rampage Q. Will blink away in time, but the fight, even though if it's not really beautifully started by Geek Fam, Natsumi will come in and clean up.
I mean, there's still so much work done, by Cox in that team fight. Getting those multi-hero stuns with the corrosive haze, and again, just being very selfless, not really caring about his own life as much, just making sure that he can set up for the Morphling to finish the fight and eventually finish the game. I feel like Aurora definitely feels like they're already on the ropes, and just one more bad fight, it should be it. I wouldn't even be surprised if they call it soon. I mean, this Morphling is just unkillable. And your Sven is like dying every single fight.
Yeah. No, I mean, it just seems so hard. He just can't get on top of heroes.
With the Agalims, you have to try. Like, he's going to get Agalims soon, and they have to try.
They're going to have to. I think the thing that sucks about playing these zoo heroes is that every time you lose a fight, it becomes so difficult to recover and get a creep back. Luckily, he's respawning at a good timing. He might be able to sneak away and find whatever ancient camp spawns next to these what is this? The spooky skeletons? I forgot what these are called.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to have to BKB. Doesn't have TP, though. Does not have TP, Winter. And Natsumi, I think he realizes now, running after him, waiting to throw the stun, perfectly timing it, but they're going to have to settle for the maiden kill instead on the low ground.
I mean, that is still pretty bad that the Sven had to use his BKB charge. Now it's down to 7 seconds. Natsumi TPing in the outpost.
They're going to go for Jabs. Jabs forced to shapeshift just try and run away, but they're going to pick up that wolf, turn him upside down, slam him on the ground a couple of times. Natsumi still has that Sven form and Cox to follow up on the stuns. An easy kill. Geekfam leaving no quarter here for Aurora. Will probably push up to the high ground now. What are they afraid of? Sven's got no BKB.
Don't see what can they do, Richie, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Just helpless in the face of defeat right now.
They've scouted Sven, by the way. They picked him up on the same observer ward that, caused him to get scouted earlier. As I think they see where Lorinov's going back to. Arrow nearly perfectly timed, but they'll still be able to control him even through the BKB thanks to the corrosive haze, the crush, the damage. Even with the blade mail active, Lorinov barely alive. We'll at least live here a second, but he's used everything now. Boat, Torrent Storm. Hasn't really found much at all. And now, well, you're going to have Sven BKB, but you don't have any utility. I mean, you don't have a creep for Jabs. You don't have BKB Torrent Storm or a boat for Kunkka. And pretty soon you won't have a mid lane of Rax. Geek Fam, they're not backing off here.
I mean, they don't even need to back off.
Active.
Morphling is so healthy.
He's got Ags. He's got Ags, Winter. But again, he just doesn't have a lot else to play with.
And they can kind of wait for his God Strength to time out. I mean, They don't even need to. They can just move into Roche.
Yeah, pretty much. It was a short timer. I didn't quite see how fast it respawned, but it's up and ready to go. Jabs, at least in the meantime, will be able to find another Ancient Black Dragon, so that's at least some good news for him. But yeah, it's a scary push incoming.
It's very, very difficult for them to burst the Morphling. I think at this point you have to try to maybe kill the backliners first. The Rubik, for example, I think this is one of the good targets to go on first. Try to get the lasso on him. Try to use the Torrent Storm to cover the initiation and just hope for the best. If you can take out the Rubik and the Mirana first, then I think you have a chance. Oh boy. Tough game.
Indeed. Tough game. Oh, careful top. No, it was Lornoff using X. Not to worry. Does have to be a bit careful, though, doesn't he? Because if Rubik steals the X, he'll bring him right back. Second X is always going to override. It's not even like a foolproof play for him in this game. He basically has to X, immediately torrents, and then show. Otherwise, he just gets killed. Natsumi's wasting absolutely no time. Jabs, he's got TP. He might have to use it, honestly, because, I mean, there's no mid lane. Well, there's barely a mid lane of Barrack standing. Very quickly, there won't be at this rate, however, as, okay, 23 is going to try and go around from the side. Does get the BKB active, but Mac too quick on the pulverize. 23 will do what he can, but he just doesn't have a whole lot to play with now.
He's so tanky.
Even Cox now on top of him. They do have at least a little bit of a drag. They're going to be able to hold down Cox for a while. Can 23 get the kill out of him? Cox fighting 1 versus 4 and winning. His BKB is now going to expire, but he's still alive thanks to the Solar Crest buff. Mac now jumping on in. He's got another Shiva's Guard in a second. That should be more than enough slow and damage for the kill on Alornoff, and Jab is going to die underneath on the high ground. That is the GG well played as Natsumi styling on them now as the game ends. It's going to be a 1-0 lead for the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, just a very, very clinical game from Geek Fam. Like from the early game to the mid game, just knowing their limits with protecting the Morphling and just ensuring he can actually kind of farm. I think the Primal and Sala did a very good job creating all the space that the Morphling can get in the world, and Aurora kind of dropped the ball with their timings, and I'm not even sure what kind of timings I feel like they have with their lineup. Just felt like after they failed the push at bot, the game just became so difficult for them because of the composition, right? With the Lycan not having very, very clear timings in the game. I'm not sure, maybe they had to go bot earlier with the Conquer, or they have to try to just snowball with the Lycan. Just hope that the Sven can also help the Lycan get into the game faster and allow them to group up together, so the Primal and Sala can't really move around the map and create so much pressure. Right. It's tough, They have a very, very small window of timing to do it with their lineup. If they miss it, if they lose one small skirmish, then I feel like the game is just so difficult for them to play.
We'll see what happens. I mean, Aurora, probably the fan favorites, and if you ask me to choose one team, I probably would have gone Aurora as well to qualify into the main event. They will falter, Winter, in game number 1 versus Geek Fam. That takes us to our first break, folks, the best of 3, so we'll see if Aurora can force a game 3 or if they will be knocked into the lower bracket by Geek Fam. Only one slot for the taking here in DreamLeague Season 23. We'll see who is going to advance into the next round after the break.
Picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life, and it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Set you free.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dream League Season 23 qualifiers. Winter, you've got a pooch there. Why don't you introduce your pooch?
No, he's not supposed to be here, and he's refusing.
What's his name?
Refusing to stand down.
What's his name? Come on.
You know his name. It's Boo Boo.
Boo Boo, what a cutie. Oh, yo, Boo Boo. So naughty, Boo Boo.
Yeah.
So manja, need some sayang, is it, Boo Boo?
No, he just wants to look at what the Lycan did the last game, you know. How did the Lycan do nothing that game, you know? I would have been a better Lycan than
Come on, Chavs, let me show you how it's done. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see. I don't think we're going to see another Lycan pick here. Winter, have you managed to connect to the lobby, or are you in the loading screen?
No, I didn't connect.
Okay, cool.
Do I need to rejoin?
No. We should be okay. Sometimes it's sometimes it can be us. Let's see. One of the players failed to join. Okay. So we're gonna have to fill for a little bit longer then. Not to worry. A little slight delay as one of the players has probably crashed. But yeah, probably a disappointing game one for Aurora. It's always not so fun to start your day off on a loss like that. But it's certainly going to be by no means mean that they are out of things, right? This is still a very strong team. They've got a lot of experience, and well, that's why Pylai earns the big bucks as the coach, right? He's going to be able to give them a pep talk and tell them what needs to change ahead of game 2.
Pylai?
Yeah, isn't he the coach for this team?
No, he's the coach for talent.
Oh, my bad. Of course.
The coach for you mean Geek Fam?
Yeah. No.
Geek Fam is trialing. Aurora is Sambi, and Geek Fam is currently trialing Adam 343.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that. I saw that he had traveled recently. All right, well, good for him.
He might be doing work online. I'm not entirely sure, but he mentioned he was trialing.
He was traveling on the gram, so I'm not sure. We'll see how things are going to go for him. He's already one game up now over Sunbi, if you can view this as a game of chess. I don't know if that's the most apt comparison, but it is what we're going to be using here, and we're already underway, Winter. We're about to start E4, E5. We'll see how things get started now as our second draft has now begun. This time we have GeekFam on last pick on Dire side, with Aurora having first pick on Radiance.
E4, E5, that's the first opening you learn.
Of course. I used on black, I only know one opening. I shouldn't tell you because you're gonna kick my butt no matter what. You're probably like literally 800 elo higher than I am. Even when's the last time you played chess seriously?
A long time. I don't even know.
You would probably still kick my butt. Even if I woke you up at 4 in the morning and put a chessboard down, you would.
I'm pretty sure I lost the game we played.
Yeah,
remember?
because
in the studio.
Because I made you play with a handicap. I removed your queen, and you could not win. You could not win. Who among us can win while down 7 points? A major piece win.
9.
It's impossible. My bad.
It's
9.
9.
See that's how long it's been since I've even played. No. I always use Philidor. That's the only one I know, Winter, on black. And then as soon as they play something else that doesn't let me play Philidor, it's over.
I'll tell you mine. French defense.
Okay, I'll write it down and I'll learn how to counter you. I need to learn the lines.
On white, I played a Stonewall. That was the first opening my coach actually taught me. On black, French defense. They are very similar in nature of the pawn structures and what you have to do in a game. So he just told me, just make sure you learn this by heart. It's the same.
Well, we'll see what the openings are going to be for our teams. As hopefully we can jump into our draft. The first banning phase is about to wrap up. Aurora always uses a lot of their reserve time on the first banning phase, and then they end up banning completely normal heroes anyway. Here they go again. This is their last ban, and then they're about to pick, but they've already banned the Shadow Demon and the Primal Beast. And their opponents have taken out the Timber, DK, Doom, and DP.
I mean, Shadow Demon is just a very, very strong hero, and a lot of teams they don't want to deal with it. If you're not overall first picking a hero, and the hero doesn't feel that good overall first picking. And I feel like if you don't overall first pick it, the enemy picks it later, then it can be very problematic because it deals with a lot of the heroes right now with the Purge. I think I mentioned it. It's just very valuable because of a lot of the buffs that you have, the Solar Crest, the Wind Waker, and a lot of things like that. So the Shadow Demon gives you a lot of advantage to deal with all those type of situations, and you have the stacking potential of the Shadow Demon, and then you have the save, which everything is very, very annoying, for the enemy team to deal with. The shard, the disruption, everything.
Yep. Maiden's
And
gonna end up
I know
being
you
the
like
first
to
pick.
bring up the disseminate.
It's good. It's good. 20% damage amp. If there's a hero alone, it's just a 20% damage amp when you kill someone when you pick them off. I think it's not worth maxing, but it's probably worth taking a skill point, as we can now finally see our draft. There it is. We haven't really missed too much. It's the maiden and then countered by the bottom.
Countered by the bottom? Countered? Maiden
When I say countered, I don't literally mean like, oh no, she's hard countered. I mean like that is, you know,
the response,
the counter. The response, yes.
Okay, fine. I accept that. So when you present me with a nasi lemak, I would counter your nasi lemak with some tacos.
You should counter it by saying terima kasih.
That's not. That's just being nice.
Of course, that's the counter offer, right?
So are you saying that this Brianna is terima kasih? Thank you, CM. I'm here to play.
I'm here to right click you in the lane and get frostbitten.
That does not make sense, man. So is this like E4, E5? The CM is E4, and then you're countering with the Philidor right now.
In this patch, I don't know. I don't know if Mirana's really a. I guess it could be a Philidor, but wait, hold on. Philidor puts your bishop on what? Philidor puts your bishop on E7, doesn't it? No, not E7, right? I think, and then the knight's on.
Okay, it's not comparable, Richie.
Yeah.
Dota, I mean, some of the parts are similar. You know, when you do opening preparations, it's just like drafting when you prepare on first pick, second pick. It can be likened to being on white on black, and you have to prepare certain variations, draft variations to deal with what your opponent's trying to do.
Well, what I was gonna say, Winter, is that, you know, when I'm white, the first opening I learned was King's Indian, and why I really liked that one, and while I'll still compare it to a Dota draft, is because that ended up putting your bishop on the long diagonal, right? And that always felt really good because it gave you a lot of control over the center and allowed you to be quite maneuverable with that specific bishop, and it opened up, you know, you could reveal the bishop by moving the knight and blah blah blah, right? And so that is comparable to, I think, in Dota, to, you know, first picking a very flex hero like a Primal or a TB or something like that, right? Gives you a lot of room to maneuver. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes. I'm chess player. I'm Richie fan. I play Dota with Richie. I understand Richie.
Winter, when you say the line, you're supposed to say it with more heart and conviction. Otherwise, I won't pay you the 50 ringgit like we agreed.
So, Slada, Aurora doesn't want to deal with the Slada. Oh, it worked for you. It must work for me too, you know? It's a flex pick for me as well. I feel like I don't really see this as a good sign because it means that they are not really sure why they lost the last game. I don't even feel like they lost to the Slada. It's more about their overall composition, which doesn't really have a lot of options to play in the game. And now they have Techies, which is kind of like my favorite hero right now. One of my favorites to watch in the lane. Very strong in the lane. They don't have the bat, so Techies is kind of like the replacement for Bat Rider to secure your off-laner's lane. Very strong if paired with the Slada. A lot of kill potential. And GigFam, I'm going to go with the Grimstroke Lash.
Is it me or is Aurora... I don't know. I feel like today they've started picking their supports very early.
They're not really the same. Like thinking of stuff the same. I feel like some stuff has changed, you know, with them. And for GigFam, I liken the Grimstroke to a replacement to Shadow Demon with a shard, so you kind of also have the save. And whenever you have Lash, you always want to have a save one way or the other in the team fights to ensure that Lash is alive and dishing out the deeps. Anka both kind of works that way too. So everything is very, very nice to be around Lash. And Aurora, once again, goes back to Sven.
Well, you know what I'm very curious about is... I'm curious, now that Lorenov's officially a member of the team, I wonder if he has more say or more sway in these drafts.
You know, in Malaysia, we always say last in, first out.
Is that true?
I don't know. It's kind of true in some places where you work at, when the company is like having a trim down of staff, and then sometimes you have the rule that last in, first out.
I see.
10 seconds.
That's also, you learn that in the kitchen, don't you?
I learned that in
Oh no, it's first in, first out.
what?
It's like how you restock things, you know, like when you restock a refrigerator.
Okay,
you don't-
yes, that's
you-
different. That's different, dude. That's not the same. You keep the food fresh. It's not the same. You're not trying to keep your stuff fresh. You
Yeah, you gotta keep your players fresh, right? You gotta keep them on their toes.
So by what? By what? By swapping one person out every 2 months?
By scheduling, you put it on the player calendar. You say, "Hey guys, we have a pizza party this weekend scheduled. Make sure you make time for it." And then you smile and you give them a high five when you say that. And then if they do well, you cancel the pizza party. But then you reschedule it next month.
10
You know?
seconds remaining.
Keep them on their toes.
And you're the person managing the
5
parties, right? I'm
seconds
sure you are the culprit
Yeah.
behind all the parties.
I mean,
That's-
it's a win-win because either you give them the pizza and then you kick them from the team, or you don't kick them because you're winning and you eat the pizza. Aurora, their last pick is going to be the Coddle.
Yes, the Lash counter. This is a pick that Aurora really likes to go to against Lash. It keeps the Lash kind of humble in the game. You can't just run into the enemy team and hope you kill everybody
10
with these
seconds remaining.
solar bind, and you defend the towers really well when Lash is trying to push them with the
5
edict. So
seconds
Koto is
remaining.
it's a good answer. You have some decent combos with I don't know if you consider it a combo. You chakra the Sven and he gets another stun, or you chakra the
Maybe.
maiden.
Yeah, I wonder what you do.
All right,
Last pick,
Ursa.
Ursa.
Ursa against the Sven. I mean, it's always nice to play Ursa against Sven because Sven wants to burst heroes, right? With Ursa, when you can get your Aghanims, you're always going to be able to react to the Sven's initiation and you don't die. So once you don't die, you kite the Sven's BKB. Ursa is going to out carry the Sven with your furry swipes stacking onto the Sven, and the Sven can't really tank it. I'm not sure with Slada if the matchup really changes a lot, because with the corrosive haze, normally nothing can live through the Sven's damage with the Slada being in the game. So you're gonna have to rely on some dispels from the Inkswell. You're gonna rely on your bolts, some Solar Crest, some Lotus.
10
Lotus is
seconds
actually extremely
remaining.
good this game. For their whole lineup, the CM
5
spells,
seconds
the
remaining.
Slada, the Sven stun, the Koto debuff.
I always have to be. When you say Lotus, I don't know, for some reason I always go to
Lotus
the Lotus
Orb.
pool.
Okay, Lotus Orb.
Orb, yeah.
Lotus Orb.
I
Lotus
was like,
Orb.
yeah, Lotus is really good this line for the fights that you're gonna have. I agree though, because it's looking very skirmish heavy, isn't it? You've got two very potent lanes, 3 even, right, with the Coddle, because he can always rotate early and really disrupt things. I like this. I like this Aurora lineup a lot, honestly, Winter. I think it's a good response to the game one, where things kind of never really clicked
I didn't
together.
say it was a good response. I said it's always not a good thing to just pick your enemy's hero, right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, look, whatever, right? But what I'm saying is I think it makes sense for this lineup.
Yes, they finished the lineup well. I think the last pick really ties everything together. It gives them everything they need. They needed some team fight, and Koto has an absurd amount of magic damage, which kind of helps the draft, because you don't want your draft to be fully physical. With the Slada and Sven, having some magic damage is always nice. The Aghanims on the Koto will be useful in the team fights, and it just gives them everything they need in the early game, mid game, and late game. Have I convinced you?
Yes. Coddle Slaughter gives you everything, right?
God.
That's what you said?
Koto Slada. Yes, okay, yes. Koto Slada gives you everything. You have the sweetness, you have the tartness, you have the sour, you have the saltiness behind it, and you have the freshness and the texture.
I see. It's a very fresh lineup here. We'll see how things get going as we have game number 2 now live and underway. Mac is not going to be able to beat a Coddle out to the river.
Yeah, did we have this discussion yesterday? I don't
We
think we said Lash. Lash is faster.
Is Lesh also 330?
He's fast. 325? Wait, what? How is Koto? I thought Koto.
I think Coddle's 330. Okay.
No,
let me
Koto is 320. You tricked me. You said Koto is 330. Koto is 320. Lash is
okay.
325.
He should be
So Lash is
325 then, yeah.
faster.
Makes sense. Well, Coddle used to be way too fast, so that makes sense.
30 seconds to
And
Remember when it
who
was
you
like
said,
him and
who you said
him
was
and-
330 yesterday?
There's 4 heroes. It's Meepo,
Enchantress,
Bat
was it?
Rider.
Yeah,
No,
Bat
not
Rider.
Enchantress. Who is it? Here, can we pull up the table again? I completely forgot.
Meeple, Bad Rider.
Yeah.
Okay,
Meepo,
is anyone
Bat
dying?
Rider,
Just checking.
Naga Siren, Pugna.
Nobody's dying.
Nobody's dying. Coddle is 320, and Leshrac is indeed 325. There you go.
Lash is the fastest this game.
He is.
It's only
fastest.
right? The characters that have a horse or riding on a horse is faster than everyone else.
Are you saying that Leshrac is faster than Coddle because even though Coddle's riding on a horse, Leshrac is the horse?
Yes.
Makes sense. Got it. Perfect.
How can you run slower than the person that's riding on a horse when you are the horse?
That's that. You know what? That's true. Although I would wager that Coddle probably half his weight is his beard. Doesn't really look like he's that, heavy.
Excellent logic there, my friend.
Yep.
That's why you get paid the big bucks,
True. True. That's why whenever I have to negotiate, the ESL goes, how about this much? And I go, well, did you know that Coddle is one of the 4 powerful forces, the fundamentals in the Dota universe? And they go, wow, amazing. Here's 3 times Winter's rate. And I go, make it 5.
And because you're such a good friend, you always share 10% of your extra with me.
That's what he thinks, folks. We'll see. We'll see how things get going here. Mid lane. Do wonder how this is going to be able to play out for them. There's a lot of skirmishing down bottom already, isn't there? But should be tons of damage here now. I always really liked... what patch was it where you started seeing Leshrac as a response to a lot of these rotational heavy mids? This was back when the map was smaller. So, heroes like Ember were more keen to rotate around when they, finally maxed their slight. And then you had Leshes who would just be like, okay, I'm going to take your tower, right? So it's a good response. It'll force Lornoff to stay somewhat tethered to the lane. And it's not like Mac has no other options than, he can also TP and rotate and fight as well. But given the fact that how popular the Edict build is these days, I wouldn't be surprised if he just is really, focused on pushing towers as well.
Yeah, I don't really feel like generally as a Cotter you want to rotate as much either. So I think he'll be okay. You want to farm stacks and you want to wait for your vessel, your travels, whichever you feel like you need to go first. I think this game, you can kind of rush vessel because you're playing into a Lash. I think you shouldn't think of a game where, oh, this hero is a rotating hero, I have to rotate all the time. It's also based on your enemy's plan. What are they trying to achieve with their lineup? So things are always going to change by game basis, So you have to just try to react accordingly.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I mean, do you like feel like sometimes you are just like in bot mode, you just play and you don't really think of the game as much, but you're just trying to click your buttons, and then after you do something and you're like, why did I actually do that? Why? Why?
Yeah, all the time. Especially when I'm dewarding. A lot of my dewards don't always make sense. But, a lot of the wards people place in Immortal don't make sense either, honestly. In low Immortal anyway, not high Immortal.
People place wards?
Yeah, man.
Just kidding.
Camp's
People do actually place wards.
Ooh, Scab. He's fine, but it's really annoying for him. Q's also managed to body block the camp. Still has access to the medium camp in lane for pulling purposes. Be careful a little bit here on jabs. 3 stacks of those Fury swipes when things really start to hurt. Down bottom, we have no camps that have spawned at all game. So it's really just been up to the Sven and the Kunkka to try and maintain equilibrium against each other. Made in no points in the Crystal Nova this game, Winter. Ollie, he's not going to end up putting any points there. So 2 points bite, 1 point aura.
Doesn't want to push the lane. And I feel like sometimes you miss out on kills, if you have this build. They probably feel like this is a farm lane, so they can't really pressure as much. It's not easy to kill them, so just wants to focus on last hitting creeps.
Sumi, he gets the courier. He might die for this. There's a blast off. He is going to die for that. Natsumi died to kill Jabs' courier.
Not
That's
worth
the reason
it.
why he was...
not worth it.
He kind of ran all the way to the tower for it. And
that's a bad trade if I ever see any in the early game.
Indeed, indeed. I think, people these days, everyone wants to kill the couriers, you know? Everyone seems, oh, Q, oh my goodness, kill the
Matthew?
couriers.
Matthew, the infamous curricula.
Of course. Back when he was playing the bounty hunter. Dox, ooh, he's not gonna connect on the Inkswell stun, doesn't really matter. Doesn't want to take that much damage anyway. Tough death there for Natsumi as well, especially giving first blood over to, well, you give it to the techies at least. Goes to Q.
Oh, potato. He's in trouble. They found the potato. Okay, that was quite an insane play. You know?
Mid lane, blast off onto Mac, who was a bit underneath the tower here. They've also hit him with the solar bind, so just a matter of seconds before he explodes. So aggressive there, Mac.
Yeah.
Quickly punished.
The same happened in bot. Raging Potato was so aggressive. He was just trying to block the camp, and he already saw the Sven kind of coming over, you know, and then he still felt like he could block the camp and get out with the hero, and then just paying the price, you know, just GigFam making all this small little mistakes in the lane, and it might cost them a lot. Here, CM comes to the party.
Yeah, this would be
Nova.
huge. Look at how much damage that is.
He's gonna die. No TP. He's
That
dead.
was insane. Ooh, they're gonna get him as fast as he is with that Inkswell. The Illuminate is
And
ever
the catapult's
faster.
here.
Catapult's
Oh,
here.
he
Is
blocks
not going to have a TP
he
back.
blocks the arrow.
Get
Oh,
down,
no.
Mr. Catapult. Gem, he can really do nothing. This tower, I don't... Is it going to go down already? There's a haste rune here.
Probably not gonna go down. It's just gonna take a lot of damage.
Yeah, they don't. These heroes don't really want to tank tower, do they? Well, Ollie will tank a little bit.
You know, our friend Koto has already left. Gandalf says, I'm too old for this.
He's going to go farm camps instead with the haste rune.
I just want to go back, you know. Go back to
damage,
my
I mean-
garden.
950 damage dealt to this tier 1 tower. That's a lot of damage.
That's value for one
And
catapult.
they're going to rotate back down bottom onto Cox to see if they can actually catch him here. They need vision for the solar bind. There they go. No support here for Cox into the Illuminate. Nice torrents there. It will buy him a little bit of time as well as the X mark, but it only frees up Lorenoff to chase even further, who has another solar bind should he need it. Not like he does. Cox at least lives a little bit longer. The tiniest of space created, but the vessel online soon, Winter. There's more trouble afoot. Oh no, and Ollie's going to be able to steal the Wisdom Rune.
Yep, this is gonna, seems like it's gonna be a total opposite of the last game. And Aurora just like pulling in everything they can muster to just give us a show on how to play your lanes into the 6-7 minute mark, taking the runes and just squeezing every single bit of advantage out of the early game. And now they're gonna use the gate, kick the Ursa out. I mean, the Ursa is kind of already kicked out of the lane.
Going for the Battle Fury this game as well for Natsumi. Ooh, he does not have Enrage here, so he might be in for some trouble. Depends how hard Jabs is going to commit for this. The answer is very. Connects on the Crush. He needs another 2 auto attacks for the stun.
Dude, he's going for the kill.
He's going to
This man's
dive.
crazy.
Yeah, Arrow is not going to connect.
Dude,
Jabs
this
really
guy's
wants this
crazy.
kill, and I think he's going to pay the ultimate price. Ollie is here. Will be at least be able to secure it, but
CM's like, thank you so much. I'm level 6 now.
pretty much.
That was
Freezing
crazy.
fields.
Holy shit, it's 8 minutes in the game. 7.5 minutes and he's chasing past the tier 2.
First death for the side of Aurora.
Yep.
As
Captain
Mac.
goes down. Not
Yeah,
setting a
he's-
good example.
He's
for his
breaking
team.
vision at least. Yeah, but the vessel's applied as well as the solar bind Q. Ready to jump in for the blast off. In he goes. My goodness, that Illuminate absolutely melted in Raging Potato. He ought to be next, but Natsumi has rotated on in. A good stun out from 23 Savage, who's joining the fight in the mid lane at the 8.5 minute mark. They still get that kill onto Lorenoff. Seems like we're able
Yeah,
to
that's a
just
big kill.
barely get him.
Like 750 gold.
Yeah.
I mean, Sven is gonna get the tower.
Has fallen.
Jabs also might be able to get this tower top lane simultaneously.
Dire's top
And
tower
23
is
Savage,
under
he
attack.
ran mid. He just TP's straight back down bottom and continues farming with the rest of the God's Strength. So, really good sequence of events here for the side of Aurora.
I mean, this Koto is just such a beast right now. He's so strong with the vessel. And this Lash just pales in comparison right now. He just wants to retreat back into his jungle. Just hide for a couple of minutes before he gets his... okay, he's getting used, so he kind of has a way to remove the solar bind. Makes sense.
Dire are scanning.
This'll come in handy.
And this couple of minutes is going to be probably passive play for Big fan. They have to try to recover. And Lash is going to use the smoke to clear some ancients.
Yep.
Classic thing to do. Smoke, clear ancients.
High tier gameplay. Oh, yeah, he dug up a bounty. Cox is like, yoink. Thank you very much. Just helping out, I guess.
Helping out. Stopping him by refilling his bottle.
Yep. Careful. Invasion's coming. 23 Savage on the Watcher. They've gotten most of the creeps except for the 2 big ones. There's 3 creeps to start off with, so still fairly good overall.
Yeah, it's time for Aurora to help out their captain.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's time for them to move up top and kick the Ursa out. Again.
True. Take down this tower. They need to fight, though, right? They need to fight to be able to take down a tower successfully, because I think it's a bit scary if Cox rotates through with the boat. His spells are still incredibly strong, even if he's really just still rocking the double bracer. Are they gonna build a ton of blade mail? Really? Or you can only build 1 blade mail this game, though, I think is what's unfortunate. And that's obviously going to be on Kunkka. If you could go for 2 blade mails this game, I could very well see Aurora, at least Lorinoff, having troubles. But it just doesn't make sense for anyone else to go for 1.
You can try going in on Lash and see what your teammates have to say at the end of the game.
That's right. I think they're going to say, what size pizza do you want?
Large? You want a large one? I'm pretty sure you can finish the medium one by yourself.
Yeah. Medium pizzas here are not very big.
How about stuffed crust?
Don't like stuffed crust.
You don't like stuffed crust?
Nope.
I like the classic margarita.
Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. I agree. Drizzle that olive oil on top and you're good to go. Basil leaf, delicious.
With some honey?
No, wrong. Incorrect.
What? You mean wrong?
Incorrect.
No?
Wrong answer. That's what I mean.
No honey?
No honey. Pesto.
You told me it was a thing to get honey with pizza.
I don't know why you are slandering me in front of thousands of people, Winter. How dare you?
Don't ask me to bring you to that place which serves 5 cheese pizza with honey.
Okay, I won't.
What's up next?
It's just opposite your office.
Not doing it. Not doing it, Winter. You can't force me.
Yeah, I know. I can
Geek
only
Fam need a
persuade
little bit
you.
of honey. This game is not going to go down too easy for them. I guess maybe it will go down easy. Not sure.
I mean, they're like what the bears, just looking for their honeys.
Yeah, that's a very good analogy. I think Ursa would probably put honey on his pizza. That's for sure. Ali, okay. Q Smoke does break. Ali gets the ward up. That might see Natsumi later, but for now, they want to take a bite out of this Raging Potato. Blastop's not going to catch him.
Wait, he missed?
Turning. Yeah, I think he tried to catch him out of the Inkswell radius. Not like it matters too much
anyway. It looked like it was in range, though.
Gaben disagrees.
Yep, maybe not. I don't play enough techies to know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing if I say I don't play enough techies to know?
I think it's a bad thing. The hero's actually a lot of fun right now. I really like the reworks.
Yeah, I know, right? If it's like a couple of years ago, it would be a good thing. People were like, nice. You're invited to the party I'm hosting next week.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really enjoyed old techies being able to just kind of suicide squad and deny himself at any given moment for like 800 damage. He's fine.
The bear is looking for his honey.
Yes, he is.
Maiden, please give me a jar of honey. You look like you would have some honey.
Because she's sweet?
Yeah?
She's a little bit of a psychopath, though, you know?
According to the law?
Well, yeah, I mean, even when you play with hero voice lines on, she'll just be right-clicking creeps and she'll just be like, die. A little violent. And now, she can pay the price. Pulls is up, and an easy kill there onto Ali.
Well played, Richie. Well played.
Gives more space for Natsumi.
Predicting the death of a psychopath.
Exactly. No, like other heroes are like, you know, when Earth Spirit kills a creep or a hero, he's like, you need to learn. Or he's like, oh, this gold is going to be, you know, into the war chest. You know, he realizes.
Why are you even listening to stuff like this? You're playing the game, you know, there's so much going on in the game and you're listening to what they're saying.
Yeah, of course. It's important.
What?
To play your hero, you have to be one with your hero, Winter. That's what Q is doing right now. he's bing chilling in these trees. He's thinking about life, trying to find the Ursa. This might pay off for him, especially if Ursa runs into this little minefield that he's got set up. Oh, hold on. Oh, he didn't see him. He didn't see him. Would have been a pretty funny kill, though, honestly.
And GigFam has been like doing a good job keeping the lead at 2K for the last couple of minutes. I mean, the bear is he didn't find honey, but he found some gold, you know, in the jungle all the time.
True.
So about to be able to afford his honey. Probably the most expensive item in the game because we don't see it. No amount of gold in the game can buy you honey.
It feels like Lorinov has kind of taken his foot off the gas pedal just a bit. He's got his... I mean, obviously, he got the Vessel online. He got a couple more kills after that. But since achieving the BOTs, he's just been farming his way up to the BKB.
Yeah, because GigFam, they're dodging the fights, right? You've already taken all the tier 1s. So you can't really press forward and pressure with your hero so early to the tier 2s, right? I feel like after you take all the tier 1s, generally the next progression is you try to figure out how you get Roche. And because you have Slada, it's always going to be in your mind, right? If you have Slada, so anytime you get an opening, you're going to look to go Roche.
This is a very deep move, led by Jabs, quite appropriate.
Where are they going to?
They're going to go kill Fuzzy Wuzzy. There you go, opening up with the stun.
You want your honey, bear?
They've got a lot of damage on him, but he does manage to at least dispel quite a bit. Trying to leap over the trees, is alive for now, but there's 5 heroes here, Winter, to kill him. And he cannot bear that amount of resistance.
There is no way anyone would have expected a gank right there at 16 minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of a little loco, isn't it?
Insane, you know. But judging by how Jabs has been playing since the game started, you know, it's probably the norm for him right now.
Going for Orchid as well. Almost has it online, but, you know, has the Blink Dagger first, allowing him to make those aggressive jumps.
So who is the main target for the Orchid? I guess when you have Orchid, you can always kind of solo kill anybody on the enemy team right now. Probably except the Kanka.
Yeah, I think the Orchid versus Ursa is just always amazing.
Okay, and the Lash.
To buy dispels.
The Lash has you, so you're not killing him.
Nope. And Orchid versus Potom, just to guarantee a quick kill, so she doesn't leap away. Orchid versus Grimstroke, just in case.
She has Grief soon, you know, on the bottom, by the way. Just
That's
so you know.
true, and Raging Potato also has Inkswell, so, you know, there's trouble here, potentially. The
Trouble is brewing.
They feel pretty strong. Cox is one component away from completing the Ag Scepter for the Torrent Storm, but doesn't feel like they can continue waiting to fight. And Mac, holding on to this, Kaya is going to try and find them a fight. Q, once again, Bing chilling up in the minefield, but the real target might be this Tier 1 tower.
Oh, Roche. They're going to try to get Roche?
Oh, yeah.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah. Looks like it. But I think Aurora are aware. Something's wrong.
Sven has BKB. 23 Savage has BKB done. 5 minutes earlier than the last game.
This rush is going to be pretty fast. They need to get in there pretty quick. It's going down thanks to the Fury swipes here. They got plenty of heroes to tank. I don't know if they're going to get there in time. Jabs, is he going to just blink into the pit? Hell yeah, he is. Stuns up onto 3, but the rest of the team just isn't here in time. Raging Potato from the side, hitting him with the Soul Bind onto 2. The arrow sailing through. Doesn't find really anything here. That'll be a double X mark. Boat incoming. He's going to connect onto 2 into the Torrent. 23 trying to do what he can here with the Warcry, activating the BKB. But this is, well, maybe it's a winning fight now, at least onto Mac. Natsumi, though, quite tanky and difficult to take down, as he will at least trade away the Leshrac for the Sven. But of course, the Leshrac does have the Aegis, so Aegis removed Winter, but it still is a winning fight for the side of GeekFam as Aurora contests the Roche. Simply far too late. Looks like they'll lose the techies as a piece of dessert.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just a panna cotta after meal. Always one of my favorites. And that was a very, very strange fight. I think after Jabs, he blinked in. If the Maiden didn't get caught there, if he actually got a freezing field, maybe they would have been able to turn the fight. Because he got hit by the Torrent at the same time, right? So Jabs blinked in. So Maiden was a little bit too near. They got caught by the Soulbind. And after that, the fight just felt like it was very difficult.
Yep.
Maybe if they waited on the high ground. I think the Koto was waiting on the high ground. And probably what should have happened is the Maiden should just join, just wait. Just let the Sada run around. And when they are trying to kill the Sada just tries to run to them into the Illuminate, into the freezing field. That would have actually maybe won them the fight, you know, because it was close. They were very, very close to killing the Ursa.
Tough. It's really tough. taking a fight in that kind of a position when enemies are already set up
Yeah,
and you guys
and the
they're
tactics
kind of
already
scrambling.
spent so much time. Look at the minefield he built here, and then the fight happens.
I'm also surprised by this minefield existing. It's not. I don't really see them here too often.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I mean,
This is like 2 minutes of work. Spent 10% of his game up here.
well, look at you with the math genius, right?
Well,
there.
you know, just to put it in perspective, because I feel like 2 minutes in a Dota game doesn't really sound like a lot, and you know, maybe it isn't, but it is early.
Radiant's bottom
You know,
you
I've
spend-
already spent 20% of my life, my entire life, being with you, as of right now.
Winter, those are the kinds of things that you should be saying to your wife, not me. Cox?
But I'm with you now, bro. My wife's at work, you know. She doesn't need to know now.
Oh, Tormentor take it down. Jabs doesn't even. I think usually he gets this done with Echo Saber, so he probably does need the supports here to take it down. But normally, if the game's going well for a Slardar, you can solo the Tormentor at minute 20. So the fact that Jabs can't is a symptom of how this game is going. Troublesome, but not completely over by any means.
Look at Gaben, he's fair. Remember last game when they killed the first Tormentor, Ollie got the shard, and this game he went to kill. So don't you say Gaben is biased, you know. Gaben is actually a fair man.
Of course.
He gives you one each.
We
He
gonna
gives
smoke out here?
everyone their shard, you know. He's
We are gonna
a very unbiased person.
BKB ready for Lorna.
Haste on Matt.
Does not have any charges in the vessel though. That's
So
kind
he
of
needs-
important here.
He needs to die one time.
But Lesh also did not build a Bloodstone this game.
It's time.
Yeah, against the vessel, I think you should get BKB.
Yeah, I mean, look, it makes sense. I'm just, you know, pointing it out.
Yep. Thanks for pointing out. I didn't realize that, so you actually helped me understand the game much better.
Torrent Storm is also ready this time. There's a lot more team fight ready to go.
And this is a nice smoke by
Radiant's
Geek Fam.
middle tower is under attack.
Taking a very good position. Ursa is still
That was
jungling.
close. Yeah, that was close. He almost jungled his way into his own death. But it seems like Aurora, their smoke should be timing out here relatively soon. They won't really be able to find too much.
Oh, Jabs kind of changed his mind, yeah?
So,
He's going to buy BKB now.
okay. Compared to what did he have queued up before? I didn't.
Okay, he was buying okay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So what? He just has this Oblivion staff chilling in the inventory, right?
Sure.
It's not a
Attack
terrible
speed. Yeah, I mean,
item.
attack speed and mana regen. Just
Right,
what
right.
Slardar needs.
I guess you can build that into a Mage Slayer.
For who? Okay, for Lash. Sure.
Yeah, right. You don't want to go for the Orchid anymore, or I don't think we're gonna see Witchblade Parasma. To be honest, on the
Never say
Slardar.
never. Never say never.
I didn't say never. I don't think we're gonna see it. Chilling in the wishing well right
I
now.
mean, would
Sorry,
you
this is
even
the
be
Mighty Mine.
surprised if that actually comes out? I mean, we are seeing Terrorblade as a support, right? So nothing
Radiant's
else
top
could
tower is
surprise us
under
anymore.
attack.
If Terrorblade can be played as a support, then nothing else should surprise you.
I would be surprised because I don't think Parasma, the active, is very good for a Slardar.
I
given
know.
His
It's
int gain is 1.5 per level, and
it's
he doesn't
terrible
really
on
build.
Slardar.
Yeah. What I do like about the item is the slow. I think Slardar benefits a lot from that, in addition to the movement speed slow of your Slytherin Crush. Basically allows you to control someone for sure. That seems pretty good. And also, of course, it does weaken their magic resist by 20%, right? So that's also really good for the rest of your team. I just don't think it's really his job to do that this kind of game. I could see it once in a blue moon, perhaps, but yeah,
Probably not this moon, yeah?
not this moon. Nope.
The next one, maybe.
That's a BKB finish now for Natsumi. Even though they no longer hold the Aegis, this team is still looking pretty strong and have farmed themselves up to 3k net worth advantage. Let's see. Comparing core to core, it's still relatively close here.
And Superman is here.
Superman is here, so the items are all coming online. It did sacrifice his Echo Saber, so ideally he farms back the Claymore. So he still needs a little bit more time.
Sacrifice? Not the... He's kind of not sacrificing, he's kind of borrowing, in a way.
Yeah. I mean, the Axe is just the better item for him right now. It's more stat efficient, blah, 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 blah. But You do really, I think, want that Echo Saber on a hero like the Sven.
Radiant's bottom tower
He
is
needs
under
to
attack.
be a little bit careful here. He's got the rest of Geek
Right,
Fam
here we go.
standing behind Mac. Oh my
okay.
lord! Oh my lord, 23 Savage. They're like, what the heck is this madman doing? Natsumi making the jump onto him as 23 Savage finally pops the BKB. They did force Max BKB.
Holy shit, what are the cause of
What?
Aurora?
What are they
doing
on
this
right
game?
now?
I mean, Jabs and 23 are definitely like 10 steps ahead of their team. Okay, I mean, I know they're strong, but you know, you still have to wait for your team. That's very eager to fight.
You
And-
could
and
say
normally,
that.
Yeah, normally when you see moves like this, it always signals that the team's communication is not very good, or they're just not in a very good state of mind on that particular day. Because everything feels rushed. Like when somebody didn't have coffee, or someone missed, you know, their breakfast, and they're cranky and they're giving out commands, especially the captain of the boat. Things can get a little bit dicey, you know, in the game.
Bottom tower
Absolutely. Well,
Always drink your coffee.
yeah, I had mine this morning, Winter. Don't
How about
you worry.
me? You said you were gonna send me your special brew, your home brew. Where? I don't see it.
It's still fermenting. Don't you worry. Natsumi, he's seen a maiden, but he wants Lauren off. Lauren off, he's going to push him back with a blinding light into the hands of Ali. Ali not too happy with that, but has the force staff at least to be able to escape. In the backlines, though, 23 Savage absolutely blows up.
Ursa's
before
getting
he can drink
kited.
the Coco's rum.
He has a gem.
Ursa, he is being kited. Scam doing what he can from the trees, but Jabs, he's found him. They want Natsumi, though. That's a huge crit with the amplified damage out from Jabs.
Superman is
Superman's
here.
Sven jumping on in, and he is not going to be held back by the Soulbind. These heroes are far too mobile. Mac activating his BKB, but dying to the physical damage, and running into the minefield. No way out for him, Winter. The aggression from Aurora, it works out this time around, and they're up to the high ground.
Now you understand why they were so eager to fight the last time, because they are that strong. Solar crested, Superman jumping in with the axe stun. There is no stopping him. And the Ursa kind of like, I felt like he made a huge blunder that he tried to commit onto the CM. Couldn't kill the CM. He used his enrage, he used his blink, he used everything apart from BKB, and he got kited all the way by the CM 4-star.
are under attack.
And that was it, you know, the fight was over.
And it's only going to get worse from him. She doesn't even, I mean, unironically, Ali does not even have Crystal Clone. Like, once he gets Crystal Clone, all he has to do is Force Staff, Crystal Clone, pop the Nova, that's going to bite the Ursa, then he has another bite to use on the Ursa. Like, what do? You don't. Again, this is not a hero that builds multiple dispels. You only have the one. And if Geek Fam's not in position, if Potato's not there to hit him with the Inkswell dispel, they're in trouble. They're just in trouble right like that.
They need to land like a big soul buying combo. I
What's
guess
up
that's
next?
not exactly like a inbound combo with the lineup. Soul buying into what, double X mark? Double lightning storm. I guess it's more for just like locking heroes down with a leash.
Yeah, but it doesn't work when heroes are just running at you, as we've seen, right?
Yeah, Grimstroke is like disruptor. You do really
Right.
well if you're chasing and you're winning the game and you're running enemies down, but when you are the one that gets hunted, then the hero doesn't feel so good. Alright, Roche, second Roche of the game goes to Superman this time. Park Kent finally claims the prize that he deserved. Going for the Daedalus next.
Dire are scanning.
I feel like he's just gonna double hit with Echo and kill the Lash with the Daedalus. Feel like
Yeah.
it might happen.
I could
I mean,
see
with
it.
plate, okay, he has plate mail and craggy coat now, so maybe not.
Okay,
8
yeah,
armor.
you're right.
That's like 18 armor.
Yeah, what's he up to now? It's a lot of resist. 67% physical resist.
67%.
Yeah, but you have to remember they're biting into this now with the level 2, but soon level 3 corrosive haze, minus 20. And then
So you probably can die, right, with the corrosive haze in two hits from Echo Saber.
got Yules, but again, corrosive haze is just like, I mean, 5-second cooldown, you know? Maybe it's long enough for him to live, but then my question is...
I actually want to see the Slala getting the shot so that you can actually do it instantly with, because you don't have to cast the haze, right? So you stun and then it applies temporary, and then
the
the Sven
crush,
just jumps
right?
in. Yeah, so you would actually maybe instantly kill him.
Yeah, I can see that happening. Or you force the Yules, and then when he comes down, you put your regular corrosive haze on him, right? And then he's in trouble.
Is anyone building Lotus on their team? No. Nobody's rich enough, I guess, to buy it. I think the only one that kind of wants to buy is the Mirana.
I agree.
Grim
I
is
think
like-
actually, as crazy it is, I think yeah, Potato needs to build a scythe, and he is. He's rushing the scythe. Well, rushing. I guess
Rushing.
for a support is
It's not exactly rushing, just
it's
trying.
more, yeah. But you know what I mean.
Dire's top barracks
He's
are
making
under
the
attack.
efforts.
Yeah, I know. Effort needs to be
Dire's top
given
barracks
credit for. Just like how much effort I put to get you to send me your home brew coffee, but you just procrastinate time after time.
It's percolating. It's percolating. You know, you gotta let it
Dire's middle
percolate.
tower is under attack.
How long? I've been waiting for a whole year.
Don't you worry, Winter. Don't you
Radiant
worry.
are scanning.
As soon as I can find an apartment that'll let me stay more than a month, how about that?
Okay,
Malaysia
unlucky.
Bole, huh? Natsumi.
Unlucky.
He's got Basher. Feeling pretty strong, doesn't it? Buyback. Just shy of this level 20 town.
He's
I don't know
still
if that's
holding
really
the
that
gem
big.
on Ursa.
I'm surprised that he has not purchased Shard.
Shadows.
On Ursa?
Yeah. Oh, hold
On
on. This is a
Sada?
good jump. This is a good jump. Q. Unable
They're
to
not
escape
ready.
even with the solar crest.
One
Wonder
down.
Savage. See what he can do. That was the BKB activated though for Natsumi for the kill. It's all they got out from that. It'll burn another minute off this Aegis at the very least.
Yeah, that was actually kind of decent for Aurora. I thought they would have actually lost a lot more. It was so split. 3 heroes were bought. Somehow they lost the techies for a BKB charge, which I feel you're not going to be feeling too bad about that in the mid game, especially when the enemy can't push any towers. Right, who's getting the shard? Oli. Alright. Cox. Ursa is like, when is my turn? And Gaben says, sorry sir, you're the carry. Get your own shard. I only give shards to those peasants that can't afford it, you know.
Are scanning.
Ursa, you have Battle Fury, get your own shard.
Dire's middle tower is under
I
attack.
think he was in the running for a Shard there though. It would have been
The
the
Ursa?
two.
Really?
Yeah, because it was Oh
And
no, it was,
Mirana. Mirana has
Dire's
shard,
middle
Grim has
tower
shard.
has fallen.
so it was what? It was my brain is not working.
Yeah,
Would've
it
been
was
the
Ursa and
Kunkka
Kunkka.
Ursa, yeah.
Yeah, but Kunkka already has his shard, so it was Ursa or Lash.
Yeah, 50-50. No, Kunkka just got it. Cox just got it from the Tormentor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a good one, honestly. That Shard, we'll see if we can actually put it to use as Aurora. They're just going to run up the high ground now. Good stuns, good lockdown on the 23 Savage, which is not going to be nearly enough damage. And look at the shields applied. Love to see it here. Trying to get onto this barracks, but he's just so controlled. He doesn't really
30
want to fight into
seconds.
that edict.
30
Go!
seconds.
Go, Cardi, go! Oh,
What
no.
what happened to the enthusiasm you had like 10 minutes ago?
About what?
About the Sven, you know, when he sees like 4 heroes, like, oh, I'm going in his team, he's like still
Oh,
TPing.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
he's
definitely.
like, whoops.
Well, I don't think he really wanted to run into the edicts like that. Would have been pretty tough for him. Natsumi.
Edict of Death.
Natsumi's farmed up his buyback and to level 20, so Fury Sight damage. I guess it stacks. It adds up very quickly, but I do wonder what his next item is going to be. Is he going to just buy out for the Abyssal? Swift
Octarine
Blink?
Core? I think Octarine Core is nice.
Octarine?
Yeah.
What does he replace? I guess the...
The gem?
face?
Dude, gem!
You don't
Bro.
think he needs gem to immediately kill a hero?
And that's not his job, you know.
Really? Okay, fair enough.
You think the carry players want to hold a gem? If someone else can, you think they still want to hold it?
I don't know who else is a viable holder of the
Kunkka?
gem this game.
Why not Kunkka?
I think he's too.
I mean,
too
Mirana's
squishy.
pretty hard to kill too, you know, with Grease, Solar Crest, and Leap.
Yeah. Okay. You make a good point there. All right.
Moonlight Shadow now gives 20% evasion, so where is the true strike? No true strike.
But you have 30% accuracy on this Ven because of the Daedalus.
Okay.
So that might be enough to get through 20%. It might not be necessary, is what I mean, for you to do that. Because if you proc a basher, if you proc a crit, you will always land the auto attack. I believe. I know for a bash, that's how it works, confirmed. But for Crystallis, let me look it up real quick. I know.
I'm not going to doubt you. I know you're the man when it comes to the numbers. mechanics.
It works that way for Maelstrom and Mjolnir. It's not written. It is not written, unlike the Lee Sin Al-Gaib Ursa Warrior lore. But I know for Maelstrom, Mjolnir, or Basher, if you proc the bash, if you roll and you proc the bash, you will always land the auto attack. That's just like first in order of operations. Okay, I'm wrong about that.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. I'm an idiot. Everyone already knew that, though.
Okay. So how does it work? Tell me. I'm a pleb.
Oh,
How does the formula work right now? So it doesn't give you true strike.
no, it doesn't. No. I didn't say I gave you true strike. That's a big difference. But if you roll for a bash or a Maelstrom proc and it's successful, if the Gaben decides I'm going to give you a bash on this auto attack, you will land the auto attack. You cannot miss that one. Same thing for Mjolnir Maelstrom.
So what is wrong? You said something's wrong.
Nothing's wrong. I was wrong. There's a lot wrong with me, Winter, but there's nothing wrong with Daedalus. That item's working just fine.
Well, you're definitely not the wrong friend for me. You're the perfect friend for me. I just really want that coffee, you know?
I guess he does.
No more excuse. No more dilly-dally. No more delaying.
He's bought out then for the Abyssal.
Okay, so he just wants to lock down the... I feel like he just feels like he needs to go behind and just kill the CM, Koto, or Techies. That's his job. Because Lash is probably going to be the frontline distraction with the Kunkka. They're going to be the focus of the enemy. So the Ursa needs to use the time to kill the backliners. And, okay, maybe he's also thinking of the Soulbind, right? So you get the double Abyssal if the Grim gets the double leash.
Stay still and move quickly.
Well, not something you see very often with Abyssal, but it could happen.
Radiant are scanning.
Roche is going to be maybe the target here. Hugh's been getting to work. He hasn't had this one
Oh
mindful
no,
payoff.
Sven!
Oh no!
Superman is
What?
in trouble!
Oh, he's just gonna go in. He's gonna
Save-
go in, but he needs to run. He doesn't
save
have life
him.
steal. He's got the cheese. Cheese on cooldown for 2 more seconds. Oh, but he's gonna be brought back. Gets the cheese off. Is that gonna live him long enough to fight? No. Just a couple more auto attacks and jabs. Has realized now that he's overextended. Choo-choo! The wheels of the feed train may now
Oh, they
be
got him.
rolling, Winter. They've caught jabs. They've got an arrow after him into the torrent. They've lost Ollie on the backlines, and Natsume's looking for another. Picks up the kill there. Goes to Mac. And that is Geek Fam. They will be gifted here. Not quite the Roche, though. It's a longer Roche respawn timer, Winter, so Aurora will respawn by
they're so
then.
disconnected. The Techies is planting mines, right? He's getting ready for the inevitable Roche fight, you know. And the Sven just decides, I'm gonna just take a detour. Guys, give me a moment. I am going to clear some ancients. When the enemy is all missing. I mean, either way, right? Even if he doesn't get ganked there, right? If the enemy smokes to the Roche, he needed to be at the Roche to fight. Anyways, you know, so he needs to be with his team.
The mines are just going to be set off one by one. Feels pretty
All
bad.
the hard work, Q.
Dire's top barracks are under
He's like sad right now. All the hard work.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it's fun to play Techies, but it's definitely not fun when your team is not using your minds.
And there go the mines. I mean, half HP dealt there to the Lesh, but again, it's just not going to be really enough to make a difference.
Dire's bottom
There's
tower
one more
is
fight,
under
Richie.
attack.
Don't worry. Don't you worry. Clark Kent is going to be back.
Radiant are scanning.
He is. I mean, it's been a long
Dire's
fight.
bottom
So,
tower is under attack.
Oh, no detection?
oh, okay,
Oh my
Maiden
God.
Maiden's exploded.
Maiden has buyback.
She might have to buy back here. I mean, I guess you can hold high ground, but Roche, he is now respawned and he's holding this Ag's
Oh,
Blessing.
smoke breaks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh,
Yeah,
they have to be
moving up to
careful.
the high ground. 23, he's underneath the ward. They get the BKB off into the Abyssal. Lifted by the Torrent. They have to save him here. He's in so much trouble. Just perma-stunned to death, and he does not have buyback jabs. doing his best to hold down the rest, but Aurora, one fight away, it would seem, Winter, from being knocked into the lower bracket. Now is Geek Fam cleaning up this fight. Natsumi with another double kill, and Aurora just not ready for what's been coming their way.
Dire structures are
Oh boy, that is again, you know, another very, very disastrous fight for Aurora. Not being ready. I guess they were kind of ready, right? They knew what had happened. The CM died there, so they were supposed to be ready. But the techies didn't have a ward, so if they wanted to hold that high ground, they needed to place a ward on that place, you know. So they just, I guess they shouldn't really hold the high ground when they didn't have an ops there. And what happened was just Geek Fam placed the ward, they ran in, and that was it, you know. Once they got vision of the Sven, that's it. You can't save him, and he dies. He pops his BKB, but still dies, and there's no way you can take the fight. It's very disconnected, you know, from Aurora. Like this game, like you see moments of brilliance in the early game. They were running in, killing heroes. They were coordinating really well. But then there's some instances like this where they just feel like somebody is rushing the team fight a lot, and everyone is just not on the same page.
Things getting difficult now. 17k net worth advantage for Geek Fam. They put themselves in a commanding position in this game number 2, Winter. They want to make it to that upper bracket finals. Geek Fam making a really serious play now to take down what could be the favorites in the upper bracket. Again, it would not knock them out of the tournaments.
I mean, when your Kotal is buying a Midas, you know, things has gone really, really wrong.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And the Kotal is really fast, at least in the team fight with the feather, the Aviana's feather.
It's just so hard because you've got Soulbind, you have 2 sites, right? Raging Potato has farmed his, Kunkka's got the other. Now you're going to have double Nullifier, double Abyssal.
You're gonna
and
go,
the Bloodstone
Richie.
from Mac. It's online. They've got to make this count. The buyback situation is few and far in between it. They just kite out 23 Savage. He's going to try and take him down. There's going to be the Will-O-Wisp. Raging Potato still alive. It's the Vashes and Abyssal's coming on
One
through.
down.
They're going to try and fight through Natsumi now. Cox needs to find a couple more stuns here. Jabs lifted up, but 23 taken down. And I think this one might be done and dusted as the Maiden
GG.
will fall. They've overextended here on the side of Aurora, luring off BKBs to run away, but this one not working out for Aurora. The 2-0 looks all but certain, as the only thing holding them back now are the Techies mines and the barracks. Raging Potato, he may die here to the tier 4 tower, but even that seems unlikely at this point. Will-O-Wisp or not, Geek Fam will not be denied at least the mid-tier of barracks, and they may look for more, and why not? There's no buyback on any of these dead heroes, Winter.
Kind of surprised they're not trying to force it, you know, with hitting the throne. It's giving them a lot more respect. Trying to get a second lane of Rex. Just, I guess, kind of also doing the right thing, you know, just wants to secure. Because if you go for the throne and something goes wrong, that's a Techies mine there to lose the game. This Geek Fam, very methodical, very safe, disciplined. Just gonna get the Megas, I guess. 20 seconds.
Oh, they still need to get that top lane. It'll take them some time. Creeps in the base will make this a rather fast experience.
I mean,
now,
they
as
have
you can
every
see.
single spell up, you know. There's nothing they have to worry about. Pipe.
Then Sven back in
Solar
10.
Crest,
He's going to have his
Greaves on
BKB.
Mirana.
That's the last tier 3 tower. Jabs doing
I mean,
his
you
best
still
to
have
slow
Ace
things.
on Ursa for 2 minutes, you know. You have nothing to fear.
Well, they're
Absolutely nothing.
They're playing it slow, Winter. They want to slow roll this one.
They have 2 minutes on Aegis.
Okay, Wisdom Room taken there. Ursa's up to 25 plus 3 overpower attacks. Huh, no one ever takes the Soulbind spell damage talent. We were playing with that earlier in demo mode. It's not bad, especially when you do have...
I like to take that if I have Lina on my team, especially. Lina or something that can abuse the Laguna. I mean the Soulbind double spell.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just gonna go up to the high ground. Techies is gonna be the one to break the smoke. Does have buyback.
Yes, buyback.
Pretty good news, all things considered. Sentry is going to spot them now. Jabs waiting for the find to jump in. 23 Savage from the side as well. Needs to get this one right as they are focused onto the Will-O-Wisp. In goes Jabs. In goes Superman Sped. He will be able to take down Cox at the very least, but Natsumi, he's a completely beast of his own right, and the stuns out from Mac. They're going to prove to be problematic. 2 heroes caught by the Soulbind. The stuns now incoming from Sven. Oh, but he is going to go down. The Scythe of Ice prevents him from getting off the Satanic. Any auto attacks there, no chance for him, but Jabs has buyback. They've at least stopped the Megas from coming on through for now. Kunkka's bought back. TP'd into the fight, but this Age is still online for 40 seconds. Winter Geek Fam, they may still just persist. Ben does not have buyback. Geek Fam, I mean, they have to know at this point.
Yeah, at the same time, they also worry about the Kunkka dying back. He just bought back, comes to the fight. They still have to be cautious, I mean, without the Sven, you're probably going to have like at least another 30 seconds of window to try and hit. But it's still techies, there might be a lot of mines in this area, and with Kotal spamming spells is not easy.
Age is going to be reclaimed. You have a Wind Waker as well coming now to Mac. That may make a little bit of a difference, but Age is reclaimed in 1 second. Jabs immediately makes the jump in. That damage healed off the same moment as only now the melee barracks stand between Geek Fam and achieving the Megas. Jabs doesn't have BKB, got caught by the Scythe of Ice, but Yule Scepter and the Force Staff does get him out of harm's way. It'll come at the price of Ali as the Techie's mines going off one by one. The Illuminate doing good damage, but it's just not nearly enough. Rax being focused down now. Sven, 23 Savage sidelined for another 15 seconds as the horn will sound. That is going to be at least Megas coming in now. Geek Fam slowly, methodically taking things down as we can see the Edict Explosion talent taking 25 in the midst of this push as Jabs BKB active. Did get spooked on that one by Natsumi. Does at least find a stun, but Mac, there may be trouble here for Jabs. Holding on to the Wind Waker, needs to use that for a defensive tool. As Sven has respawned. 23, how did you get over here? Completely alone. Does find a stun onto Mac. The Will-O-Wisp not really helping out. There's going to be the Bloodstone and the Scythe of Ice. The BKB not ready for 23 Savage, and he is taken down again. Death after death after death for him as Jabs also trying to join him will simply fall. And Aurora, they fall flat in our first series of the day. Geek Fam, they will win and move on to the upper bracket finals 2-0 over Aurora.
Yeah, what an upset, Does this mean that the honeymoon period for Aurora has ended? They have to try to get back to reality right now. Things that have been going well and things that have been working since DreamLeague, the last DreamLeague, has already been over, and they have to try to figure things out, how to coordinate their chemistry and how to communicate. Because it just feels like people in their team right now, they don't really communicate well in the team fights. It's very obvious that some players are really in a hurry to go in to initiate, and some players might not feel the urgency, and because they are constantly being pushed by some of their teammates, and then they make very rash decisions. It just felt like that to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's a strange one. It's a strange one. Maybe they're again, I have no idea, right? But maybe they're not boot camping for this one, right? Previously they were always boot camping. Maybe they're just doing this one from home, and could be that the in-person difference that you can make, maybe kind of sensing the energy in the room. Whatever it is, it's or the honeymoon period simply being over, it's definitely negatively impacted them here, because this is not really the Aurora that we are used to seeing. But they still have time to take a deep breath and turn things around here, Winter, don't they? Because, well, they're going to need to. They are going to be going into the lower bracket. Let me just double check who they'll be facing. I'm not sure if they know their opponent yet. They're facing Darling or Indonesia. I'm not sure if they're doing a swap here, but that match is going to be starting in around 2 hours, Winter. I don't know if we're covering that one or the Mag ID match. I can't be certain, folks. But either way, the next round, so the losers of, well, Aurora and now Talon versus Blacklist, whoever loses that match, those games, pardon me, are about to begin, well, in 2 hours, folks. So Winter and I, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to be back on the other channel, but we're going to be back for the second elimination round here for the DreamLeague Season 23 qualifiers. We'll catch you guys in a bit.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back
future with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the SEA qualifiers here for Dream League season 23. My goodness, 23 seasons of Dream League and it just keeps on getting better. My name is Noman, I'm joined by T-Gov. T-Gov, how is it going and are you excited for this matchup between Blacklist Rivalry and Team Darling 3.0?
Yeah, sure, of course. I mean, you know what, it's like ex-Blacklist players playing on kind of like the fun stack of Darling. So we have like Carlo and then I think, what was it? Who else? Wait, which one also used to play for them? I think Raven played for them maybe a little bit earlier in the year.
Raven's played.
So either way, there's like a lot of crossover between these two teams. I mean, Raven's probably played on like every team at this point in SCA, to be fair. But yeah, So it's kind of nice. I'm pretty sure this is going to be quite a hyped up series. Of course, 2 majority Filipino teams. So no, I'm really excited to see which one does come out ahead. And I think Darling is causing some upsets throughout previous qualifiers, yet to really cause one in this qualifier. But this would be the start of the journey of upsets if they are to take a big org like Blacklist out of the contention.
Out of the equation, yes, absolutely. I think for Blacklist as well, getting knocked down here and then having to play against Darling of all teams, that's not what you want. Like, that's so scary. You're playing against this team which is known for causing a ruckus in qualifiers. So you just got to keep your thinking hat on. Got to keep your head straight and got to come into the series with everything in order. You can't slip up because these guys are a real threat. So of course, how we got to the stage, well, Talon beat them this morning. Talon, of course, a very, very good team here in the SEA region still. So we're able to take down Blacklist, which means, we do have this matchup on the hands now. And all of a sudden you go from, being like, oh yeah, we won our opening matchup. We're super excited. We 2-0'd Mag Indonesia. Now we're looking at, trying to make that upper bracket run. And all of a sudden it's like, oh God, we're fighting against our lives against a team which is known for being pretty insane. Like, especially after yesterday's games as well. You watch that Mega Creep come back and you're like, oh God, these guys are nuts. These guys are insane. And I think you can let that get to you. But obviously, these are very good, very experienced players, so many experienced players on Blacklist. Like, they should have cool heads on. So, you ready to get into the draft, T?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
All right, let's do it. Let's jump into the draft for game number 1 between these two guys. Find out exactly what's going to be picked and banned. So, sign things off between them. We are going to see the Chen, Dragon Knight, and Grimstroke banned out in the draft. Terrorblade and Mars have been taken out by Blacklist Rivalry so far, with 2 more bans to go. There'll be a Primal taken out by Team Darling.
Yeah, I think the main thing, though...
you try throwing it to the draft, T? Maybe you've got the match.
No, I'm just going to leave you. I just want you to feel real awkward. It's more enjoyable. I think, for me at least, when you look at Darling, if we quickly take a step back for 1 second, it is the fact that if they get picked off a couple times after their over-aggression, they do just do so many independent plays. So I am excited to see them play up against a good team that is a little bit more conditioned. And obviously, once we do see the draft, we'll be able to see how they approach that. But sorry, Nomad. Yeah, it was me who controlled it.
That was rude. All right, I've now got beef with you. I've got beef with production. I've got beef with everybody now. So no, continue.
God. No, it's like, no, don't worry, no. There's like a time and a place to go to draft, and it's like I just naturally knew when it was, and you were just too excited for it. So
you consider hosting?
5 seconds remaining.
No, not yet. There is a joke in there, but it's too early in the morning for me to pull it off and not sound bad. So I love you very much.
All right.
Oh,
how do you feel about a Life Stealer as an answer to the Centaur Warrunner?
Okay. Yesterday we had like first pick gyrocopters like 2 games in a row, and they got eliminated. So now we're in Lifestealer territory.
5 seconds.
No, I think Lifestealer is a very good hero right now. I think when we had the last letter patch and Sanj got those buffs, like the status resistance change, the regen and healing changes, it naturally, when you think about it, it's like, oh wait, this is really good for Lifestealer. And then people start picking them up, and they realize, wait a second, we don't even need to buy this item. We can sometimes just skip it because the hero innately has really strong skill sets. It protects your tower. I think Lifestealer is one of those heroes that you don't think about it too much, but it is one of the best heroes at defending a safe lane tower because he doesn't have immense wave clear, but it's the fact that he's so survivable. Like, you go to jump him, he presses rage. He's now surviving for, like, let's say 4 or 5 seconds. And then after that, he then infests a creep. You now have like 10 seconds to react to any engagement in the safe lane, which is normally, 8 seconds more than any other engagement. Because if the carry gets jumped, it's normally like 2-3 seconds, boom, they're dead. Power gets aggressed, right? So I think Lifestealer is incredibly good at just buying time. And against Centaur, who can't really pressure tower, you now kind of have a knowledge that your safe lane is on lock. Your 5 position can roam the map, can fight with your mid, can go tri-lane the enemy carry, let's say like minute 8 onwards. So yeah, I like the concepts of Lifestealer. And obviously in this scenario, they see Centaur, they pick Lifestealer. If Blacklist can flex the Centaur to support, then maybe this Lifestealer instant snap pick won't be as powerful. So like in Western Europe, I don't think this is a viable drafting line, but in SEA, I don't know if they can flex it or not.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team.
Interesting. All right. Well, let's see what the responses are from Darling from this. Then they're going to start things off with the Rubik. Rubik Centaur, obviously, not like the hugest counter pick of all time, but the Centaur's got some alright spells, and you're more looking at like one of these lane securing heroes, which can give you what you need, pair up with the Lifestealer, and things are going to look pretty good, or potentially grab yourself an offlaner who also likes to be kind of frontliney and melee. That's what Rubik really works well with, so you're looking pretty good. One thing I do like about the Lifestealer pick as well is that it really opens up your mid laner to kind of do what they want. Some games as a mid, you're like, okay, well, I want to play something kind of like damagey, you know, I want to play like a Zeus, but I can't because my carry is like, I don't know, like a Drow or something, you know, and a Drow's not unpopular, but as an example, and you need to get something which goes in and gets things done and kind of starts brawling. But Lifestealer is kind of a brawler himself, you know, he wants to be on that front line, so you can then pick a backline mid laner and feel okay about it. So we'll see if Darling does take advantage of that. Meanwhile, we've got a Bane and a Hoodwink coming out for Blacklist Rivalry.
Yeah, pretty cool draft a little bit there, right? Like you got the preemptive Rubik kind of telling your opponents like your Blacklist. If you want to go for some Bane or some big BKB piercing style disables for this Lifestealer pick, we've already covered ourselves with a Rubik. And on top of that, they then go for some very good anti like Bane Hoodwink heroes with let's say like a Beast and a Batrider. Like, a Hoodwink wants to play in the tree line, Batrider will happily go find you. Sticky Napalm to scout or Firefly to get on top of you. Beastmaster as well with the axes. Like, this is just such a classic looking draft from Darling where the lanes are good, they have damage, Batrider brings the early game damage, Rubik brings the early game damage, Beastmaster, if he goes for like hell with the Overlord, will be able to provide the pressure. Lifestealer does sometimes suffer from like attack speed issues depending on his item build. Throw in the inner beast, you're looking good. So I think Darling draft is quite the contender for going into Blacklist. But Blacklist have 2 picks and they pretty much see the entire strategy of Darling, right? Like you have the beast off lane, your bat is your 4 or your mid, your Lifestealer is the carry. Like you still need to pick up a carry or mid here. There's no real hard lockdown in regards to like, let's say you're playing Storm Spirit. Are you really getting caught off guard by a Primal Roar or a Lasso, right? You're only getting caught by maybe a Lift, which then chains into the other 2. So it's like elusive carries right now could be incredibly good for Blacklist. Mid laners could in theory pop off. So I do feel like Blacklist have the picks available to answer, but they need to get some early game damage to deal with the pressure that is to come, but also some scaling so they eventually can do Lifestealer, you're not the carry of the game. And already
I wanted to say it's so bad.
I'm so just okay, so let's go for the rule, okay? If like I'm breaking down some things and stuff, and only if you believe in the hero, I need you to like passionately believe in it. Just say it.
All right.
Just pop.
Scream.
Yeah. And then when people are watching, they'll be like, "This guy's a lunatic."
Yeah.
5 seconds
And they'll get it right, and they'll be like, "Oh my god, he's a genius."
Yeah, but it can only be one hero, and I'll do this. This will be our rule: only one hero. So like, if someone else is talking on a pick position, you can't be like,
I actually wouldn't have used it then, because it's not impressive to call this Pug pick. No, God no. Because, I mean, Puck isn't banned. You just talked about why an elusive hero is going to be good for them. They need early damage. And also, Puck is the most popular mid-hero of DreamLeague Season 22. It's the same patch. He also is sitting with like a 73% contest rate. So, pretty obvious they're going to pick Puck here. I don't know. I think it's, I'm saving it for something better. I'm saving it for something juicier down the line. So yeah, I mean, now you just get rid of the things which are annoying for Puck to deal with in lane. Ember Spirit's going to be one. The other one, maybe Leshrac, I guess. Maybe Pango. We'll see.
And they don't have ultimate last pick on the draft for Blacklist, so they are going to have to pick their carry, allowing for Team Darling to then most likely pick their mid or 4, depending on what they want to do with Batrider. I'm expecting the Batrider just to be 4 position here. Like you wouldn't want to put Batrider into a Puck matchup, which is not. It's not Puck favored. It's just Puck likes to play the matchup, and you can punish the Batrider at 6, and Bat can never really kill you. So it's not logical to want to put the hero there.
So, in terms of carry options here for Blacklist Rivalry, are we thinking of more of like a kind of greedy? I mean, I think you need something greedy and scaling like at least a little bit, but are you looking all the way towards like maybe Naga Siren territory, Sven, that kind of area, or is it? Do you think they might could go for something tempo like the Slark here?
Naga's always difficult because of the Beastmaster can go Ags, right, and just be a menace with like AoE damage.
Natural answer to illusion heroes. Yeah.
It's like you'd also talk about, for example, like maybe a super late game you would avoid, but there's a Beastmaster, there's a Rubik, right? It's already awkward. I think this is going to be more a pick for what Blacklist are feeling out in this game, because right now it's like I see they don't really take towers early on. They do need a late game hit carry for sure, but we'll see what they go. Yeah, okay, Medusa. It's like I'm looking at like their draft, and if they went for some like early game hero that could punish the early fights, right? Then it's like, how do you actually win the game? How do you get to that point where it's like, okay, you're overwhelmingly strong? And
hey, Medusa, I said scaling, not scaly.
5 seconds remaining.
oh my god, no man. You should mute yourself.
Yep. Whoa!
Oh,
Sniper!
oh no.
What the hell?
Talking about
You got a
muting yourself,
mid-sniper
guys.
coming out. All right.
Is he gonna go Kanda? Hold up. Please. Show mercy. No, he probably shouldn't. I think Tread's Mjolnir is a really good build. I think this Kanda is like kind of like Reddit enjoyable, but this game at least, it's like ulting and Medusa won't feel good. Puck can phase shift. And if he just really hates MJZ and Tim's, then sure, go for it. Buy the Kanda. But I'm pretty sure some traditional like Wraithman into Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike, BKB, Satanic type builders gonna look superior.
Are you feeling Mask of Madness in there or not really?
It is mid, so probably not. I think if you're carry, then you'll be like starved on XP a little bit more. You'll maybe get bullied a bit more to have to go jungle. But from mid lane into a puck with like headshot and just playing on range, like he probably won't get shrapnel. Like he might go like say like 1-3-1 in this lane, and he's constantly headshots to puck. They go to dive him. TP's come in, right? Like he doesn't have as many resource issues from the mid lane. So yeah, okay, nice ending to the draft. I think for Blacklist, it felt a little bit forced. Like you were mentioning some Nugs and stuff, they weren't really available because it would have just been countered, and it would have been one of those like awkward 0-0-0 games of Naga where it's like she's never done anything. She has like 30k net worth, and it's like at some point she'll enter the game with confidence, right? And the sniper is a classic anti-Medusa. Like when you have only a single core that can step up the high ground, you would love to play into pick up like a sniper, right? Like sniper raw from Beastmaster. Like yeah, it's gonna be scary if Darling actually get their timings. I actually prefer Darling's draft in this game.
Okay. So just for a little bit of information, during DreamLeague Season 22, Sniper was picked up quite a few times, and almost entirely by Extreme Gaming. They picked up the Sniper 9 times. Team Liquid picked it up once, and Team Spirit picked it up once. So apparently Extreme just really likes Sniper. So there you go. Maybe getting influenced by that Chinese team just over the sea.
I think as well. I
really want to know what you said now.
I like, you know, like when people ask you about like what superpower you'd want in life, mine would just be able to understand every single language. And I know that's a superpower that you could literally teach yourself and is actually available in life, but like,
but you don't want to put the effort in.
I feel like I'm just like 27 years too late.
30 seconds to battle.
You're not 27?
I am. I should have started from birth at trying to learn languages.
Okay, all right, that's ambitious. Damn you, parents.
Why couldn't you have been born like 1,000 miles in a different direction? Or I've been born, sorry, not you've been born. Okay, both teams posturing at the rune. Will we actually see any deaths? It's so rare that we see big fights. Maybe the odd kill or two, but that's about it.
Drafts, I don't think. Everyone just likes to split up these days, don't they? You know, have a bit of a kerfuffle. Talking about a kerfuffle, Carlo, Gabby, beefing it out right now. Insanity, currently the highest hero damage in the game on the Lifestealer.
Oh, and you can tell Carlo used to play for Blacklist, by the way, because his sponsor is still Blacklist sponsored.
It's still rivalry.
It's too soon.
That's value for them right there. They're like, hell yeah.
Really?
Oh, boy. Maybe he's still contracted, who knows.
I think
Middle lane, we are going to have, of course, the Sniper versus Puck matchup. Very exciting here. Sniper's going to shoot the Puck a bunch of times. Puck's not going to like that too much.
It's a really hard lane for Puck, like an incredibly hard lane. Like Puck has 1 armor. Sniper, of course, has very good attack speed. And once you get to just a little bit of a level, advantage, I say a level advantage, more like maybe level 2, level 3, you can stand on the high ground, keep the Puck at half HP, and just threaten him a lot. Of course, the caveat is, if any hero comes to mid lane, the 600 HP Sniper will just die if Puck has a little bit of resource. So we've got to keep an eye on how aggressive they are. And speaking of Team Darling players still sporting the Blacklist banners, Raven also has it. So there are actually 7 players sponsored for Blacklist in this game.
Yep, man, that's some sponsorship value right there. Jing trying to interrupt the pull-up here, unable to do so, though. So that's a big one for MJZ. Drag that one across. And now bullying this Batrider, who's just really not getting much of a look in on this lane, honestly. MJZ is just destroying him. Brain sap, what an ability.
Yeah, been one of the best supports over time at being able to just lane secure
the bottom
himself.
side, damage coming through, and with the Fate Bolt, they'll finish the job. Down goes the Hoodwink. First blood coming for Carlo down to the bottom side. Stepping a little too close to that Lifestealer, and with Ghoul Frenzy, it's no joke.
Well, it's a lot of slow. It's what, 15% slow level 1. And poor old Arbed in the mid lane. Like I said, this matchup is very, very good for Sniper. He's hit 3. Yeah, he's gone for 2 points headshot. I am interested to know if Yahweh goes for any points in Shrapnel. Like, I see some mids just fully ignore it when they want to play on their right clicks the entire time.
Oh my god, it's so obnoxious.
Yeah, look, level 3, stand on high ground. It is very refreshing though, because Puck players, they've had it good for so long. Like, I'm happy that we're seeing some Sniper picks, some real some nuisance picks to annoy them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, Sniper is far and away the most flexible hero in the game right now. Like, he does his yoga. He can play from behind absolutely fine. So you don't have to worry too much. He can play from in front, obviously, really, really well. He does loads of magic damage. He does loads of physical damage. He can carry you. He's good early. He's good late. Like, this hero is a little bit too bread and butter for me right now.
I got scared. You said flexible. I was like, no, man, do not talk about position 5 or 4 Sniper, please.
Position 5 Puck is really good as well. Ooh,
yeah, okay. That's fine. I can live with that one.
It might be, but then why would you not play it mid? Because it's so powerful. It's like you're just griefing yourself. So we'll never know.
I think it should just be a mid at the moment, but it's a very strong mid for like what it does.
I'm not opposed to taking
I just look at the meta and I see. Like, as soon as heroes like Bane start emerging, like your safe lane might be happy, but then suddenly all the other lanes are going to start thriving on their greediness because Bane can't walk to mid and kill. Like, yes, he can Nightmare, but Bane needs like the length of the lane to feel good, to set up the kill, to buy that additional 5 seconds of chase down the lane. Like, as soon as you move to areas of choke points, unless you have ultimate, you're just not really providing anything to a gank. And of course, it will enable certain players to try and push the boundaries a little bit on what they can pick and what they can go for. So far, the game, it's been very quiet. Other than that one death in the bot lane, everyone is just hitting creeps. We got most cores about to get into that kind of 20 CS mark. Any stacks being made up? No, it's too early in the game. Actually, some on the Radiant side.
So Carlo pulled for Densanity and then went to get the Water Rune, and Gabby and Tim just tried to pressure Densanity under the tower, like Centaur and Hoodwink just right-clicking him, using spells on him. He got every CS in the tower. I just want to point that out to him. So, well played, Lifestealer. Just chilling without his support there and doing absolutely fine. Of course, good hero to be able to just chill under tower with. Oh, Gabby faking out the stun and getting the rage out from Densality, but it doesn't matter. He's going to go down regardless. Too much damage coming out from that life stealer with the feast. 2 points in feast, 1 in Ghoul Frenzy. And that's all you need.
Yeah, I think right now, if you're a Blacklist fan, you should be just a little bit afraid. Like, the way that the trajectory of this game so far, it's like, it feels like Darling are going to be able to dictate a lot. And, of course, comeback potential is there. It's not, I'm saying it's over, but at least we will be expecting Radiant to just choose the early game moves. And we'll see how Blacklist will react. And Arbed just, he like faked out a phase shift and boom! Instantly then with the assassinate.
Yeah, I don't know why he is phase shifting anything other than assassinate, but I guess he's dodging right clicks. That's all I can assume. I suppose when he pops
Headshot ripped through.
you kind of need to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they just used orb.
Goodbye. Comes the silence, but the assassinate's out on Tim. Flame break coming through as well. And Arbed's story is just going to get high, even sadder, maybe? I mean, he hesitates on the assassinate, but Jing still chasing him down. Bottle is there. Right clicks won't be enough. And Jay-Z comes on from the side, and he's actually going to live on the puck. Gets away on 40 HP, and now MJZ might be the one to go down instead. The double balls upon him. Down he will fall.
Oh, those kills always feel so bad. Like this poor Bane, he's like, I'll save you, Puck. Puck lives by himself. He's like, oh my god. The Bane does fall, but yeah, for Arbed at least he survives. Having your Puck survive though in that capacity does not feel good. Like he's now 15 CS down, 10 denies down on lane. He needs to hit level 6. They need to try and get Dentor level 6 as well. Utilize that Stampede with the Hoodwink going middle. They need to try and find a way to kill off this sniper. And not only that, it's like if you kill a sniper, we're still yet to address the problem of the Beastmaster who's freely farming up his Helmadom, the Lifestealer that we see on screen who's happily just clicking through Gabby. All 3 cores of Darling are just thriving in this game, and I think Sniper just... Whoop.
Oh, from downtown.
I could hear off camera, I was like, sniper. I have no idea which angle this is coming from, but I know at some point he's going to lose his head. And the Wisdom Rune, yes, yes. What are we looking at, Scrape? Are we Wisdom Runing?
Tell us, boy.
Yeah, thanks. It's the Wisdom Rune. It's 1 for 1. It's 1 for 1. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, there are a lot of heroes on low XP.
That's what you get, Scriff. You're trying to be a smart cookie, right? To be fair though, correct me if I'm wrong. What's your vibe? Normally, if it's 1 for 1 on Wisdom, I just kind of blindly assume that everyone's accepted it's 1 for 1. I know I should probably say it, but I kind of get very cozy. Like if it's like a 2 for 0, I'm hyped. No, it's so rare we see that nowadays. Oh, Tim's
beaten up in the river, but yeah, assassinates on him. He's dead. You got to stay in the habit of reading it out though, because otherwise, you know, it's like you could miss it in the future. So you just got to keep sharp. That's why Script's here for us. Now taking some stacks on Jing and Carlo. But Gabby comes in and Flame Break. Not quite going to be enough to really secure anything for them. Arbed and Gabby able to take the majority of those, so all is good. Well, it's not. Arbed's getting owned, but he's got level 6 now, and he's got himself a Dream Coil. He wants to make some use of it, so he's going to smoke up with Tim's, head up to the top side, and see if they can find themselves a Beastmaster. But Beastmaster says, something doesn't taste right up in the air. And
yeah, really nice
gets himself on the tower.
I mean, they also have vision, to be fair. So they have a ward north of the mid-tier 1 tower. So they saw the smoke. They throw the scan just to double check to know the angle of the movement. But nice ward, nice scan. Arbed just can't get anything to go well for him in this game, and like, it is a very sniper favored matchup. We do expect these proceedings to be occurring. And oh, MJZ, you looked mid. Okay, nightmare dodge. All right, yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna be seeing some of those. That'd be cool.
Yeah. He also had a healing Lotus as well, so I was confident he'd be okay in that one, but.
It's more like you just this sniper, as soon as you come to mid lane, if he sees you and he just wants to get you out, he already puts you down. And Gabby, Also getting put low a little bit if they were to commit harder, but they decided not to.
Yeah,
it feels like
Blacklist
Blacklist are
double
desperate.
ring of protection and Helm of Iron Will, so taking down this Centaur Warrunner is no longer an easy task.
It does feel like Blacklist are trying to get things going, right? Like they're smoking to top lane. Gabby's playing behind tower, hoping to force out some rotations. Like they're really trying to make some statements in the game. And throughout this chaos of doing nothing, they are at least enabling Medusa to free farm, right? We've not had to talk about her. Palos, 95 CS, 12 denies, only 1,000 gold away from that Manta. Like we've rarely had to really look at her, and she is just completely free farm. A Beastmaster would not really shut her down in lane. Against Medusa, it's more what you do in the team play rather than the the laning phase, at least in this draft.
Yeah, but conceptually, Sniper v Medusa is a bit of a weird matchup because Sniper is one of the few heroes which can just outrange her. So will that cause issues for Paulus? And do you think he's going to like amend his build or something to try and fix that?
This game's going to get quite difficult for Medusa because playing against 2 cores is always going to be hard, especially 2 farmed cores. And throwing some like Beastmaster Roar to contain her, the range of Sniper you just mentioned, Lifestealer buying an Aghanims to then disarm the Medusa. And there's so many ways for them to annoy her. The damage reduction of the Rubik Fade Bolt, BQ Piercing Lasso of Batrider as well. Like, it's not going to be a good game for a 4 Protect 1 strategy. And right now, Blacklist and how they're playing, it is going to be a 4 Protect 1 strategy. They are all in right now, Medusa. Sniper, Rubik, they are smoked up. They would like to kill this Medusa. I did at some point, but with the bat not being smoked, getting scouted by the Cobalt from the shovel.
Yeah. Jing's in an awkward situation this game as well on the bat where he's like, I want to kill people to get money for my Blink Dagger, but my Sniper's not going to move his ass anywhere. My Beastmaster's not really looking to like move on heroes. He just wants to sit in a lane. Everyone just wants to sit in lanes is his issue. So it's not really that high tempo game you're wanting for the Batrider. So that's going to slow down his game quite a lot.
Like you see from the map spread of Darling, right? Like they were just chilling across all 3 lanes still. It's 12 minutes in. They're like bringing a couple heroes to poke to a tower, but that's about it. Mid-tier 1 full, top tower falls. And during the draft, when I said about Lifestealer protecting towers, this will be the demonstration right now. Can he utilize Rage Infest to keep this engagement long enough?
Ooh, here we go. They're going upon him. They've got the grip coming down onto the Lifestealer, and that is a convincing move coming out from Blacklist. They managed to put something together, and their reward will be a Lifestealer in a tower.
And that is the benefit of having a Bane, right? If there wasn't the Bane, then after the Stomp, a Silence, then we're talking like maybe he gets it off, but no, just instantly grip him up, don't care. Don't allow him to do any shenanigans, and he finally does fall.
Yep, great kill for Blacklist. It's going to open up the map a little bit for them on the bottom side as well. Now, there is a response coming, though, from the side of Darling. Yaoi, Jing, Carlo, 3 Musketeers moving down to the bottom side of the map. I see it showing on front. Gabby going for the TP out. The Assassinate's coming through, but it's not going to be there in time. Gabby escapes with his life. Blacklist, they get out for free. And again, Jing, Carlo, the supports are just kind of empty-handed right now. They see MJZ on the side, but Nightmare comes down. And that will be that. Yeah, Carlo has spent the majority of his game literally just sitting behind the Sniper at mid, and it's looking like he's going to be continuing to just stay in the neighborhood. This is like the flip side of having a Beastmaster and a Lifestealer on your team, is that they just kind of want to chill. Beastmaster was just farming creeps, so he's not really in any danger. Carlo just abandoned him really early on and went to just babysit the Sniper at mid, so any aggressive movements they did try to make to punish Yaoi for this somewhat greedy pick was already covered by the draft, and that's something which is very advanced, and I'm happy to see kind of Darling pulling out the bag. Abed, all the lassos, not going to be in range. Abed gets away again. Very, very close, but Abed will survive through it.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Carlo. I'm liking his gameplay in these like slower games. Like when they have this like farming need built into their draft. Like when he played, I think it was Crystal Maiden yesterday. Sure, he died a couple times in laning phase, but the way that he just positioned himself in the river, like he keeps this river, he either plays top river or bottom river, but he makes sure he's playing there just to prevent that smoke, to prevent that movement. And in this game, do you expect a Beastmaster to die quickly? No, he's got Raw. The Lifestealer, sure, if there's a grip, maybe, but elsewhere? No. So I like the fact that he identifies like the weakest link, and he uses his body, his positioning, as Palos does escape very nearly going down, but
a little close. But
any TP council there would have been instant sniper TP into that Medusa's dead, but you're not finding him here. And if we look at the net worths, it is as somewhat expected. Medusa doing very well. The entirety of Darling farming quite evenly. And then Blacklist, Centaur and Puck trying to catch up where possible.
Yeah, they're just scraping the barrel. Taking whatever's left over. And the occasional kill helping out as well. So, Blacklist, obviously we've seen them make moves onto the Lifestealer with the grip. Surely they have to make a move onto the Sniper at some point. But then again, he's not overly farmed on Yaoi. Like, it's not an alarming amount of money on that hero.
I don't know if they can make a move though, right? Like, what's the move that they make? They can kill him off, but the way that Darling are playing, they're protecting Sniper more than the Lifestealer. So if it's a Lifestealer, sure, he's by himself. That's a simple kill with grip, but the Sniper's going to have a Bat Rider next to him, a Rubik, or at this point, for an Aegis onto the Lifestealer as well. Even jumps inside Carlo, so they're going to maybe do the old, the very well-known, the Carlo Rubik Lifestealer bait. Yep.
Well, they find the Bat Rider instead, and he will end up dropping very quickly and deep. But the Roy now comes down onto Gabby. Assassinate coming through as well. The right clicks will be there. Then comes the Medusa with the Stone Gaze, trying to hold them back as the grip is out onto the Lifestealer. It's Insanity. He's got the Aegis, though, so he's going to be all right. And it's MJZ will take the fall instead. Paulos TP's out on the sideline, just wants to leave. Tim's, he's not going to be getting out of this one, I don't think. That said, Scurry, 7 seconds. It's a long time to wait, and it is too long to wait. Goes down as well. The 1 and 2 survive on the side of Blacklist, but everybody else just completely killed off.
Yeah, they're going to need to drastically farm some items. They need something on Blacklist. If they're trying to make those moves, it cannot be at this position of the game. Like, I understand that they need to try and whittle down the Aegis to prolong the game. They don't want to just give them free Aegis, give them free movement. Because of course, Darling, right now, they're going to hit their stride. They're going to sit behind the Beastmaster, Sniper with that aura, hitting from range. Buildings are going to fall if Darling want to group up as 5. So I can respect Blacklist trying to get a quick 5-on-5 fight, but now they're going to crumble as soon as Darling move together.
Yeah, MJZ falls again, just trying to get some cliff control. I mean,
they
there's
found
damage
Sniper
onto the Sniper. It's a lot of damage onto the Sniper. Coming as well. Great toss back from Carlo. Not enough to keep him alive, though. The Sniper does go down. Carlo waiting Rift up to the high ground, trying to get himself away. The extra range on that helping a lot to get the Rubik into safety. Blacklist,
what a blunder from Darling.
They stay tenacious. Yeah, they stay very, very tenacious. They don't give up, and they do find themselves an opening to kind of get a bit of ground back in this game.
Like Lifestealer, he was showing on the bot wave, and then you have heroes showing on the top tier 2. Meanwhile, Sniper's like taking the mid tier 2 fight as well. Like this is the kind of the stack mentality rather than the team kind of discipline shining now for Darling. They're in such a controlling position. Sorry, they've done so much to get themselves here, but that one slip up, that one point in which they play the entire map, what they've been doing for 18 minutes, is what allows teams like Blacklist to find those opportunities. I think yesterday we didn't really see Neon find those punishments, and Blacklist, they're going to need at least 2 or 3 more to feel good, but it is signs of hope that Darling aren't just playing some flawless Dota this morning, or this evening actually, sorry, in SEA. Wait, is it afternoon? What time is it in SEA right now? Like 3-4 in the afternoon?
Second series starts at midday for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's afternoon dotes. And now this is what should have been happening from my idea of post Roshan for Darling. They are still lacking the Sniper, but the idea of just be a ball and hit buildings, force Blacklist off the map, force them back to their base, make them overlap their farm and their cores, and this will just make Blacklist struggle so much. And smoking up, running back down to mid.
Leaving as a team. Jump inside the Bat Rider, who's now got his Blink Dagger as well, so very, very scary bat. And they're going to reveal on the Puck. Puck already orb out, and he's got a phase shift off nicely as well. Abed should be okay here. Tim's coming to back him up as well. Jing not giving up the goat here, keeping the chase going. Insanity jumps out, pops a rage immediately, just looking to run them down, but can't find anybody at all. So Chase will be left empty-handed, and that is the issue with this draft as well. If you don't catch somebody with that Blink Bat Rider straight off the bat, then unfortunately you're not really going to be catching anybody at all. Raven has no Blink Dagger. That is your only form of initiation, and it is very weak.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They moved towards mid-tier too. As much as that smoke didn't find anyone, it did kind of force Darling to group up as 5 and go, oh, we're together. So there were 4 top snipers mid. That smoke felt kind of a protect the sniper as he shows type of smoke, and we'll see what their approach is now. Of course, Medusa very good at skipping waves with her Manta. Puck very good at being elusive on the map, skipping waves. Blacklist, they have the tools to prolong this game. It really is just on Darling to decide what to do.
But do they have the tools to survive the game, is the question. Like, when they come for that high ground, but you can't stay on map forever. One day you're going to be forced back.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just Darling now just move towards bottom. Like, they are just playing just really kind of just stable Dota, right? It's like they take top tier 2, they smoke to their mid sniper, they take mid tier 2, now they're going to bottom. And Blacklist though, they're smoking up now. They feel like Darling's being a little bit too comfortable on autopilot taking these outer towers.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can.
Throw just picked up for Paulos, so that's the timing they're looking at here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, smoke on smoke. Immediately gets revealed. Great jump in from Gabby. Finds the support to the backline. The Raw does come down as well as the grip onto Gabby here. Controlling him up, but Paulos is in. Trying to deal the damage. The coil is nice as well. Paulos just hitting away at Raven right now. Raven is getting low. Will get finished up. Finally, the grip comes through onto the Lifestealer. Insanity, he's getting so low and he can't get off the rage. He's silenced up, taking down the sniper as well. All 5 dead on the side of Darling. Blacklist from behind to find the fight of their dreams, T.
What a beautiful fight from Darling. Like the fact that they knew the position because they smoked on Darling. So they saw, like, wait a second, they smoked from the tree line. Instantly, blind centaur blink in, you hit the 2-man stomp. Sniper gets nightmared the entire fight. It was just flawless execution there from Blacklist, and to smoke around, and it really, I think, boils down to, I think Darling was just too comfortable, and Carlo, he shows himself mid trying to push out the wave, and
he's going to be able to survive mid, but Darling, so.
But yeah, what a beautiful play there.
No coil, yeah, Gabby initiation, just absolutely incredible, finding the 2 in the tree line. What more can you ask for from your centaur? And then they find everything went right. Everything went right. Like the Bane getting the Fiend Scrape onto the Lifestealer, that's another win condition for the fights for them. If MJZ can get that off, then they're happy. They're very, very happy. So, yeah, huge.
For Blacklist, their damage comes through control, right? Like if they can prevent the sniper and mitigate that damage source, then it's like it doesn't feel like they lack damage anymore because they're not having to deal with the overwhelming amount of the sniper headshot. And Jing, again, not having the best of games. We praised him yesterday for being quite a standout player for Darling, but struggling a little bit more against the seasoned team of Blacklist.
All of a sudden, Abed, who was absolutely ruined in the lane, who didn't even know what a creep was until 10 minutes in, suddenly finds himself in a mega kill streak. He's 5-0-4. And that's the thing, right? The sniper can never really convert the pressure he puts out in lane into a kill. So Abed kind of still able to just farm up a streak, and yeah, he's very firmly back in the game.
Yeah, Darling, they will be kicking themselves a little bit with the state of this game, of course. They do have I mean, this game is like, it could ideally, I want it to last like 75 minutes. I want Medusa to struggle going high ground for like 3 attempts. I want Darling to then run down mid, take a Rex, but then get wiped, and then Blacklist to run back down mid, but then buybacks and then they get wiped, and then I just want this game to be just like some awkward stalemate of like Medusa versus Sniper, like with us to never leave it.
Rapiers.
Yeah. Like
I think that's my number.
I just think that I just want to be in this game forever, and it has the potential. If Darling are able to execute just a little bit better in their positioning and fighting, based on the last engagement we saw.
That's another thing about Puck, by the way. My last point on why Puck is kind of busted right now. He is,
Radiant's bottom tower
I would
is
say,
under
the best super late game hero. Because there's no other hero who can just throw down a coil and get like multiple heroes caught inside like just guaranteed insane amounts of damage. You know, if you have like a rapier or something like that, or like a tier 5 neutral, you know, Stygian, something like that, then those heroes are dead. Like supports are dead. Like it's so silly.
It has a really good toolkit, and Panos also, talking about toolkit, just completed the MKB. They're walking up to the high ground now. If Darling aren't here, they're going to be knocking. They're going to force them back, and this is what Darling really wish they were doing with their lineup. They want to be the one utilizing that Beastmaster Sniper, forcing Blacklist around the map, but surprisingly, actually, Blacklist do fold, respecting that siege potential, and they do.
So Roshan is respawning up on the top side soon,
Yeah.
so
It's
actually
up.
on Blacklist to start
It's
pushing up
available.
this top wave. Yeah.
No one's really scouted it right now, and Darling, if they knew it was up, they'd be taking this quick. If a Medusa gets an Aegis in this type of game, it can get a little bit spooky. Like, I think when you think about the Sniper versus Medusa matchup, it used to be, of course, very Sniper favored due to the high ground defense, the range, but because Sniper can use that disperser to kind of run through the headshots, run through the shrapnel slows, then it's not as crazily one-sided, at least in kind of the open map fights. Once you get the high ground, sure, it's still going to be Sniper doing, you know, Sniper things, holding as strong as he can be, but both teams positioning for the top side of the fight. They want to get this Roshan, second Roshan, Aegis and Cheese in play. Whoever gets it should, in theory, have the confidence to be the first team to truly siege the enemy base.
Indeed. And then that's when the game starts to get really interesting, because neither of these teams does it look easy for them to go high ground. Maybe a little bit easier for side of Darling, but not by much. And once again, Smoke gonna get popped. They try to go for the Lifestealer, but the Rage comes out easily in time. Coil out onto Raven. Raven just stuck for now, cannot get Aurora off. He's popped the BKB. He's gonna break the coil as MJZ's probably gonna go down here. Still alive for the time being, though. He's actually be able to live on the backlines. Never mind, Eternity upon him with the Infest and does take him down. But now the Lifestealer getting controlled up for now. Paolo's entered the fight with the Stone Gaze, but get entered by the Lifestealer with the Ags. And he couldn't get off the damage, and now Arbed backs himself away, uses the phase shift to dodge out the assassinate. Yeah, we're taking damage from those Medusa illusions, though. It's got to be a little bit careful, but it does look like the fight belongs to Darling for now. They control the area, which means they control the pit. Blacklist, it's time to regroup and see what you can do. A little bit low on resources right now, of course. Don't have those ultis. Can they get into the pit regardless?
And has a BKB coming out on Kura as well.
That's big. Slow move forward, starts down to Lifestealer. Oh, Roshan taking a swing at him as well. It's a little bit close with Insanity. He has got an Infest available. I don't think he wants to use it, because using that Aghanim's is so important for them. Of course, you get a reduced cooldown. Ying trying to poke and prod, seeing if there's anything to find here. They're backing away a little bit now on the side of Darling.
Like, the fact that we saw, like, quite a decently sized team fight, 3 supports dying in total from both teams, and then like you look at the ultimates, they're all back up again. 10 seconds for Stone Gaze, Stampede's available. We're just going to see a whole other fight. Lifestealer, though, he's pushing up mid, most likely going to be TPing back here. There's no way you just fully leave this area.
Yeah, pretty wild. The Lifestealer's backed off, so they can't really initiate on Darling for the time being. They have to just kind of slow it down. But, well, I say that, Jing just goes in and fishes out a Hoodwink anyway. How the hell did he manage that? Blacklist not really responding, just watching their Hoodwink get dragged away and pulled apart. And now Paolos, nice Manta. He's got himself the Stone Gaze, gonna have to use it here. Gabby jumps in for the stun, does manage to catch up the Lifestealer, doesn't manage to get the Sniper though. BKB's there in time as Beastmaster's getting blasted away at the middle, but Paolos is dead as well. 2 cores dead. The big carry from Blacklist gone. Nice call on the high ground from Arbed, holding back this Lifestealer and this Sniper, but Sniper just continuing to pop away and brings down MJC. Assassinate comes down with a bunch of ult chats coming through as well. Arbed, he's got to be a little bit careful. Another Assassinate coming down onto him, and he's gone. Flame Break finishes the job. Didn't have the phase available as Gabby jumps in, gets a sneaky kill onto Carlo, TPs himself out. That will be that. Sniper and the Lifestealer still plenty healthy, and they will go into the pit and they will claim the Aegis.
Yeah, this time around they found the jump, they got the kite out, and they prevented Blacklist from just killing off the supports, right? Like Blacklist, they thrived in that previous 2 fights back because they instantly killed off. Oh no, Roshan's going for a wonder. But like Blacklist, they did so well because they found the Batrider, they found the Rubik, and then they prevented Sniper right-clicking. Like there's so much pressure on this Bane. Like he needs to Nightmare the Sniper, he needs to grip the Lifestealer, he needs to, you know, enfeeble someone else. Like there's so much stuff for Bane to do that like there isn't enough control across the board for Blacklist, especially when Darling are actually, you know, really tuned in for the fight. And yeah, Aegis back onto Lifestealer. During that previous fight as well, Lifestealer, whilst he went into mid lane, he picked up an illusion rune. So he had 2 illusions, pushing out top, pushing out mid. So not only was he fighting at Roshan, getting an Aegis, he also farmed like, you know, 4 creep waves as well. Like it was, yeah, Blacklist. There were signs of hope, but again, this game, it really just feels like it's on execution. Like either team, they have the ability to win a fight. It's just on how do they enter it, what's their approach. And of course, with Team Darling, we do need to pause every single game. Unfortunately, Jing does not have the most stable internet connections. Hopefully, he'll be back soon.
Yep, quick reconnect from him shouldn't take too long. Yeah, I mean, for me, a lot of these fights is on MJZ, you know, like he needs to be positioned correctly. And that's the thing where you need to be close enough to the front lines to be able to get the spells off onto the Lifestealer, but also not too far in the front lines where you're just going to get peeped to death by the Sniper. And that area, which you have to exist in the Bane, is very, very small. Like the distance between too far away and not close enough is, yeah, it's a small radius. So MJZ's got to play it perfectly. And the last 2 fights, unfortunately, just wasn't really there. Got killed off on the front lines for the first fight. Second fight, just got peeped to death by the Sniper. So,
to be clear, this is a really hard Bane game. We praised him in like a previous fight for like what he was able to do, right? But the fact that not only is he trying to Fiend's Grip potentially a Lifestealer or a Beastmaster, right? And then Nightmare Sniper or vice versa. He then has to respect Sniper like you just said. Then he also has to respect the fact that he doesn't want to give away a grip, because once he starts channeling, Rubik will just steal it, and now you're probably going to lose the fight quite quickly if you do that. So it's like we're expecting so much from him, but also he needs to, during the intensity of a team fight, go, am I close enough to not be to Sniper to die? Am I away from the Rubik, or has he used spell still so I don't give away my ult? Like, am I going to get roared or lifted? Like, there's so many things. Like, this is the type of game where for Bane, if he's like, he has the Philly Stone, right? So if he can get himself to like Aghanim's Blink Dagger, I could see him just going for a just Blink ult Sniper. All right, my job's done, guys. This guy is out of the fight. Like that is what I would like to see him doing. I see him got Ags and Glimmer queued up, but I think he can go for some big Chad plays if he has the gold. Either way, Darling, they move up to the high ground.
Yeah, he's got to do with his base. Insanity on the high ground. Sniper sitting right behind him, keeping away. Tower is
nice infest.
Infest into the Sniper. Insanity dodging out the stun with that one. He trying to catch him off guard, doesn't quite manage to do so. Yaoi not really moving an inch here. He's going to sit in his little spot, ready to start peeping away once again. He's got Ancient Thunderhide to frenzy him up at the same time as well. But in the backlines, Jing, he's matched by the puck. Oh, what a catch from Jing!
The toggles?
Eyes on the middle lane.
And eyes on the toggles too. Arbed dies, Lifestealer nearly lost the Aegis during that time as well. Now they're jumping into the Batrider.
Yeah, they want a bit of revenge, but they don't think they're going to find it. Mana Snake not quite connecting. Yaoi just continuing to pop away. Oh, MJZ dragged down to the low ground. Yaoi just forces himself up to the high ground with the BKB. Chad Sniper coming through. Then Sanity's got the rage in just a second here. He waits, and he goes for Tim. Trying to chase him down, and does find that kill. Now moving across towards the Centaur War Runner. Infest not available for another 3 seconds here. Could be vulnerable, but of course has the Aegis, so doesn't really care. He drags some heroes out of position for this one, which he actually is doing. Paolo's got to be a little bit careful.
He couldn't get the infest off.
66% mana as a Sniper, taking heavy hits on the sidelines here. Trying to finish him up, but the cheese is there. Coil don't matter. Sniper's back to full. Once again, firing off some assassinates, and it does so much damage. As Insanity just on top of the Bane again. MJZ gets finished off. Gabi's just gone as well. Yaoi from the low ground, just backing up his Sniper, who's causing all sorts of shenanigans. on the front lines. Insanity, Duke. I mean, he doesn't care. He's just there as a giant distraction maker whilst Yaoi does all the damage in the back, and all of a sudden, 3 heroes dead inside the base. I mean, a very unconventional high ground push from the side of Darling, but it is working.
I love the Darling draft. I said that, what, 40 minutes ago, and they're doing so much work with it. Like, they finally, I think Aegis and Roshan and some of these calls were the issue, but they got the Medusa there. Gonna kill her off.
Oh my god.
They're trying to force the GG.
Palos, no mana left. He needs to get himself away. Does get out of this one just about. Stampede's gonna help out as well. They'll go for the reset on the side of Blacklist, but whilst they're resetting, whilst they're diving into the fountain to get their health and mana back, their barracks are just falling apart. Gabby, ow. You gotta respect the sniper assassinate's coming through, and that might be the end of Gabby. It's not enough damage. But once again, back to the fountain you go.
They going for megas, or?
Yeah,
I mean, they did all the heavy lifting earlier to take the tier 2s, right? So now they're positioning here. Cooldowns, only 20 seconds for Lasso, so might just want to wait that one out. Respect it. Of course, AC also coming out from the courier for the Lifestealer. Do they have a smoke? Could we do the old classic fake back and smoke play? Blacklist, they're chasing out the base, so they're smoked up. They want to find something.
Smoke on smoke, pop once again. Gabby is going to be able to connect onto the Ruby. They'll get something here.
Detection?
Sniper still waiting behind, though. They're going on to Paulus. They want to take him down. Nightmare's going to buy him a little bit of time, but it doesn't matter. The damage is coming out thick and fast onto the Medusa. Gabby comes in with a stomp. It's not going to be enough to save him, though. Or maybe it is. Paulus gets off a lot of damage before he goes down. They're going to be able to kill both the Lifestealer and the Beastmaster before they drop it. Yaoi just popping away at MJZ on the sidelines. Triple kill for the sniper. Is there anybody left to stop this madman? Assassinate coming down onto Tims. He's gone as well. Ultra kill on Yaoi. They just not dealing with this backliner. Only Puck left to defend. Hot barracks up for grabs now for the side of Darling.
There's a buyback on Medusa. Puck. 25 seconds for coil. This is, I mean, Sniper can go for it, but being half HP, no BKB, I feel like Abed might want to rush back to base, get a little bit of life in him.
Dire's top tower is under
Still pretty awkward.
No
It most likely will be a
from
mega
Dire
creeps
at all,
here.
so looking like it will be, yeah.
Oh, Abed's TPing in. They go for it. They
Go for it. Buy back on the Medusa. They need to make this catch happen. He's got the coil. Does throw it down at last, but Carlo's just here. Glimmer Cape, mech, 4-star, lift, everything for Yaoi. And Yaoi, he's gonna get out. Oh no, now the Medusa buyback. I mean, it keeps their barracks
the
alive, but
the catapults.
top barracks are under
uh-oh.
attack.
Uh-oh, catapults are gonna mega them. There's no one here to stop it. Down it will go.
Dire's top barracks
Mega creeps gained. So the buyback from Paulus did absolutely
Oh
nothing.
yeah, look at you, Cardi. Hell yeah.
Dire's middle tower
The
is under
MVPs.
attack.
Oh,
Not the
It
12
does
and 2
feel like-
sniper. The 2 catapults.
like for Palos, he had such an incredible start to the game, right? He had like his Manta, Disperser, and then we see him by like MKB, they go bottom. Like, they tickled this bottom tier 3, and then ever since then, they've yet to find that fight. And of course, Darling, their position, they don't want to let it down now. As soon as they find someone with Jing, they're going to lasso, blink, 4-star, boots of bearing, drag them back out of the base. They want to get this GG in game 1. Glimmered up temporarily. There are sentries in base.
Does feel like this would be the final barrage from Blacklist. Maybe Darling butcher the fight, misinitiate, but at the same time they can also just leave the sniper here, force them to come to them. That's the problem with the sniper range as well.
Has fallen.
He can just do this if they have a vision.
Tower is under attack.
I'll just stop him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It turns like what should be Blacklist being on the defensive into actually Darling are the ones on the defensive because they're just defending their sniper. They've got the position.
Dire's middle tower has
Bye-bye.
fallen.
Nice tier 4s.
It's the fact that you have like
Well.
the boots of bearing, you got double 4-star, the glimmer, the mech. Like, there's so many ways to save this sniper. That it's not as simple as just one hoof stomp kill. It's as soon as you hoof stomp him, that he's gonna be what 3-4 stars away. Quick BKB though.
Very quick BKB, and Gabby will not be surviving through this. He's gone. Insanity now jumping inside the Medusa as well. Stonegaze will come down. Palos, he needs to get off his damage here, but he's just not going to be able to do so. Even using the Hurricane Pike onto the Medusa to force Palos back and even taking away a good chunk of his HP. They'll be able to catch the Bat Rider on the side, but meanwhile, it's GG. That's it. They use their spells, get nothing for it, and the Ancient will fall. Game number 1, it goes to Darling.
Quite the game. No, I see their draft and it feels so nice. Like every hero they picked, it made sense. Like it connected, it free flowed towards each other. Like I'm seeing like this first pick Lifestealer into the Centaur, then they pick up a Rubik to then cover the, if you want to go for any of these counters, our Rubik's here to then counter your counters to our hero. Like I don't know, it was really nice. And then they pick up a Medusa, and it's a difficult pick because you want a hero that can maybe punish a Lifestealer like some Naga Siren, but then you have the Beastmaster that kind of kills off the illusion based heroes, so you can't go for that route. And then with the ultimate last pick, they see Medusa, you pick mid sniper, it's a double whammy counter, right? Like you counter the puck in lane, you counter the Medusa in the game. And sure, there are moments where Blacklist showcased their kind of the ability to be, you know, a team at the international stage, you know, but like they smokes these finds. But I think their draft just held them back so much that they were never really able to fight into Darling. It was always farm for the next item, hope for the next smoke. There was never some clean like, oh, Arbit's going to pop off at some point. Gabby's found that initiation. It was just, I think, too difficult from the draft, and Darling showcased that, yes, they might not be, you know, the team that's been together for the longest time, but they are individually so good that they are just popping off so well.
Yeah, and it's kind of just this big old wave the Lifestealer in your face whilst the sniper's doing the peeping on the background. 40k damage on the sniper at the end of the game. Only 18,000 on the Lifestealer, which is, you know, kind of what you expect because, you know, the Lifestealer's just kind of running around, jumping inside people, messing with them with Radiance, you know. It's all about Yahweh on the backlines, like absolutely giga carrying this game. What a pick as well. Like, I mean, heads up drafting from the side of Darling to identify that one, be able to pull it out the bag. And yeah, absolutely catch Blacklist off guard with it. And Blacklist kind of just get drafted their way into a 1-game down loss. So we'll see if they're able to recover from this one. I'm sure they will. But what are they going to bring to game number 2? That's what we're going to be finding out after this short break. We'll see you in a bit.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
Hello and welcome back to Dream League Season 23 SEA Qualifiers, where we are now into game number 2 of Team Darleng versus Blacklist Rivalry, battling it out in a lower bracket best of 3. Blacklist Rivalry now one game down after a surprise sniper pick turned them inside out. T Governor, I mean, how do you feel the mentality of this team is now? You get knocked down to the lower bracket, you lose the first game, you know, how does that even feel?
It of course feels, disheartening. I think this is going to be one of the easier games to deal with, though, because you can just look at the draft and go, these 2 or 3 points for the reason why this game got really difficult. Yes, in play it could be easier, but the way in which they approached it, it's too much. And I think at least so far in SEA, I seeing these teams go for some like Centaur and a Bane, allowing for big counter picks. Like if I feel like Centaur and Bane are too static of a heroes that don't do anything on the map, that greediness suddenly just thrives against them. So I think if you are drafting against Darling, respect that they are in your face, aggressive. They are strong drafters as well, but you need to be able to fight them just a little bit. And I think Blacklist, they played a game that was not as if they'd done their homework on Darling pretty much. It just felt like they were drafting for themselves, doing their own thing, hoping to like strategically win the game in the kind of the moves they make. But no, that just wasn't to be the case.
Yeah, and I think they left themselves open a little bit to the sniper a bit too much. Like it's a hero which we have seen played. That's the thing on the international stage. It's a hero which you should be ready for if you do leave it really open. And they didn't have the catch, they didn't have the reach, they didn't have anything to really get past the front lines. So yeah, you have lifestealer answers, but you don't have any sniper answers. So the lifestealer's happy to just run at you, get loads of farm, run at you, be unkillable, whilst the sniper in the backlines can get off all the damage, and you just cannot get to them. So yeah, need a better answer in game number 2. Obviously, the puck getting completely shut down was a big factor of that. But again, for me, it just all comes down to that one pick, a real gotcha moment, which Blacklist are probably kicking themselves for. So there's nothing left to do other than get into game number 2. Draft is now live for this one, so let's jump into Team Darling versus Blacklist rivalry and see exactly what's getting picked and banned. As usual, we've got the DK taken out of the pool. Chen is gone as well. There is a Timbersaw still sitting around if Darling don't want to get rid of it here and maybe grab it for themselves. What do you think?
5 seconds remaining.
Because
I mean, Timbersaw.
Sorry, I want to. Could you please say it again? I'd fully zoned
That's
out.
all right, mate.
I was
That's
so
all right.
chill. Hit me again.
So Timbersaw, obviously the second most contested hero in Dota at the moment. 98% pick ban in DreamLeague Season 22, and it's gotten through the draft. And it's still not picked up. They choose the Mars instead on Team Darling. All right.
We'll see if they go for it again. So for against Blacklist, it has been banned out by Talon. It was banned in the second phase by Mag Indonesia and ignored him, actually, then picked. So it does seem like, at least here from this Dota buff couple games, like it's not always first phase banned, but it's respected, right? Like second phase ban or pick. So yeah, we'll see. Interesting enough that neither team went for it. Maybe they entertain it in a little bit, but yeah, they're opting for team fight instead.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, I guess, considering how last game goes. Like, this region is all about the fighting. It's all about the brawling. We don't really see any team kind of just choke out another through map moves and kind of crushing the lanes alone. It's a pretty even region in that regard. So it will always come down to, you know, outfighting and outperforming each other. So I guess for that situation, then this Mars and Shadow Demon pick makes sense. And I do really like Shadow Demon as well. I think Shadow Demon is a very, very good first phase hero. Mars, I'm not so convinced on, but Shadow Demon definitely.
5 seconds remaining.
Save it offers you is really crazy. The ultimate, obviously, very, very good. Every carry player, every mid player knows the feeling of jumping into the front lines and then just getting a demonic purge thrown on you.
I'm trying to think more about this Timbersaw. I'm kind of just having a gander. It does feel like potentially the team fight route is obviously where they want to go. I think Blacklist are in obviously a better position to pick it, but knowing that you can still pick it mid lane allows it to be viable for either team. Between the two openings, like you were mentioning with like the save of SD, I would like them to at least have some early game damage on Blacklist, because like an SD pick can allow your team to be very aggressive because you know that saves in play, or like you mentioned, that demonic purge is also available. But it does play a little bit more of like I make my own stacks for my team, jungle efficiency style hero. You kind of want to just play for that reaction as well. So this SD can easily become a hero that can help your team go forward, or because you picked the SD and you haven't drafted for it, you're now just super defensive the entire time. So I think for Blacklist, after that first game, they just need to be mindful that they don't forget what they need to do to beat Darling. And if they do, then of course we might have just a repeat of they can't make any moves, they're stuck making stacks. And a bold say you're bold, but to go first pick SD into Crystal Maiden, like, okay, no flexibility, no surprises in the draft, just straight up, this is our support duo.
Yeah, very backline heavy, you know, don't really have that hoodwink or like the Elder Titan or something to kind of get into the front lines, give you a bit of AoE lockdown. None of that, just a savior and a kind of initiator in the CM. I mean, I don't hate it, I don't think it's bad, but it's definitely not like, not wowing me, it's not exciting me. And you have to make up for it in your next picks as well. Yeah. Limits what you can really put out in the offlane. But then again, I think the offlane is probably like the lowest variance role in terms of what you can pick. I think you can get Timbersaw as like a damage dealing offlaner, and then every single other left offlaner is just like, hi, I'm the initiator. I'm a big tanky boy in the front lines who jumps in and initiates the fights for you. And there's nothing else. There really is nothing else right now. It's a Mars, it's a Tide, it's a Centaur.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess we did have Beastmaster last game, who's a little different.
Keeper of the light.
Ooh.
That certainly worked out. I'm going to have Rubik Coddle coming out from Darling.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we saw Darling play position for Kotl yesterday, and it was very potent. Like the way that Jing played it, just he was going for all the utility items like the Force, the Vessel, the Glimmer, going for the Aghanim's for a little bit of more soft control. Like he went for like a 1-1-3 build, maxing the Chakra to ensure that he was amping up his teammates. And in this game, like you're going to be able to help out your Mars and yeah, exactly. Like it's like if you have correct spellcasting heroes, support Kotl thrives. If you don't have good stuff like that, then mid Kotl is better because of course you don't want to amp anyone else up, you want to amp yourself up. So for Blacklist, I like the fact that they at least pivoted their draft just a little bit to ensure, like when I was saying about this SD pick, when as soon as you pick SD, you need to decide like what type of game plan you're making. And now they've gone for the defensive approach. I spoke about the jungle efficiency of an SD, the fact that you can play on your own side of the map the entire time, waiting for that moment. This is exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be baiting Darling into them, and when they come, then it's disruptions, and it's boats, and it's X's, it's torrents, it's torrent storms, it's like everything possible. Meanwhile, Luna's farming up the jungle. It's a nice approach. It's we're one game away from being eliminated. Let's not try and be aggressive and set the pace of the game. Let's play our own game, be defensive, not feel under pressure, and wait for that opportunity to arise.
Yeah, you can see how it makes sense. They just want to keep their Luna ahead. And these three heroes in the Conquer, Crystal Maiden, Shadow Demon, they can go and get shit done on the map. Very single target for sure. But if the fight does break out, then you've got those Torrent Storms, you've got the boats, as you were saying. So it's like, initiation-wise, it's very single target, but you still have the team fight there to be able to really bring it to Darling when you need to. So it makes a lot of sense what they've picked up. Like, this is just a very stable 4 heroes, I feel. Yeah, it's not like your big AoE initiation. There's none of that, but I think that's fine. I think you can get away with it. And Ember Spirit comes out for Darling on the 4th pick, so they're going to grab their mid laner early and go for the carry after the 2 bans here.
Yeah, and another hero that will happily utilize the Keeper Light. You're going to Chakra for Sleight of Fist. For the Mars, you can Chakra the Rebuke. So you now have 2 big cores that have immense damage that is going to be on a reduced cooldown. And at least with the Ember, you're going to be a hero that can poke out some of these spells. Like he can go in, if he forces a boat or a Torrent Storm from Kunkka, maybe even the BKB from Luna in the kind of that first 20 minutes. Of course, when Luna gets way more farm, then she can brush off the Ember quite nicely. But I think for now, at least, it is all aggression from Darling. Like, play out your lane, get a couple cheap items, try and take the fight. They don't really hit towers, they don't really hit Roshan, and they don't really end the game right now. So as much as the game will be fun for them, killing them, some 20, 30 kills, they just never end it. So this final pick does kind of need to provide them a little bit of that, or at least secure the game in a we can just win every fight and scale. Like, I don't care if they can't hit towers to some degree, as long as they overwhelm the kill category.
I'm thinking, so if to do the things you mentioned, for them to kind of get that scaling and get that like one hero they can play around, I think the option is Morphling. The other option could be Monkey King if they want to be aggressive. Oh,
Nice.
you'd love to see it.
Good job,
All right,
mate.
final pick now from Blacklist. But yeah, I mean, you can expand on the morph if you like, or you can talk about what Blacklist need. It's up to you.
I think the morphling allows for the speed in which they want to play. Like going for some
10 seconds.
Manta
remaining.
Vlad Skanda build, you want they're going for the option of
5
if
seconds
you slight change the hero, you want to be able to reposition your entire team onto that hero instantly and get a kill. If you hit an arena spear, you want to be instantly getting a kill. Like for example, in that previous game, when you have like this Medusa style carry, you need everyone to be in the perfect place to sync up the damage. Same thing with the Gyrocopter yesterday's series. Like you hit the spells, but if the gyro's not in position to flak, then what's the point? A morphling never has that problem because you have waveform into then the adaptive to ensure you do that damage. And yeah, it allows you to hit towers. It can do Roshan. Obviously, you need some items on everyone to do it, but it's going to give you at least access to playing out the mid to late game with, we've killed them, now let's go look at that next thing to do on the map, where other carry options would have just been only kill focus. So yeah, I think Morphling is that perfect middle ground of just both fight with the items and progress the map. Blacklist though, they need a mid lane. I kind of think if they just pick any... They could also go
Darling have
mid
banned
conquer.
offlanes, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, whereas they could just go offlane as well. Yeah.
There's very little left in the pool for offlane now. I was just looking and like everything is gone. There's been so many offlane focused bans, so you might be forced into picking your mid here.
I'm guessing
Even if you-
Doom... Is Doom available? Oh, Doom was
Banned
banned.
last
Whoops. Yeah, my bad. Didn't see that. Is
So the three
is
most
Axe
popular
available?
offlaners were
Some
Timbersaw,
Gabby Axe?
Mars, and DK. They're all gone. Yeah.
Knights? Ooh. Okay. Ooh, this is going to be... Okay, so an interesting pick. So it's very cool if you get to, like in the 30-minute plus stage of the game, right? When everyone's got items on Blacklist, when everyone's got their BKBs up, their items, and they're flooding around the map, then sure, this is very spooky. My only concern for Night Stalker is it is incredibly strong. Like the silence against Morphling early on, finding the supports in the back line, punishing a Ember Spirit pre-BKB. I'm just a little bit skeptical on like, what do you do in the first couple moves from Night Stalker? Like Luna needs to go with the Night Stalker, with a Kunkka to hit a tower. So there's a lot of demand on cores overlapping to make this Night Stalker feel good. Because in the damage department, you're not really like what is like some CM spells, some boat, a Lucent Beam, Eclipse maybe. Like there's no real innate source of damage compared to the Arena, the Fable, Illuminate, the Slight Spams. So yes, it's a very good Night Stalker game. Half an hour in, mid to late game, it will cause some issues potentially early on because it's not going to have the most laning presence. It's a very weak laner. So I still think Darling have everything to play for in the early game. If they slip up, make a couple mistakes like they did in that previous game, this game will get harder. The vision will get choked out from them. The tankiness of their Blacklist will thrive. But I think Darling have a good shot, of course, early on.
Yeah. I'm getting some real throwback vibes here, though. Like, I'm pretty sure if you go back in time, TNC, ESL Hamburg, maybe. This is purely off memory. I'm not looking back. I'm just trying to remember where I saw it. But I'm pretty sure when Gabby and Tims were on TNC and we saw the Gabby carry Night Stalker back then, they were a team which was like really, really popping off with it. Like it just takes me back to it. Takes me on a journey. So nice to see this coming back, even though Gabby is an offlaner now. It's yeah, it was a fun little visit to the past, but obviously very, very different situation now. And yeah, as you're saying, like I think this is a really hard draft for Blacklist to make work. It's just like a lot of heroes which feel like Conquer and Night Stalker really don't want to fall behind here. He says Ember, smiley face.
No, it's I think for Blacklist, like this is a very clean looking lineup. I'm just a little skeptical on them making moves, but with any pro team, the logic will be if your draft can't make moves, just don't make them. Don't force that one smoke you don't need to do. Make sure you focus more on playing that lane a little bit better, blocking the camps to ensure the wave's always in good spots. Like if Blacklist can just be efficient early on, dodge early ganks, ensure that they get to their 20-minute timings of, let's say, like some item plus BKB Nightstalker, some BKB Luna, then yes, they should in theory be very happy with the heroes they have. It's just the journey there could be a little bit turbulent, but they are starting strong. Potentially finding Jing here.
Gonna do a little bit, but not enough. They will be able to take him down. Tims will grab the first blood. Almost game-changing first blood hero, but definitely makes a difference.
Really now, you should have seen that coming.
Okay. Did you see that?
I didn't know what.
Tims walked under tower in full view of the Ember Spirit, got attacked by a tower. I was like, there's a ward here. I know it. Maybe that's not what happened. Maybe he's just placing a sentry down preemptively, but it did look like that's what happened. Who knows? But either way, first blood. Got to be happy with that on the side of Blacklist. Starts them off on the right foot. So how is this Nightstalker lane going to go? Because that's something we talk about a lot when we see this Nightstalker hero drafted, is that you need to be able to secure his lane because he's just not a strong laner in the off lane. And he is likely going to give this Morphling a pretty free time, right?
Yeah, no. So the reason why
Got him!
Got him!
Got him!
Damn! Admin! Get Gabby, go! Yeah, see Morphling knows.
Draft penalty game 3, please.
Oh, no. I think Gabby meant it was so beautiful that he was, stuck admiring that he couldn't focus on the game.
Anyway, tell me about this Morphling Nightstalker matchup. Please.
So Nightstalker, when you look at his toolkit, he doesn't have a spell like a level 2 advantage like other offlaners. Like, leveling Crippling Fear doesn't provide him any access to a kill. Like, it's, some 3 seconds silence that costs 50 mana? It's nothing really. His aura only works at nighttime. So the reason why Nightstalker is always going to be weak is that the first 5 minutes, he only has 1 spell. He has good stats to kind of complement that though. He has high damage, 5 armor. But these aren't the tools required to ever push out an enemy carry. Compare that to like a Centaur where he has Hoof Stomp, Double Edge, like a Axe that has Battle Hunger and Spin, right? Like, it's really quite the opposite. So for Morphling, it really shouldn't ever be dying here, even though he is getting punched just a little bit. There is a world where maybe exactly as Nightstalker hits level 2, if he's on top of the Morphling with a silence, Morph could die. But there is one instance.
Do have disruption. Yeah.
There's like one instance I can see a death, but no, Morph should very much free farm in this lane.
I do wonder if he gets off disruption and then Nightstalker gets on top with the silence, whether he can still get off the Morph. I feel like he can, but I don't know for sure.
I can always see Tims is using the logic of disrupt the Morphling and use the illusions to kill off the Rubik there, but it wasn't the tower.
You think that's the better option, or do you think it's better just to try and force the Morph to go a little bit more strength, limit his last hitting potential?
I think you can easily waste quite a lot of mana on this hero without damage sources, and that's kind of what would happen, right? Like, you just use your mana, Morph will be like, oh no, I'm strength shifting. Agi shift down, eat a tango, back up again, so I think you kind of waste your time because of the Nightstalker. And top lane, we've yet to speak about it, but CM Luna, a very kill-hungry lane in the certain matchups, but playing into a Keeper Light that has Illuminate, the Blinding Light, they're going to be able to prevent the right clicks, push the wave in if they want to. So I think Darling are going to be very happy with their laning setups.
Luna's always that hero where you have that choice. You know, you can level Lucent Beam. One thing I really like, which Shiro does a lot on LGD, is that he likes to level Lucent Beam and then take the portal down and go gank the enemy carry at level 6 when you've got 3 points of Lucent Beam and a point in Eclipse. And it's just so much damage coming from behind. It's really, really strong. Are you expecting Paulus to be greedy build or active build, or see how it goes?
I think he should just go full greed. Like, poke Raven just a little bit in lane, but expect your SD to make stacks. Expect your team to be efficient in their kind of jungle and defensive moves, and ensure Palos can match that with his timings. You don't want to make stacks and Palos be like, guys, I have 1 point Moonglades. Please give me, I need 3 more levels. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it can always be an awkward one. Moonglade's kind of thrive or die spell sometimes. I mean, it's funny to look at how people level it up. Generally speaking, if ooh, hold on, Raven getting beaten down a little bit here. Busy. It's just harassment though. They're just kind of securing the lane for themselves, make them too weak. Oh, Tims, he's on a cliff. What the hell? Carlo, He's absolutely ruined him. Then Sanity going to be absolutely fine. Trying to catch him out with the poison, but he's just chilling. Carlo.
Yeah. If you ever step too close to a cliff, these Rubik 5 players, they just giggle to themselves like, yes. My main goal in life is complete, and he is going to destroy his own ward. Of course, the ward did give away the ability to cliff.
Wait, Tim's, no. Tim's, what are you doing, buddy? Okay.
Don't go back to the cliff.
He didn't have the vision. He got really close to that cliff. If it happened again, it would have been quite the disaster. And how's our mid lane going? Griff leads us over to the lane we haven't talked about yet. And with good reason. They're just kind of taking chunks out of each other. Just two melee boys smashing away. Abed doing quite a decent chunk ahead at the moment, so he's coming out with a bit of an advantage. Hard for the Ember to lane into him, I guess. Doesn't really do much against Tidebringer.
Yeah, but going for the 1-1-3 build just so he can focus on his own efficiencies, making his own... I mean, I thought... Okay, he's going to stack this. Ooh, okay. Level 1 chains. Doesn't last long enough. Okay, I was worried he was mistimed that, but perfect timing. Great job. I think for the mid lane, this is going to be about that 6-minute rune. Now, if you get some like haste or DD rune, Kunkka might then look to maybe TP to a side lane, especially this bot lane. Morphling, it is relatively hard to kill, but you throw in some Kunkka plus Night Stalker silence, like that's the type of move you want to make to open up this tower. 2,000 gold lead though for Blacklist.
Look at the wards around the middle lane, like Yoe's not moving anywhere without being seen by at least 10 wards.
They know that this Ember wants to be active for sure.
Yeah.
10 seconds for the 6-minute rune.
Mid lane right now.
Yeah.
Ember even going back to base to make sure he's got mana to fight for this power rune as well, so it's about to go down. MJZ on the top side. Camping it. It's a DD. Yoe needs to go for it. Is going to be able to grab the amplified damage and now immediately unleashing onto these two. And MJZ is going to find himself very quickly running out of life. Although banishment does come in and Jing's just been taken down by Abed instead. Yoe realizing that this is no longer really a fight for him. He has to go back and protect his support and stop Abed just running around, killing off his team.
Yeah, so far it feels like, you know, Night Stalker, as much as we said that he was like a weak laner and bot, they also just weren't able to pressure the Night Stalker, right? Because the Morphling farms but doesn't kill. So now we kind of forgot to kind of enable that level of the logic where Night Stalker often gets pushed out of lanes due to his weakness. But in this scenario, he's happily farmed up. And that is where this net worth disparity is coming into play. Like, Night Stalker has nearly 3k net worth, same as the Ember. Luna and Kunkka are both pulling crazily ahead with the rotations towards mid. There's not really been that pressure, so yeah, Blacklist 2,000 gold lead. I've emphasized how important it is for them to play a very chill, stable game, wait for the items, and so far so good. And they may even kill the Morphling.
Oh no, that is not allowed. Gabby runs him down, catches him off guard.
That's the one death of the game that you're allowed to die to a laning phase silence. I mean, I guess laning phase is ending in 3 minutes, so shouldn't really happen again, but fair play to Gabby. You could see him looking relaxed for a millisecond and jumped.
Yep, crippling fear comes out and it's a sad time. Wow, great start for Blacklist International then, because they're just like firing all cylinders. This Luna's super happy. She's got herself Power Treads, Morbid Mask, 3 points in Lunar Blessing, 2 points in Moonglaves. Perfect build for maximum efficiency.
8-minute rune.
Yeah, it's going to go to Yoe again. Very hard for Kunkka to contest these, to be fair. Even with supports coming out as well.
That's behind more
to help. They're really, really heavy on the bottom lane at the moment. Insanity. Oh, he gets caught out again. He doesn't have the morph coming in for him right now.
He doesn't have mana
for the ultimate.
Oh, he does.
I think he's already popped the second silence, but it doesn't matter. Insanity's been able to survive through it all, and he's going to be able to waveform away. They'll go for Carlo instead, then Gabby will take his consolation prize. Move back across towards the Morph, but of course Crippling Fear. Cooldown for another decade. Level 1, very long cooldown. That said, they're not really giving up the go here. Blacklist keep on the chase, and has not got a whole lot of strength left in the tank. Insanity, very low indeed. Almost pops the poison, not quite dead yet. MJZ trying to find himself a target. They're still looking hit. They might be finding Insanity. Oh, he gets the strength morph up in time. Gabby doesn't connect. The morph gets away.
So much pressure getting applied to this lane. It felt pretty good for the first 5 minutes for Darling, but then the reality struck. Nighttime hit, and they hadn't done enough to stop Nightstalker from living the good life, and everything's being applied away from that Luna. That's exactly what you want to do when you have a Luna in your team. Drag the focus of the fight towards mid, towards bot. Allow her to hit her stride. They're replicating that previous game. The Medusa complete free farm. This game, complete free farm once again. For Darling, they're going to need to try and get this Ember into the game. Daily levels and supports will help as well. Carlo, he needs level 6. Koto as well, get that solar bind, get the spell still. And then maybe they'll be able to take a fight.
Jing's been doing a really good job on just helping this Ember Spirit get back into the game. He's made loads of stacks. He's using Chakra to give him his spells back and keep him healthy. But Mars is in a ton of trouble right here. Arbed makes the rotation. That said, need a little bit more. 4 stacks of poison. Tim's makes it 5. Palos here as well. Stun comes out. Poison comes in. And there comes a Tiebringer. Very nicely done from Blacklist. No help really coming the way of Darling. And it shows you a lot about their mentality this game and where they view themselves as a team in this game, because he was right under a tower there and nobody came to help him out. It was just the Connell sitting there with him. Nobody came to turn that one around. Nobody came to make a play happen. So Darling showing that they're not really looking to fight at all under any circumstances. They are just farming up on Yaoi.
Yeah, it's coming to the 10-minute mark as well.
Yeah,
like 10-minute mark, they want to get the rune, they want to do this. It's daytime, like you said. Like, they want to make things happen, but this Ember Spirit, every time he's gone for a play, he's either been disrupted or frostbited, and his desire to dive has been fully stopped. But sure, they kill off a Crystal Maiden. Now they finally connect on the kill, but he's axed up.
That was his last remnant, and now the silence comes out onto him as well. Yeah, he's going to need some help here, and I'm not sure he's going to find it. He's got no way out of this. Carlo's here. Lift up, throw back onto the Night Stalker. Sleight of Fist's coming out, but it's not going to be enough. Ember Spirit gets brought down in the middle lane. And now Jing needs to get himself back, as does Carlo. But Gabby just keeps on chasing Hunter in the night. Dark Ascension, all that's needed to bring down Jing. Gabby gets another.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What can Darling do?
Make them move in the middle lane onto the Crystal Maiden, but again, it's under a tier 1 tower, so Blacklist are more than happy to just press their buttons and respond.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at what they have in across their heroes, and I was expecting like this level of Blacklist aggression to kind of probably around like 20 minutes really be at its strongest. But yeah, they've been starting from minute 8, and Luna, they needed to kill her. They need to get something. More things even rocking up. Disruption.
Anyway, yeah, Disruption comes in, it delays things, but there's a lot of heroes surrounding Palos right now. I don't think he's surviving this one. Just trying to get some damage off before he goes down, but go down he shall. Palos does fall, and Spear's going to interrupt Tim's TP here, so... And now the chains as well. Tim's, he's also going to be another one brought down. Yahweh finding some much-needed room to start getting himself back into this game.
Yahweh just wants one rune, okay? Like, as much as he's enjoying getting, like, this odd kill or two, like, he's missed out the regen, he's missed out, like, some shield, he's missed out on the invis.
That's going to be a kill for Carlo, but at what cost? I won.
Something to note, Kunkka also went for an Orchid. Often we see, like, the BKBs, the Ags, all this stuff, but no, he goes straight for the Orchid. He's really just trying to threaten this Ember Spirit. Like, Ember Spirits, Pucks, these heroes, they like to go for cheap items and maybe try and delay the BKB as much as possible and push the limit. But now Arbed's bought this like 3,000 gold item, 3,500 gold item. He's just gone, if you don't buy BKB in the next 10 minutes, I will just destroy you in every single fight.
Scary. Those would be fighting words. Another thing we talked about with Blacklist, where, you know, their initiation is really single target. Obviously, throughout the lanes and the early mid, like, that doesn't matter at all because almost all of your fights are going to be started onto one hero. You just want to, you know, get that one kill and then chain it together with more. So that's going to work out perfectly for them. I'm interested to see later on when we're fighting over Roshan how that kind of affects them. But at the same time, if you're playing from this far ahead, then it's not really going to matter. Smoke up. Blacklist once again looking for aggression. I really want to find something with this Conquer Orchid. And that something is not Carlo. It's not who they want.
Classic Carlo positioning.
Yeah, he's so good at this, man.
Ooh.
I mean, both the supports of Darling have really impressed me throughout, to be honest. Orchid is now out on Tin, but
Night Stalker's coming.
yeah, MJZ from the high ground, just letting it go with the freezing field, forcing Ember Spirit back. And MJZ will survive through it all as Gabby finds Jing round on the sidelines. Carlo getting taken down by Abed now as well. He will fall. Well, I said both the supports on Darling have been impressing me, and now they're both dead. So, sorry, guys.
God damn it, Nomad. God damn it.
Yeah, that's on me. But well, Ravens just kind of farming up on the top side. Morphling also farming up on the top side, but I don't want to be anywhere near where this Night Stalker could be.
It's just, Darling, they're just farming whatever they can, right? They see a creep wave and some pressure bottoms, like, please go, quickly get it, whatever. And Morphling, sure, she has the Vlad's Yasha soon, but that is just no match to the speed in which all of Blacklist cores are farming. Like, Luna is about to complete the Manta. The Night Stalker is like a recipe away from BKB if he disassembled his Echo Saber. Like, they are looking to be so strong, and this is kind of the window of the game that I expect Blacklist to just be the stronger lineup. But the fact that they've dismantled Darling from laning phase as well, it is, yeah, this is a very strong game from them. And it just feels like they're playing so calmly as well. Like they're not, you know, playing emotional from the previous game, etc. It's just a very, you know, stable game, much better from that. Yeah, like I said, from that previous one.
Yeah, I suppose the Morphling pick, whilst Morphling gets a free lane from the Night Stalker also gets a free lane from the Morphling. You know, when you're picking Night Stalker, you're always like, oh, can he get out the laning phase? And it's like, well, yeah, Morphling doesn't do anything in lanes either, so yes, he does.
Yes.
Good read from Blacklist, very good read.
Yeah, Blacklist, like they poke across the river, then they sit back and they continue just looking for their next item. Like the BKB soon on the Kunkka as well. And Gabby's the one who's investigating, using that nighttime vision. He has bonus vision compared to everyone else. Runs around the map. He's gonna have to scout smokes easier. Probably shouldn't really die due to the limited lockdown that they have, unless it is a Blink arena from Mars. And it's surprising, Palos, he's been in bot lane for so long. He's been no pressure at all. Darling, with their smoke, they're smoking away from the Luna that was showing on wave. And they're gonna find a Crystal Maiden, but
be an easy kill.
I feel like I've said this before. I've seen a Crystal Maiden die in this exact position like 4 minutes ago. That's all they've been able to do is kill a Crystal Maiden at tier 1.
And last time they did get punished for it pretty badly as well. This time, yeah, they're a little more spread across the map of Blacklist, not really willing to TP in and respond to this. Their tower is not in any danger either. Like, Gabby alone is going to be enough to force back the side of her Darling. That said, Arena is available, along with the Blink Dagger. I don't want to see Raven do something here, but is Gabby that target? Yes, it is! Unleashing onto him they go. I mean, he does manage to get off the silence, but Raven very nicely just kind of stepping out of the silence to cast its spells and then coming back in for the right clicks.
It's a big
elimination.
Pickoff.
Good kill. Yeah, very big. Gabby a little bit just in their faces there.
Yeah, farming the camp to the right was fine. Farming that camp there or being in that position, it's just you've stepped a little bit too close to the sun there.
Yeah, and you're seeing supports and cords in the side lanes as well, so you know there's no one really with them. A little bit obvious there as Raven trying for another one. Just throwing spells at MJZ. Yahweh trying to help out as well. Moves across the high ground, sees Paulos though instead. Paulos considers the Eclipse, but then thinks, I don't know if this guy has any remnants left. Answer is he actually doesn't, so Yowie doesn't really care for remnants, though. We've seen this multiple times from him, where he's run in with no remnants remaining. Does come off cooldown now. Can he get himself way too slowed up? Gonna get blasted down. Demonic Purge doing so much work, and it finds them the extra kill onto Ying as well. Gabby is back in the backlines, and that's another support kill added onto the log pile for him. Raven TPing out on the tree lines. Will be successful in getting himself out of this situation, but still 2 dead on the side of Darling.
It somehow started with Gabby dying, but then also concluding with Gabby killing. So take that as you wish. I think Darling maybe overstayed their welcome.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, I do think we need to, kind of keep an eye on these remnants, Yao. It's been twice now where you've just been looking at the entire enemy team with no remnants in your pockets, and obviously they don't matter when Demonic Purge comes into play anyway, and if you do get Crippling Feared as well, then it doesn't matter if you have remnants or not, so it is just a difficult Ember game for sure, and over-relying on remnants will get you killed just as much as not using remnants, but...
He just really badly needs BKB. Like, if you go back and watch this game on like player perspective, like every single time he's jumped in, there's a Crystal Nova to slow him up, there's a Frostbite to contain him, there's a Disruption to save someone, the Night's looking on top of him, there's an Orchid from a Kunkka. Like every single hero other than Luna has a way of brushing him off. And Luna also, if she has ultimate, can brush him off just by going, hey, I might kill you with my ult. So it's a really, really difficult Ember game in that regard. And like it's only going to get harder. Like Ember from behind, you always feel like your item just doesn't really pack the punch in the game. Like if this was an Ember who was currently leading the net worth, yes, Maelstrom would be devastating. Slight spam from the Kotal, it's too much. You buy a BKB, how do I deal with him? But now it's like his BKB will be joining him like after the Roshan contest. Like right now, Blacklist, it could be as simple as take Tormentor 20-minute, move bottom, take daytime Roshan, give Luna Aegis, and take all the outer towers. Like that could be Blacklist's plan right now. Crystal Maiden getting the shot, a very good shot.
And it comes down to Raven, what can you do with these arenas? We've seen a couple of good ones, but will he be able to interrupt, find the pickoffs, because you're not really running at 5 of them and going for the 5-man arena. I just don't think that's going to work for this team right now until they've got a few more items on board. They are going for a Tormentor Terran, but one more thing to mention on the Remnant thing as well, a reason why we're seeing Yowie just pump out the Remnants early in the fight. Pretty much the interaction between Demonic Purge and Remnants, Fire Remnants, is really bad for Realm of Spirit, because obviously you want to be throwing out those Fire Remnants early so they have time to travel away, get to a safe distance, and then you have the option to jump to them, right? But that doesn't work with Demonic Purge. It's 100% slow in the first second of using that spell, and then you slowly get faster. So you throw out that Remnant early after getting Demonic Purge, and that Remnant is not going to move. It's based on your movement speed at the time of casting. It doesn't change at all. So once you've casted it, it just travels at your movement speed. So yeah, very, very bad against Shadow Demon. And now Aegis in the hands of Paulos. Luna sitting at almost 15k net worth at the 22-minute mark. Oh my goodness. He has so much money.
Yeah.
What's next on the shopping list for Paulos then? Feeling like a Kanda maybe?
Yeah, I think Kanda makes sense. You're already killing quite easily on zoom through the map. That you have your shard. I think you just go Kanda. Like Luna's one of the few heroes that Kanda doesn't look ugly on her. Like some bounty hunter Kanda kind of looks ugly. Some sniper Kanda in the wrong hands can look real ugly. But Luna just is super pleasant. Like she likes to use her beam anyway. She likes to have a crit. Like it just really complements her. She's a mixed damage type carry anyways. So yeah, just of all the heroes, very good.
Yeah, one thing I will say is it makes the Mask of Madness a little awkward is all for me. It is an 6-second silence on the Mask of Madness. So I guess the timing kind of works with Kanda actually. Maybe I take that back.
Yeah, just put one beam. Because also the argument would be when you have your talent on Luna at 15, you have a 4-second beam, right? So Mask of Madness will always be at a detriment to Luna in some capacity if used incorrectly, right?
Yeah.
Because you're taking away 320 damage from your second beam that you could have been casting. Blacklist, though, with that Aegis, are sweeping around the map. They've taken the top tier 1 tower. They push down to mid. The 3 tier 2s are still there, so there is going to be 2 glyphs in play here for Darling to use. There's a BKB on the Mars, soon to be BKB on the Morphling. Triple BKB actually coming out for Darling. This could be quite the surprise for Blacklist if they're not ready. They have BKBs of their own, but they're yet to really experience a fight where Darling's brought all 5 to a fight and tried to make a statement. They've sat quite quiet compared to their the previous game that they played, the way that they've shown us their Dota. But no, as the clock strikes 24, triple BKB is in play for Radiant. Maybe they look for a fight. 2.5 minutes on Aegis on the Luna. We could be seeing the statement being after that. We shall see. Luna doesn't care. She just hits high ground.
Waiting for Darling.
I'm setting the scene of the comeback, you know, compared to Palos, who's like, "Get me out of this game. Let me hit buildings."
Yeah. Well, I mean, I assume they're going to make some sort of play before they lose on Darling, but when will it be? I guess not into
before they lose.
Yep. Well,
Fires caster. We got him, boys. We got him, chat.
Take him away.
At Nomad Casts. There you go. I got the plug-in for you. I hope it's a good plug.
They are the best.
No, I think Blacklist are respecting the high ground defense of Darling, right? You've got Fade Bolt, Illuminate, you've got Slight Spam. It is very difficult for Luna by herself to really care about it. And that will always be the repercussion of defensive heroes. And they're smoking up themselves. 1:20 on the Aegis. They're hoping to find a pick off.
Gabby is such a tempting kill, and they're going to go through right now. Doesn't get a BKB off in time. Where did he go? All right, here lies Nightstalker. That was a very quick elimination indeed, and Chains landing onto the Luna. Probably not the target they want, though. 1 minute still left on this Aegis. Admittedly, no buyback on the side of the Nightstalker. They don't know that.
Good stuff there from
Raven. They
Raven.
want to force something here. They keep on going. They want to use this kill. Chaining into more. Again, Chain's coming out onto the Luna. This Morphling, he does damage with his adaptive strike, and they are just going to lose the... Oh!
She's on the high
A
ground.
blinding light puts her into such an awkward position. Where is she going to respawn? It looks like it's going to be on the high ground. Yep, BKB popped from Paulus, and... well, just to run around in a circle, BKB. It's not looking ideal. They found the Shadow Demon on the sidelines as Raven just blinks away. Doesn't want anything to do with Palos right now. Palos still holding the line. Blacklist have been outplayed a little bit here. Palos looking towards Jay. Firing some spells is over on the sidelines. They have actually got him to Mars at the same time, so split fight at the moment. Mars is getting taken down. Gabby's back from the dead, trying to go onto Raven here. Raven, though, gets himself back. Palos is now on him. Right click starts to come through, but the Spear of Mars going to force him away. Meanwhile, once again on the backlines, Gabby just trying to find a target, but they just can't lock anybody down. Blacklist really struggling to convert anything into a kill here. No BKB still for the side of Yahweh. Morphling, he doesn't have his. I bet going to pop his right now, so really no BKBs available except for Gabby's. Maybe coming off cooldown soon. Mars looking like he will get brought down here. Whoa, Eclipse drop for that one. The final ticket damage needed. Lucent Beam is all that's stolen from Carlo.
It's so awkward from both teams. They're both playing around their BKBs. They don't want to overcommit because they've already used them. Yeah, like the fact that the Mars was able to blink out is because Gabby's trying to use that Nightstalker ultimate, trying to push back the entirety of the Radiant team, you know, allowing them to just focus down that Mars. And it was very, very I think so many voices probably on both teams are screaming different stuff, and it just felt like there wasn't one clear idea. And eventually the Mars does go down, but I think for Blacklist, in the future fights, they're going to need to really kind of clean up who they're going on, because if that's the type of engagement they're going to present, where it's like a little bit of damage for everyone, I think Darling, they've had quite a struggle to get here, but they're showing signs of life. Like the net worth, it used to just be 3 Blacklist cores up top, but this Morphling, he's slowly climbing up the ranks, and potentially what we could see as well in the previous fight, he cloned up the Shadow Demon. So if he takes the Shadow Demon again and then just imprisons the Luna and gets some Lunar illusions, plus his own like illusions. Like this could be quite a nice mechanism to use to take the fight to Blacklist. And
very creative from Densanti for sure. Will it be enough to drag them back into this? Well, that's what we're going to find out. At the moment, still a 4K advantage for the side of Blacklist. Luna still very, very farmed indeed. The question now for me is, Blacklist, do they want to do anything right now? You know, maybe still a minute left at nighttime? Or is it just a case of waiting for that Roshan to respawn? I mean, it's not long. Under a minute. The minimum
seem to be
respawn
going.
on Roche, so yeah, they are looking to put pressure here. I mean, that's the thing. When you have this Lunar Shadow Demon combo, you know, as long as you're just as 5, like on either the jungle or the triangle of the enemy, then you are just going to naturally create a ton of mad pressure and make it very, very difficult for the enemy team to kind of play their game. Strangles the map a lot, this combo.
I'm just trying to work out how many Lunas could we get in a single game. So Rubik can steal Disruption, Morphin can steal Disruption, so that's 4. Then SD can use Disruption, that's 6. And then Luna can use Manta, that's 8. And then Luna is Luna, so that's 9. So we could potentially see 9 Lunas in this game. And then we'd have to do the ball game, which one's real. Of course, half will be Radiant. Oh, and then
that definitely thins it down.
yeah, but the more so the morph. But yeah, it doesn't matter. So the morph could either become the Luna and use Manta, or could use the SD to then. But yeah, 9 is the magic Luna number, I believe. It's a lot of Lunas. Really unnecessary information, but have you ever seen 9 Lunas in a game? Oh, and then the illusion rune. That's
yeah,
11
so
Lunas.
the maximum number of heroes possible, at least it used to be Naga Siren, where you could get 14 in total.
But have you ever seen the Wish version of that, where Luna can do it with 11?
I haven't,
But
but I could possibly see it. Woke up.
Oh wait,
gonna be the one
it's
on the
13.
aggressive
Sorry, yeah, I
side.
just got informed. 25 talent as well, so we can get to 13. Again, they'll be fighting for both sides, but I'm happy I've concluded this really pointless this angle. Thank you very much, Scriff.
Wait, where did the 13th one come from?
Because SD
Who's
2
talent?
charges disruption. Yeah. So we'll bump it from 11 to 13.
They replace the old illusions. Though,
Did they replace them? God damn it! All right, we're 11.
Sorry.
Scriff baited us. I blame Scriff.
I could be wrong. It has happened before. You'd be surprised to hear.
Oh, whatever, man. I'm so surrounded by illusions, so it doesn't matter. There's a big fight. Blacklist are smoked up. They're poking.
Gabby initiates, goes on the Coddle. It's a great target to start this one off here. If he can finish the job, though, the Gleipnir is causing issues, but he will get him down. Silence out onto Yowie. Immediate Manta out from him. He's holding on to the BKB as long as possible. Has a remnant back to keep himself nice and safe as Blacklist coming in hot here, but in comes out Arena, but doesn't find the initiation. BKB's too quick from Paulos and Abed. And now Raven, all he can do is sit here and die as another hero gets taken down. 3 down on the side of Darling. This fight is not going their way. Densanti trying to get out of this one. He's at the very least going to be forcing the BKB and TP out. X is there, but it's not going to last quite long enough. Densanti lives.
The strength of Night Stalker really coming through there. Like in the open terrain, when you just pop this Night Stalker roll, you're going to see absolutely everything in the fight. And Darling, there's no real safety for them, especially when there's a gem to prevent these Glimmer Capes on the double supports of Darling to shine.
Yeah.
Right. As much as they want to contest Roshan, I feel like Darling probably needed to be the aggressors, to smoke up, to find a pick, force BKBs out, but no, instead Blacklist. They get to position how they want to, they get to use the spells perfectly how they want to. They get the Aegis, they get the Roshan banner. And it does feel this is Blacklist games to lose in open map fight. Like every time they take an engagement, if they're together, if they're jumping the same heroes, it does feel like it's quite a one-sided game right now. It's when they are indecisive or when they get to high ground, it gets so much more difficult. And we will see how Blacklist want to approach this high ground. We've already mentioned how it is relatively difficult going into the amount of wave clear that they have through the Slight, the Illuminate, or the Fade Bolt. Multiple forms of delaying tactics.
Yeah.
Are there any big items that we're expecting?
With
Go on.
Raven as well, because you know he is all of their initiation. If he can't find the opening with Arena and Spear, then I don't see how these fights make much sense for them. So I really want to see a refresher, and that's exactly what he's got queued up. But of course, going for the Octarine first and the shards, so might be a while before we actually do get to see the refresher coming out on the Mars. But it feels really important for
Dire's
them.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, as much as Mars is an insanely good team fighting hero, it is hard to rely on him as the primary jump, especially against these players that are so quick to BKB. Like when you think about bot lane, when Gabby died to the spear into Arena, there was a very brief second where he could have maybe BKB'd, but because Raven used the spear first, summoning the Arena after, he then ensured that the connection hit. In the previous fight, he put Arena down first, then going for spear, and it just didn't really matter, right? Luna hits BKB, you take the fight. So it really is quite volatile of an initiation compared to that of, let's say, like a Ravage or a Black Hole. It's not as instant we see, we kill. But the fact that Darling are actually smoking up into the Aegis, into Night Stalker, who has ultimate available. BKBs are on cooldown though.
Oh, he's dead. He's completely taken out. Oh, no. Glimmer Cape got to keep him alive. Palos, I mean, he's got the Satanic, so he's able to just keep alive on the front lines here. In come the Glaives as well, spinning around, trying to finish off Raven here. He does get off the Arena, but will die immediately afterwards. But now, Palos on the front lines with no BKB is going to get ran through. That's the Aegis gone. And MJZ also taken out behind him as well. Palos coming back, looking for a target. It is going to be that Morphling he's looking at, but there comes a disruption out onto the Morph. But the Water Park, it's in, and it's doing so much work. They catch him in outside of the Strength Morph, and down he goes. 80 seconds, no Morph as they move on for more. Jing's going to get taken down as well. It was a bold play from Darling, and it has not paid off as 5 heroes dead. Blacklist, they are given a pretty dreamy fight there.
That's the type of smoke that you love making if there's not a Night Stalker in their game. I'm so surprised that they made that move. Like running up into the enemy high ground area without vision, into like they have a double dire ward in that jungle area. Night Stalker has ultimate. Sure, Night Stalker didn't have BKB at the start, but they weren't jumping him. They were jumping the Luna who had the BKB up, who had the Satanic up. Morph's now dead for 45, Ember dead for 30. Like Luna's in your base. Like things are gonna fall. Like sure, you might be able to poke her a little bit, but SD disruption, Luna uses Manta. They easily could take two sides here.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's
Darling, what can you do now? I mean, they're definitely a team which are very unexpected. You know, the move they make sometimes to the naked eye seem insane.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Taking a disadvantageous fight in a disadvantageous position against an Aegis. Sometimes you've got to try and catch the enemy team off guard, you know, looking for one or two fights, one or two heroes rather than the entire team. But of course, Blacklist just holding hands on the enemies on their own side of the map at all times, not willing to let this one go, just too vigilant. Like end up being on the suffering side of that. Raven finishes off his Octarine core now, so on the long path to refresher. I think at this point, pretty much 6 slots. Carlo. Yeah.
Walk up there.
Oh, Yahweh. He does have a remnant down there, so we'll be able to get back up to the high ground.
And yeah, Gabby with the nullifier. Ooh. I'm very scared to watch this next fight. It could just be over in like 4 seconds. Ooh, yeah. How do you fight now? You've got an Octarine on your Mars, so he wants to play long fights, plenty of fights. Nope, that's not occurring. You've got only a Gleipnir really as your damage source for your Ember Spirit. Very spooky. Gabby going onto the Ember now, trying to force out the BKB.
Yeah, he's going to get it as well. Ember doesn't really have much of a choice. The moment that Dark Ascension goes off, you know there's another Crippling Fear coming, so you gotta skedaddle.
Blacklist. If this game was a little bit closer, they could have done some. Actually, is there a Yules in the game? No, there isn't. So they could have technically done some like X mark the Luna, walk up, she presses Manta, clicks the build, and drag her back type plays. But it does look like they're not really concerned about hitting the buildings right now. It honestly could be the type of game where Blacklist just get an Aegis, get a Rax, lose it, farm, wait for the next Aegis, then take a Rax. It really depends on how aggressive they want to be here, especially with Night Stalker not having ultimate for 80. It does feel like they might want to be a little bit more reserved. Their posturing, though, does indicate something different, though, as they still are at the steps of the Radiant base. Scardy now complete on the Morphling. 2-2-3 on this Morphling. Hasn't really been able to enter the game yet.
No. We've seen a couple of decent fights from him, but for the most part, just been living in the shadow of Luna, in the shadow of the moon. Top barracks about to be revealed in all their beautiful glory. Glistening pair of barracks right for the taking.
Oh, they're doing it! They're doing it! Nice.
Bonk. Jing. Gotta be careful, man. These Candalucent beam hits are absolutely no joke. 2 Moonglaves firing out as well. And the X-Marks is there. See you later, buddy. No Yules available on the side of Darling, so this is just really a risk-free play.
Oh, but it's like you are not leaving. You stay here.
Yeah, you
push
push that high ground. We all know that feeling. You got to keep your carry players on a leash sometimes.
They're just playing with him.
Raven's looking though. Oh, that's a bad miss, and now he's in no man's land of not much of an idea. Though Paolo's dead. Jesus Christ, he's getting so low. They try to finish off the job here, and Sada jumps in, but doesn't find the connection. Despite the crazy amount of damage coming out onto him, our bet is very far on the front lines, but he's got a refresher up, so he's had to just pop double water park, get up the BKBs, and he's going to be absolutely fine as they just turn around and deal with the Morphling instead. Morphling needs some help, but he's not going to find it. The team is not there to help out. They are licking their wounds right now. No Morphling, 85 seconds, top barracks destroyed, burning, smoldering on the ground, and now the middle lane is all that's left for the side of Blacklist. Game number 2, looking like a very, very imminent possibility for them. Maybe one more try for Darling to hold this one out. I mean, Roshan is respawning. We'll see if Blacklist decide to go for it, or whether they just want to drive the dagger home. Forcing out the illusions with the spear is about all they can do. X-Marks are all going to be throwing Palos back a little bit as well. No buy on the Morph, but they don't know that on the side of Blacklist. They don't want to put themselves in a situation where they're caught inside an arena.
And now he's trying to summon a 6-man. Just summon Cuckoo in the mid lane with the banner. Hopefully it'll give them a little bit more life.
X-Marks plus Demonic Cleanse on the front line. Mars tries to jump in again. Demonic Purge onto him, and all he can do is awkwardly walk away. But with the X-Marks coming out along with the boat, he's going to have to force the arena here. And Raven, I don't think he's surviving through it. Oh, he gets out the other side of the arena. He's going to be okay. He lives for now. Nobody going down on the side of Darling, but at the same time, Blacklist, they've got one aim here. Carlo's just going to be a little side kill as they go for these barracks. Tower down, barracks starting to fall. 8 seconds on the Morphling. They might get a chance, but with no arena, I don't know how they do this. And they don't either. Barracks are going to fall. Mega creeps gained by the side of Blacklist International. They can get back, they can get Roshan, and go for the final play.
They don't want to do anything to give Darling an opportunity in this game. Get the Mega creeps, get that Roshan, get the Aegis. Secure everything. You're going to have some 35,000 gold lead by the time that you go back to that base. You know, death by 1,000 cuts. This draft from them, it is so obnoxious to play into. It's so tanky. It scales beautifully. There's so many different pressure points, and yeah, just the way that they played it from laning phase, of course. Not shutting down the Night Stalker. Kind of hard to do with a more Freebic, and because of that, Gabby has had pretty much such a free game. Sure, he's died a couple times, but the pace that he's allowed his team to play and the control, again, everyone on Blacklist has played very, very well.
Yeah.
Quite the step up from the previous game. Yeah. The old Luna.
Yeah, exemplary carry before. Alright. I guess this Morphing's dead.
Oh,
BKB, Arena, coming down. Hello, the turnaround play. Oh my god, they're baiting so hard with this Morphling, but Paolo's with the Satanic. Going to be able to heal himself straight the way back up again and bring down Yahweh instead, and there's your GG's coming out. GG is called. Maybe not the big climactic finish we were looking for. Morphling kind of get caught out a little bit there, just farming a camp, forcing the engagement a little too hard. And that'll be it for game number 2. Blacklist, they settle things up. It's a 1-1 T-Gov, taking us to a third game here. Elimination on the line. Who plays better in a best-of-1 situation? I'm very excited to find out.
I mean, I feel like it was refreshing seeing the adaptation from Blacklist. I think from game 1 to game 2, it's very different styles that they've brought to us. I think this game 2, it showed a lot of respect towards how Darling normally wins games, you know, picking up some Kunkka, some Shadow Demon. Even Luna's pretty good in these type of games because of her shard, being able to kind of soak up that additional damage and then take the fight. So I think, yeah, it was nice adaptation from Blacklist, a much better play from them this time around. And of course, this Night Stalker pick at the very end, you know, traditionally often suffers a lot in lanes, but there are certain heroes that once you see them, you can kind of cheekily get through that laning phase without too many problems. And yeah, this time around, Morphling was the kind of like that card, right? They see the Morphling, they pick it up, and it was a very good Night Stalker game. Like I would say though, for Darling, it was very surprising some of the moves that they made. Like the idea of, I know against Night Stalker, it's easy to say from a viewer, like, why don't you just go now? Why are you going there? But like, we see everything, right? But for them in the moment, they want to try and make the plays. They still want to try and play aggressive Dota, and unfortunately, you're never going to have the vision against them. And I think that was the key thing. Like, they just didn't have the vision. They just didn't have some of the damaging points, and this Morphling could never really enter the game. So yeah, very difficult game for Darling game 2, but much better from Blacklist. So much better from game 1.
So much, yeah. They did a really good job on keeping themselves together and keeping the informational game on lock. Like, I'm not sure when the CM got the gem, but either way, like, she was just keeping the map on lock the entire game with like sentries and such, just really denying any vision to Darling, which is why we see these moves happen. You can't just sit in base and wait for Blacklist to come running down your towers. Like, that's never going to work. So they had to try and catch them out somewhere out on the map when they're not as 5, but yeah, I mean, Blacklist is just really solid, always within touching distance of each other, you know, always as 5, ready to go, recognizing that the only way they can lose this game is if they do let themselves get caught out. So, yeah, great informational game and generally great play overall from Blacklist, starting from the lanes, taking that advantage and then just protecting it at all costs. Really beautifully done, and that's going to take us to a third game where we've got the kind of, I don't want to say insanity of Darling, but like, you know, the skills, the raw gameplay of Darling and the fun that comes along with it versus the more structured and more strategic side of Blacklist rivalry. Very, very fun match here in the SEA qualifiers, and I'm very excited to see which team can make it through and which team is going to be eliminated. And that'll be coming up after this short break.
Never followed anyone, it's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, 'cause I don't have the will to run from you.
Hello and welcome back to the Dream League Season 23 SEA Qualifiers. Tigo, set the scene for me, please.
So we have a really cool game. We have basically ex-Blacklist players versus Blacklist. I'm eating some porridge because, you know, I'm eating good today with this Dota. So, yeah, that's about
High
it.
energy food.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Tarling took game number 1 off the back of a very sneaky but very effective sniper pick. Game number 2, Blacklist, well, they just played their way into it. Their Night Stalker absolutely kicked off, and their Luna just had oodles of farm. Nothing Darling could do about it. Darling, they didn't have any information on the map. They tried some sneaky plays to high risk, low reward plays to try and get themselves back into the game, which unfortunately didn't work. And now we're sitting at a 1-1. And I think we're going to learn a lot from this draft. I think we're going to learn which team is bringing the better ideas and which team is going to come out on top. I think we'll know by the end of the draft which team is going to win. I know. That's a bold statement to you, girl, but I'm ready to make it.
Sure. I mean, I would like to know who you think is going to win at the end of the draft. And what do you want me to add to that? I'm like, yes, after a draft, normally there are indicators, normally 10 heroes that do allow you to sway your opinion to either Radiant or Dire. But I think the joy of this series and what makes it so much fun is as soon as the series concludes, they're probably all going to be jumping into Discord together, talking about the series together, laughing about it,
Definitely
making memes. So it's like watching it, like just knowing that there's that kind of like just level of friendship into the series as well. Like as much as they might poke fun at each other, it's just kind of like wholesome at the end of the day. It's a little bit more awkward for Blacklist because they are the the professional organization with salaries, boot camps, and everything going their way, whilst the other side is a stack. So it's a little bit harder for Blacklist maybe to tank the L if they are to lose the series, but there's something just nice about having like so many players from the same country all just battling it out, it's just nice. It's just really wholesome games, and that's why I'm just here enjoying my porridge, just enjoying the game. I'm just a nice little viewer right now.
All right, you get energized for this game. I will bring everybody into the draft. That's right, I've got the draft available for game number 3. We can find exactly what's going to be going on here, but of course, nothing crazy getting picked and banned out so far. Darling with the respect ban on the Shadow Demon. Blacklist also respect banning out the Bat Rider as well. So a lot of kudoses, a lot of hat tips coming out. Again, we do seem to be ignoring the Timbersaw in the early draft this time around. You won't be seeing that in other regions, but here in SEA, Timbersaw's not super valued, tends to make it later into the draft, but likely we will see it picked or banned out later on. One thing I would like to say is I don't want to see this Mars opening anymore. I like Mars as a hero, but I think overall it's not strong enough to justify it as a first phase, and it does struggle when the enemy team get to their BKB timings. If you do end up falling down in the laning phase, then you can be in the situation where you don't really have much to play around. You miss your timing on Mars, and all of a sudden that hero feels super useless. Because if you're not finding kills through the early mid, pre-BKBs, then he doesn't really find the items to be effective in the late game either. I do think that Mars has a low win rate because of that, and it does have a pretty low win rate, so there's good reasons for that. The lifesteal ban out suggesting that Blacklist might still be considering it. See what they go for their first phase. So far in the first phase, we've basically just been seeing mostly offlane picks.
All right, I have a really dumb question. So normally in drafts, we don't have the issue, or we don't see in-game banners, right? The Blacklist banner?
Yeah.
I just see Slacklist. I know it's a B, but I just see an S when I look at it quickly. So I keep thinking Slacks has some influence.
I see Slacklist. On the right, I see Blacklist. So
yeah. But now that I see the first letter as an S, I only can think of Slacks, and it's really tilting me. But it's fine.
Invest in a Dota team.
He already has.
True.
Going back to your point about Mars, though, to contradict you in a little bit, I feel like Mars first pick is not an issue if you respect some of its weaknesses, which we saw kind of happen in the previous game, which was if Mars is your only main initiator, then it can complicate how you take fights later on when BKBs are in play, when positioning and vision is utilized. Mars, you can't rely on hitting that clutch spear arena. Like, it's not as an instant stun as other spells, right? So if you have a support that can do that, or a mid lane that provides that initiation, then the Mars can always be very overwhelming. So yeah, I think it's kind of like the first pick Mars is not the question here. It's like in the next 4 picks, if initiation is fundamental for you winning the game, if it's only the Mars, then maybe you'll have some issues, right, as games progress. And that's kind of like my my take on the hero. I think he is such a strong hero in kind of so many different ways that it is first pickable. And even like Darling, for example, they pick a Centaur into a Mars. Like normally Mars is the counter to a Centaur, by the way, because you pick the Mars to Arena, Stampede is now fully removed from the game. You cannot Stampede through the wall unless you have BKB. So interesting that Darling do go for that. Of course, Centaur is still very good in his laning capabilities, his initiation, his Shivas. We are just going to see the Stampede be a little bit weaker than in other games.
Yeah, I think Centaur's very different to Mars as well, in that like he's really... If he doesn't have a good lane, then you're really just looking for that Blink Dagger timing. you're just not really a super strong hero. If you have a good lane, then
Radiant
you
team
are a strong
back.
hero pretty much throughout the entire game. But he does have dips in his timing. And also when you do have that blink, he can sometimes still be killable as well. Obviously, Blink Dagger gives you no stats, so you can find yourself a little vulnerable. And it's not a big team fighting initiation, it's just the stomp, which can sometimes be a little bit underwhelming if you're against certain drafts.
10
So
seconds remaining.
also abusable, but I think Centaur is just like one of the strongest
5
offlaners
seconds
right now for
remaining.
sure. He's just strong throughout the game, and then you get those late game situations where he's got like 7k HP running up your high ground. Good way to break it.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, still wild to me that both these teams favor Mars and Centaur over Timbersaw. Especially when you see like the other hero, you know, like strength melee. Might make you consider it, but nope. No Timbersaw enjoyers around these parts. As
It's
Rubik
just
comes
the
out
day
for
of the
Dalek.
team fight. Like, these guys just want to scrap. They want to fight, and maybe they had like a little pact beforehand. Like, we agreed to not pick Timbersaw in our best of 3.
10 seconds
Unlikely, but
remaining.
you know, it's should have been done.
5 seconds remaining.
So we have Rubik again. I think too crazy. Blacklist going for Crystal Maiden. So what's the next one? Oh, okay.
We won all the
So-
team fight.
Yeah. All the team fight, and Centaur is just not going to have. Like, this Stampede is practically useless now. You've got
Don't level it.
Frostbite, you've got Chrono, you've got Arena. Like, every hero on Blacklist has a way to prevent
5 seconds
the early
remaining.
game effectiveness of Stampede. But for Darling, this Rubik, he is loving life right now. Like, he could have his ult on quick cast and just shuffle his mouse in the fight, and he's probably going to get a good spell, right? Dilation's good, Spear's good, Arena's of course good, Freezing Field's good. Anything from CM is pretty good. So we'll see where they go, and Darling want to win some lanes, it seems.
Undying Luna comes out from Darling. Okay. All right. Well, as you say, very, very strong lane Undying Luna. You know, might not see them like reaping kills, but they're certainly going to be forcing out this Mars +1. I
10
believe there's not
seconds
really anything they
remaining.
can pick on the pos 4 which can kind of bring the fight. Or maybe there is. I don't know. But
5
either way,
seconds remaining.
Luna should have a pretty good game in terms of tombstone usage. Like, yeah, there's not much to kill it yet. Might want to consider some fast attacking ranged heroes here on Blacklist, or you don't really want to over respond to an Undying just due to the tombstone threat, but
I think
like
for
a
Blacklist, like
super-
position 4, like Techies does fine, Marana does fine, Hoodwink's fine
I
as
like both
well.
of those. Yeah, Hood's
Like, they
probably
can
what
still
they're
even
gonna
go for the Shadow
but
Demon.
it's-
Actually, Shadow Demon's banned, sorry. Like, any of these heroes are fine. Like, as long as they have like a little bit of range and some kill threat, it's pretty good. Batrider got banned out by themselves, so they can't go for that. Yeah, I think like Batrider. What was the other ones I was saying? Marana or
Hoodwink and
Techies.
Marana.
But Bat's banned, so it's Hoodwink,
That's
Techies, or Marano. I like the 3. And I probably would
Yeah.
lean more towards. Actually, honestly, either 3 are fine. They might even go for a different one just to spice things up. But for now,
Yeah,
they
they
pick
get
up
a mid,
most likely their
probably.
mid laner.
I mean, this makes sense, right? Like, it gives you an overwhelming amount of magic damage, which is what they really, really needed. Like, Mars faces Void, there is no early game damage coming out here, so you needed something which is going to pick up the slack there.
10
No Shrek ban,
seconds
so Lena
remaining.
kind of makes a lot of sense. A little bit better than Puck, I feel, as well, because it does give you that
5
attack speed to kill off
seconds remaining.
Tombstone. Do you think it's somewhat vulnerable to
Radiant team
initiation from the side of Darling? And did Darling have the capabilities within their draft to kind of deal with Alina yet?
I don't think Darling actually have great initiation right now. Like, they only have Centaur Blink, and that's it. And they don't really have heroes that follow up the Centaur cleanly. Like, when Centaur goes in, Rubik naturally wants to play behind his
10
heroes, so
seconds
that's
remaining.
quite a disconnect between those two. Undying, you might throw a Tombstone, but you're never going to be in Flesh Golem range instantly on that Blink. And Luna, once again, she's not going to be Hurricane piking into the middle of the fight, right? So I think there was a little bit of an issue for Darling there in regards to team fight. Their lanes are very, very strong. Their ability to group together, take Roshan with the Undying Luna is great. Towers will fall, but Blacklist, they have just presented the pressure on Darling, right? It's as the game goes longer, they can defend towers quite easily. The damage of Lina and CM will complement either the Void or Mars in any defense of an objective. So if Darling don't bring the correct numbers or have the correct damage, then they are going to struggle. I do think their mid laner does need to be, like Blacklist is banning out, some Puck, some Storm, some super Probably not Storm, to be fair, just because it's Lina, and Lina will probably bully you in the lane. But I do need to see some explosive mid laner, because right now, if they don't really have any damage, like they lane very strong, but when they break from lanes, as soon as they walk into any other team fight, they probably just fall apart.
Dire team pick.
This will be Tiny, I think, for Blacklist.
I think it's still the same 4 heroes that I was mentioning. Like this.
You reckon still, even though you've got Lina?
Yeah, because Lina just goes mid. Lina could technically be a 4, but if Lina is mid, which I think is perfectly fine this game, then you still want a hero that fights with the Mars. So when Undying steps up, it's kill threat on the Undying. It's not just Undying decaying. I think if you pick Tiny, you're picking Tiny into an Undying, and you're having 2 strength heroes, and it's just pretty illegal. But Techies,
oh yeah, true.
Mirana, and
Hoodwink
are the 3 that I'd go for. There you go.
Yep. Alrighty. So
if only they could pick all 3, now that would be pretty pretty cool.
Merge them into one.
Oh, we've now got 8 heroes first 5. Good luck.
Final pick now for Darling.
7,
they need to
yeah.
grab themselves a mid lane. A lot of stuff been banned out recently. Leshrac, Puck, T8 still banned out. And the most picked mids, we still have Pangalia in the pool. He's the only one in the kind of top 5 area, which is still hanging around. So I think they're going to have to go for something. I mean, Pangalia could work, but I feel like you kind of want to go for something a little different, a little bit more mobile. Oh, go for Gunker again. All right.
So, yeah, Darling now take the Kunkka themselves this game, and it lanes, fine against Lina. It's a known counter against Faces Void, but just because of the run buff, and it's pretty much telling Blacklist that we are going to try and win the game in the first half an hour. Like, we need to get the first Roshan, and we need to try and break the map down as quick as possible. Because, I think all 3 lanes of Darling should be very strong, very potent. Their ability to group is going to be good, and for Blacklist, if they miss a chrono and they don't have damage ready, they'll have issues. If Gabby hits an arena, but they're not, like, the Mirana isn't there to arrow follow-up, then, again, they'll have some issues. I think the speed in which Darling will get BKBs is going to be potent, but for Blacklist, it is, I think, just a waiting game. Like, weather the storm, give Darling just a little bit of map, but not all the map. Maybe contest a Roshan just to hurt their resources. And eventually, when you overcome that initial wave of aggression from Darling, then this game will get so hard for them. Like, to try and keep Luna alive with all this initiation, this burst will be so difficult. So, yeah, I think first half an hour of the game is super important for Darling. That is their window to win this game. If they don't win it in half an hour, then I am heavily leaning Blacklist.
Interesting. I feel like we've got kind of 3 of the same or very similar games where one team is kind of going to move around as 5. They want to get a bit of an advantage, and then they just want to be a big old lump, which is really, really hard to approach, And then this game, that is Darling, right? You have the Luna, you have the Undying. You don't have a ton of, like, instant initiation. You don't have, like, the Blink Ravage, the Chronosphere, the Arena, or anything like that, but it's much more about kind of cultivating an advantage and being unapproachable. And that's what we've seen, actually, I think, be successful in the last 2 games as well. That Primal, sorry, not the Primal, the Palos, trying to check the ward here. He's going to take some damage for this. Not a big deal. No spells used. But yeah, in the first game, we had the Beastmaster draft from Darling. That basically did that. Gave them a big unapproachable lump to run around the map as, game number 2, it was all about the Luna, all about the Night Stalker, and they were just kind of, again, able to just hold hands and be unapproachable. So that seems to be what's working here. That's what the Darling have, so I think I'm feeling Darling this time around. But you can never count Blacklist out from this game just because they have these big ultis to play with, so they always have ways to kind of play their way back into it.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember the game 1 where, like, Blacklist, sure, they found that chance, but it was that relentless aggression from Darling that was key. And I get the reason why I'm a little bit hesitant on Darling winning this is I feel like this, of all the drafts we've seen from them, this is the draft that has the most pressure points on failure, right? Like the incorrect siege or the Roshan you're not ready to go for, delaying your time, giving too much gold to Blacklist in that absence. Got so many issues, and Palos does go down to half HP. And
whoa, this is aggressive. Yeah, you got the CM behind though. She's such a strong level 1 hero. Give her a Blood Grenade and Crystal Nova. It's such a low cooldown as well. Makes it very hard to play in Terran. They're not respecting
first blood.
Jing is going to die. Carlos will grab a first blood.
That's not the start you want if you're trying to get the ball rolling, but... Blacklist. First blood. Wraith Band now already going to be completed on the Void. When his courier gets back to him.
I mean, this is a big
Actually, okay,
Void can be a very
luckily
weak
for
laner
Darling.
early on.
Yeah, but luckily though, he's already brought Tangos out preemptively, so he doesn't even get to use his gold straight away from this first blood. So it's not the strongest first blood, as his courier is about to connect with him right now. And so 400 gold in the bank, 1 minute in. A rare opportunity where you don't actually see the full effect of a first blood, straight away at least.
Should have built Midas instead.
Yeah, basically, yeah, already there, right?
Yeah, first
Only a
blood,
recipe
kill
away,
Midas.
smile.
The Archon special. Carlo might be in some trouble. Nah, Starstorm's not going to be nearly in range. If he had anything else leveled, then maybe you could have brought him down. But Starstorm did help you get first blood, so no regrets for Mirana. And yeah, Luna going to be chased down a little bit here. Rough start to this bottom lane, to be honest with you. Tim's doing a pretty good job and just kind of out harassing everybody.
Yeah, I think Blacklist is... If their lanes go well, like Luna has to think out jungle a little bit earlier than she expects, then this Mars and Mirana can take over this game. They can connect up with this Luna, make all the moves that you need, and suddenly while Centaur's still trying to farm, Luna's still trying to farm, arenas are getting used, kills are occurring, smokes are breaking the map. Like CM and Mirana are very potent supports. Once they break from their lanes, if they play together, then they are going to be setting up. And Carlo, again, dropping so low. Undying just hates playing up against
The right
these areas, and he does
finds
go
him.
down. Yeah.
Yeah. He was trying a little bit too hard to kind of get the double decay coming through.
What a
Didn't
try
manage it,
hard.
and just ended up getting killed off. And Jay-Z on the top side. Taking hits, but we'll be alright. How's our mid lane going? Haven't really talked about this one, but these middle matchups has been pretty fun. Yahweh versus Abed. Very, very hype CA matchup, and so far, as expected, Luna's doing pretty well. Setting the Conqueror on fire over and over again. If only you could torrent yourself to put out those flames.
Thank God we don't have those interaction where it's like, if you have the fire on you, it does more damage with the brute, you know?
I was so
God.
excited. I wanted that. I wanted Dota to become that
I
elemental game.
didn't. I never want Dota to. I mean, we're
Dude,
maybe
imagine you're
one
on
big patch
fire
away.
to Huskar, and then you like have to torrent your teammates, put out the fire, but then like, oh no, now you're wet, and Zeus is here, and lightning damage is increased because you're all wet. So sick.
How many more like UI changes do they have to make? Like, you already have like a stun bar, you have like your status bar as well, which is filled up with Venom Monster stuff. Now you're throwing in all like the elements as well. It's like, welcome to Dota. It's just like pop up central.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Screen.
Oh god. I mean, it would be fun for like a game mode, maybe.
Yeah, I could be here for that.
And it could be
Dota
called maybe
overcomplicated
Crownfall. How about that?
Yeah, there we go.
Dire structures are fortified.
Pretty quiet laning phase, but quietly good for Blacklisters. They seem to be getting the advantage again. Tombstone comes down and gets taken out just as quickly, but maybe in a little bit of an awkward position here in the tower and just taking a lot of hits. Insanity taking hits from Mirana at the same time as well. Oh, Blood Grenade actually doesn't land onto the Luna.
Spearing too?
Insanity,
Is he gonna go for it?
he's really unsure if he wants to go for it. He knows that this Undying can just pop him if he's not careful.
Tim's like, I have 2-point Starstorm. Like, they could have been very cheeky there for sure, but probably would have been. Both going down as well would have been like 4
High
deaths in the
risk,
bot
high
lane.
reward.
Yeah.
I would have been here for it, I won't lie. Tim's now going to get cooked a little bit, but Yaoi comes in from the side and misses the torrent. Won't be getting that little freebie pickup there onto the Mirana. Really could have used that considering how his mid lane's going right now. He is getting absolutely put in the pan in the middle lane.
Yeah, I think for Darling, this is not how they expected their lanes to go. Centaur Rubik, very potent often in the laning phase. Undying, you're expecting it to do well, but I think Mars is one of the strongest strength heroes against any of the known counters, right? Like against like some Slarks and Monkey Kings, you have a spear to position them away from you to disjoint the right clicks. Against heroes that want to come up and bully you, you can rebuke them. And then you throw in some high magic damage support as well. Like just go for this Starstorm Leap combo on Murano. Like Undying has no presence in this lane. So I think, yeah, Mars showcasing its universal ability to play into most matchups. Mirana being a good counter, and now Luna is playing from behind. Centaur just, again, just small things from Blacklist, enabling, of course, the First Blood helping immensely in top lane, and Blacklist are hitting their stride. We expect Darling to be the one to have to group up to make the moves, but after this laning phase, every 1,000 gold now, it just feels like so much more. I just paused for a second just in case they got a kill. I was like, oh, I kind of want to hear the death, but it didn't happen.
Mars just TPing away at the last minute. Will be all right. Makes things a little bit
6
awkward.
minute rune.
Although that Tim's is probably not here because, of course, coming for the 6-minute rune. MJZ is going to take it and now immediately use it onto Jing as well here, trying to run him down. Abed comes across as well, and they'll be able to take him down with a quick little LSA and Dragon Slave. Jesus. Did you see that animation?
No, I did not.
Just immediately ran in mid and tried to Laguna Yahweh.
I think
it always
yesterday...
looks so silly, but it does give you max stacks of Laguna Blades, so it's like... always worth doing.
Throw it out, why not? Like, surprise, I'm here. For Blacklist, I am intrigued to know how they use their first round of Arena and Chrono. Like, both of these heroes have the ability to twin gate to kill the other side. Like, do they want to kill off this Luna, prevent her from, recovering her own game? Of course, Luna very easily, under 3-4 minutes of free farm, can suddenly get a Mask of Madness, accelerate her way to being back into the game. So I think it would be in Blacklist's best interest to at least shut her down a little bit. Concrete isn't having the best of time, but they are yet to make that move. They are yet to break from their farm. Somewhat reminiscent of Game 2, where Blacklist decided to not really cross the river, to accept their own defense, and then go when they really see the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, that opportunity seems really obvious this game as well. Like, when you hit this Chronosphere, just combo up with either the Mirana or even the Lina, and you're going to be finding a kill. You have so much damage to pump out into this Chronosphere. Same thing with Arena as well.
What the... Oh, no! Oh, wait, 1 second. Let's see Centaur die top first. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I'll show you what I saw.
Chronosphere into Lina. Very nice.
The hill ward spot above Radiant Tier 1 bottom. Click on that die. No. Radiant Tier 1 bottom. There we go. The sentry dire placed just above this cliff. Look how awkward it is above. Oh, Scriff, come on. Click it. Stop teasing me.
Come on.
Look how close it is. They had the courier up there. Look, it's like a pixel. It's a single pixel away. I've not seen a sentry be that close in my life.
I mean, why not just put it a little closer? I would
put it a little bit
place
closer.
the sentry closer.
To be fair, I have no idea why you haven't just put the sentry a little bit. Like, what's in the river? That is
really
poor sentry placement from Tim's.
Those two trees. Whew, you need to have them sentryed up, or else. All right, thank you.
I just want, like, this, I hope is a big talking point. I hope when this series concludes, I hope all those players have this screenshot ready, and they can talk to Tim's about it and just really,
I'd say there's something going on elsewhere on that, but there's really not. Like,
this is devastating news. This is groundbreaking stuff. The whole stream is just keck Wing. Everyone's popping off, giggling like, this is so much better than the gameplay.
I don't think that is.
All right, cool. Right, back to the siege.
Without a Chronosphere, can't really stop this in the top lane. So at the very least, Raven's identifying their strength. The supports are here with him as well. Oh, that's Yahweh. That's not a support. Sorry, sir. He's just drinking good in the middle lane. But Tim's is coming over as well, and the combo you talked about coming into play here as Jing just getting beaten on down by the two supports. MJC, though, dragged back in. Jing still on for the time being. Tim's getting very, very thirsty for this one, and, well, MJC is going to be the one to take a nap instead. Abed, though, looking for the D-ward. Poor things. Expecting him to kill a hero there, but just comes in with the right click to get rid of that sentry. Fair enough. No. Oh wait, Torrent does come down, landing onto Gabby. Gabby, though, probably just going to throw down the arena. Yeah, bring down Carlo, kill off the Undying, and get a little return kill. That's kind of just how the team wants to play at the moment. They've got, let's face this, Void. They're farming up. They're not super interested in overcommitting to engagement, saving arenas for a big carry kill or something. Like, nah, just get a kill, go back to farming, get that money.
Also, I'm sorry to be boring and talk about wards again, but you know this ward that Scriff showed on the high ground in mid? It's actually a really cool Radiant ward.
Which one was that?
No, this one. It's actually really cool because Tim's placed a sentry earlier, but sentry gives small amount of vision, right? So when you place this sentry, you're not going to see the Radiant one. Normally, people default place it in the center. So this is kind of like the evolution to this very cool ward spot, because now to check that spot, you have to check properly with like actual vision. You can't just sentry and deward instantly, because everyone just default puts it in the same place. So again, unfortunately for Tim's, 2 wards now that his sentries are so close to dewarding, but he's not even able to deward. One because of his own misplace, and one because of a really cool placement from Darling. So just wanted to give a shout out. We don't really give wards love. Yeah.
No, we don't. And on your supports, as MDZ dies, you don't have that vision-giving spell, which you usually like to have on your supports. You know, there's no Frostbite, or Frost and Crystal Nova. Nothing like that.
Yeah, the CM would have to go there, right? Like Mirana by herself, like is she really going to sentry arrow? Not really. So no, again, pretty cool stuff. And Darling, though, they are starting to try and get a little bit of that group up, but the Chrono Man's here.
Beautiful. Laguna Blade immediately onto the Conquer with the right clicks coming on through as well from the Lina. They will be able to bring him down. Pirate out. Ding. Still neighborhood. Ravens looking at this one as well. He's got a Stampede available. Going to use it here for Carlo, but Carlo's trapped inside the arena. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Gets brought down by Gabby, who just, once again, every arena just pops in, murders the Undying, goes back to farming.
Yeah, you can feel the desperation from Darling, right? Like, the Conqueror is trying to solo siege the mid tower with the double supports. Luna, of course, is not strong enough at all to join these sieges. The MJZ decides to gift a kill away to Raven, but I think for Darling, potentially a TP from Luna to mid lane. Like, there's no arena, there's no chrono. You need to start taking some towers. You need to provide some economy for your team, because yeah, it's so important. To be fair, it's somewhat low enough. They might be able to do it without the Luna. Yeah, Blacklist. They don't care about this tower and just give it away for free.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But Blacklist feeling very comfortable in this game.
Yeah.
Every big ultimate use so far has netted a kill.
Mid tower, but no ultis.
Exactly. You could argue that maybe Gabby didn't need to arena the Undying. It's coincidentally, Gabby also voice lines the exact same second I say that.
He's like, yes, I did. God damn it! I wanted
that kill. Yeah, exactly.
He's in a pattern. He's in a habit. He jungles. He goes and kills Undying. He goes back to jungling.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Now Luna's poking bot.
Arena
is up in a second. They have Blink now to reveal. Surprise!
Luna. Let's see. Yowie, can he do anything about it? Gonna throw down the arena, but it's gonna be enough to bring down the Luna. Yowie, though, dealing a lot of damage back towards Gabby and Tim's, but they're gonna back themselves away in a bad, just free casting on the backlines of the fight. Raven, though, jumps in, comes onto the CM and takes her out. Beheaded by the axe of the Centaur. And Tim's also going to join his fellow support in the grave. So strong response here. It does seem to be Raven who's the one hero getting stuff done on the side of Darling.
Nice little return there for sure, but you can feel the frustrations from Darling, right? Like the fact that they want to take a tower, but now they're fighting into the cooldowns, and Rubik needs to go trying to steal the Wisdom Rune, but Gabby did get it.
Oh, such discipline from Yowie. Like, every single one of us watching would have killed that last Ancient Creep, but not Yowie. He knows his time is up. TP's out with the creep on like 1 HP, but he leaves it. What a guy.
So scary. Like, I'm just thinking, like, when you have Chrono and Arena in the same team, if you just offset them into different fights, you then have like pretty much like permanent uptime of team fight capability, right? It's either I Arena you and we win, then 30 seconds later, we'll use a Chrono. And then 30 seconds later, we'll go, probably have Arena up again soon. So it is very scary that the Void and Mars are now out of sync for their spells, because it gives Blacklist so much more confidence. And as I say that, yeah, they are smoked up. The Arena is back on available. It's only 90-second cooldown, so it is pretty easy to constantly fight. And
There's a little worried about the damage because Lina does not have the mana to help out in this engagement, so gonna have to do it without her. But with Mirana, with CM, should just about be enough. And Tim just keeps on digging up bounty runes. This guy's cheating. He knows exactly where to dig. So they have found the Kunkka. Big target. Blade Melt, not going to do enough to keep him alive.
Nice sleep still, but off he goes. Ooh, Luna might be trying to go for a slightly different build here with the straight Manta into Kanda. It does feel like the way that Darling will win a fight is by soaking up the Chrono and Arena and just barreling through them. You know, it's like, okay, you've wasted your big spells. We have so much damage now, we kill all of you. Like, it's very optimistic because of the lead that Blacklist is building, but if they can do it, if they can find that clutch save, that glimmer cape to prevent that death or something, then it could be enough if she gets the items. But there, it's like a 20% chance, I think, right now on Dota. Oh, no, it's not. It's actually, they have a 40% chance to win a Dota Plus, but it does feel relatively uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, I'm not getting for Darling right now, but maybe then Sanity gets his game on. Maybe this is the build to do it. We'll see.
Just all it takes for Radiant is Blacklist to fumble one set of spells, right? Like, if you waste Chrono, cooldown 150. You waste Arena, cooldown 90 seconds. Like, that's plenty of time for a Luna to take a tower or to take a Roshan. And I think this first Aegis will be so critical for Radiant. No way. Jumping back with the X-Mart. Not overstaying its welcome. Manta now complete on the Luna.
Surprising the Blacklist aren't kind of forcing this more, but to be honest, I think that is a way they could actually end up giving away their advantage, is just by trying too hard to make things happen with Chrono and Arena. And they have no real pressure to either. Like, their cores are going to be pretty damn big compared to the cores on the side of Darling, and I don't think they're too worried about the matchup either. Like, this is awful for Luna in all honesty, this matchup. Like, you can farm all you want. You're not going to survive a Chronosphere. You're just not. Anytime
you can see...
Go on.
So you can see though from Blacklist, they're smoking here. They want to take a fight around that Roshan area. They want to make sure that when they use their big spells, if they are to win the fight and they're on cooldown, they can at least take away that Aegis. Sure, they're going to kill off Carlo eventually. There we go.
Stuns out onto Mars. If they can kill him before he gets his arena up, this could be pretty big, but he's got his own Yule Scepter, which is going to interrupt it, but they've got the damage regardless. Beautiful torrent timing. Another look towards Abed as well, but Abed has a BKB to get himself out of danger. MJZ, meanwhile, won't quite be so lucky. Raven jumps in with the stun. The right clicks are going to be there, and Yao will finish the job. It's a double kill for the Kunkka, and a powerful response coming out from Darling.
Not the jump you wanted. Like, the way that they were smoking, I was anticipating Blacklist to sweep into that kind of triangle, find that Luna, look for a bigger kill, and then maybe try and take away that Roshan. But instead, they went for the easy kill, or what they thought was an easy kill, sorry, and it just backfired completely. And this is exactly the move that gives Darling the potential of going Roshan. And this is pretty much, I'm not going to say like the only way, but it's like the best way for Darling to get themselves back into this game, at least in regards to momentum, is on Blacklist just fumbling some of their moves. Like, now that they've used that smoke, they have to get their heroes back from base, back onto the map. Do they want to group up again to smoke, to then drag down their efficiency of farm, to hope for another kill? They just, that single misplay just gives Radiant complete free access to Roshan, and I'm very surprised that Blacklist opted to even entertain the idea of going for Undying when, like, the most critical point in this Radiant draft was Roshan, and it was very much available and online for them.
Yeah. Now, Aegis in the other hands, then Sanity. Gonna be very, very happy about the turn this game has taken. And, like, this might not be the fighting Aegis, though. I was saying that, the fight taking place right now, and they're getting involved. They want to take it. Gabby in the front lines, no BKB. This Yules ain't going to help him out much here, though he does get the arena off before he goes down, but go down he most certainly shall. Another death for Gabby. Another initiation, which doesn't quite hit the mark. And another step closer towards BKB's. This Conqueror, I'm sure he's going to go for it next. Centaur, he's not too bothered. He doesn't mind being the focus of initiation. He's got the health to make it not so worth it.
Hello?
Middle tower is under attack.
Arrow?
Alright. Guess that's their cliff then.
That was kind of, yeah, that's kind of tense. But...
I was ready for the Void to jump down, and I think it would have been awful, so very glad he didn't.
Yeah,
you can see the temptation there, you know, just get that quick kill, get out. But the team was just too close by, they could have connected easily, but yeah, now we're in this very awkward situation where this whole top side of the map just belongs to Darling, so they really have found their move. And this game into a big success for them right now, and whilst it's Aegis on the Luna, pushing power is pretty incredible. But I am worried about them when the Aegis runs out, because with this kind of build, you will not be having a BKB, so Arena, very big threat. Chrono, very big threat.
Yeah, I feel like for Blacklist at least, it's just split the map up. Allow this Aegis Death Pool to do their thing.
Yeah.
You take your bottom side of the map, trade your towers, and they're jumping onto the Void.
They certainly are. Stampede comes in, followed up by the stun. They've got so much lockdown for Palos here, but he is able to get the time walk away, so he's going to survive for the time being. MJZ does get left behind, but Palos still on the run. I don't think he's going to make it out. Oh, the Eclipse comes down the Chrono defensively to try and get himself out, but Raven, he walks around the other side, does get on top of the Faceless Void. Palos goes for the time walk, TP out, but the Fate Bolt! They catch him. He's gone. A huge loss for Blacklist. Not only do they lose their Faceless Void, but they lose their Chronosphere as well.
That was just the start of the fight, getting the jump on the Void, having to go mode retreat the entire time. It's just not going to feel good. And ever since Blacklist made that smoke to kill off the Undying early, or tried to kill off the Undying early, everything just feels so disjointed. And fighting into the Aegis, it's just not going to feel great at all. This Void, he needs the BKB. They need more items. They've blundered their early lead. And the only hero really having the best time right now is going to be Abed, sitting at 7-0, has the Gleipnir, has the BKB, and Radiant utilizing this Aegis quite nicely. They ideally, I think they kind of want to put themselves in a position of maybe pressuring the Dire side of the map a little bit more. It's nice to get kills on your own side, but they're in that awkward balance right now where this is the type of game where if you get carried away and scream to try and take tier 2, tier 3, that's not the way you win Dota nowadays. It's methodically breaking down the map, chipping down your opponent. So there is no expectation of Darling to win the game right now, but they got to start applying some pressure. As Kunkka though is getting jumped in mid lane and does die.
Yeah. The one thing throughout this game that's been consistent is Abed being able to get off his damage. He's played consistently well, and he's always there when they need him. Nice BKB on from Raven as well. Raven going to get stunned up forever with this arrow coming through as well. And Abed, still under the cover of BKB, can just go to town on this Centaur. They haven't finished him off yet, though, and he's got the Stampede to get himself away. And Palos maybe in a bit of trouble right now. He's got the Time Walk available in just a second, but the chain stuns coming in, take him down. LSA not there in time to save him. Tim's up to the high ground. They do get the kill onto Raven. Insanity, though, feeling a bit of insanity now, trying to chase down Tim's. Kanda, not enough damage to kill off that Mirana, so Tim's will get away.
I'll be skipping the waves, just making sure that there's no chance for them to capitalize on that aggression. And that's kind of the main reason for this net worth still, even though we just keep seeing the Void die, keep seeing Blacklist just getting poked down across the map. We aren't seeing Darling progress the game state. Getting kills feels good, but at some point they're going to need to change it just a little bit, turn up the pace just a little bit more. Aegis is expiring in 13 seconds, and Arena, of course, will be back up. The Void will have BKB and 200 gold, so this next fight, it's not going to be that simple. You can't rely on a torrent, a stomp or something. It is going to be potentially, I would like to say, Blacklist favored for sure with this BKB. They have a smoke on the Mirana. They have all the tools to connect. The Darling, they can't get carried away with this one.
The ultis are very scary. No Aegis. We mentioned before.
Oh, they're smoked. Okay, so
double threat.
Darling are doing Tormentor though, so there will be a global announcement of where they are on the map as Carlo also dies.
Die to this.
There's a second global announcement.
Hey, he gets a shard for his troubles.
And for Blacklist, though, they need to find something bigger. Like, they have all the team fight in the world, but they just keep finding supports. Like, they're jumping,
Jing
they're
every
chasing,
time.
they're trying to find Jing, but he blinks out.
Ooh! He's playing him right now. He held that blink. He saw the arrow fly past. Was like, "Yeah, I'm good." Ooh, oh! I don't see him. No way did he not see him there. Tim's just like, "Wait a minute. Wait
they
a
found Jing.
goddamn minute." What a value death.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They do catch the ward though. Yeah, not super value, but
And what a cool
still.
scout as well. Like, the fact that the Rubik blinks, Gabby runs deep, so it's like, wait a second, if he's not down here, then surely he still must be
Radiant's top tower
in the tree line. We just walked up these steps, so they just keep checking all the sneaky spots, and they eventually find him. But I think Blacklist a little bit uncomfortable with that one, especially knowing the Aegis was expiring. They really wanted to connect on a bigger kill, but now Luna, she TPs to the bot lane. Mars and Void are looking to hunt. Her team is behind her.
Jumping and stun from Raven. Gabby wasn't
Gabby's
ready
just
for that
dead.
one, and now the Eclipse comes down, and Gabby is gone.
It does look like Gabby was lost in the woods, but now they're smoked up. This game, I feel like Blacklist, this entire game is just, the smokes have just not been good from them. Like, they've just not connected.
Yeah.
Testament to Darling, of course, having the positioning to dodge them and to send the supports to soak them up, but it does feel like Blacklist are one smoke away from this game feeling just a little bit easier for them. But until then, Darling grouped up, soon BKB on the Luna, 200 gold.
I mean, it's unreal to me that this Luna got away with a Kanda build. Like, I feel like that's so punishable. If you catch her out, you know, you have Arena, you have Lena, you have so much damage to rip through this year without a BKB, and yet they just haven't been able to do it. They haven't been able to convert. And that is something they got to look back at and say, that how did Densanity get away with this?
Yeah, it's the smoke breaks. It's the fact that Raven on his Centaur, he likes just to keep jumping in, finding those initiations, finding those fights, and in doing so, there's so much noise that it's hard for them to connect, right? Like, there's Torrent Storms, there's a Kunkka running in, there's a Centaur running in, Undying as well with his Tombstone and Glimmer Capes, quite tanky as well. So it's not the easiest game just to find the Luna if Blacklist are wasting their ultimates on other heroes, right? If they hold them, then sure, it should be relatively easy, just point and click and go, but that just hasn't been the case so far. And Luna, she's poking her head just a little bit to top, maybe gonna try and force him back to base here. Roshan is available, but this will be the Roshan. If Darling are to take the second Roshan, buildings will fall in the Blacklist base. But if Blacklist can contest, and that's maybe the start of them really, clawing themselves back into it. Even though they've had net worth the entire time, it just feels like something's just not been clicking for them. Just one fight, that's all Blacklist need.
Everybody knows where the other team is right now. No one's really fooling the other. Moonlight
Smoke
Shadow
and Moonlight
out.
Shadow. Is there any high ground vision here for Darling? There isn't.
No, they kind of preemptively.
They had to
placed down the
preemptively-
dust, and that's all they have.
They have no arrow. They have no no sentry. This is a complete fight in the dark.
Oh, they have the sentries further out. That's what they have to play in this area. They have to go for the push because that's the only way to drag Blacklist into the area which they need them to be. And now Tim's comes jumping on through the arena, gets down onto the Lena. She didn't get off her BKB in time. Now she will do so and turn around and look at the Lena, but Lena just flies off into the sidelines. Paulus is here, looking for the chrono, uses it onto that mid and off laner, and now starts getting to work on the tombstone save, though. It's absolutely huge. It's going to buy the Conqueror a little bit of time, but not nearly enough to keep him alive. He is gone as well. Densanity running away on the sidelines now. Blacklist, they want to make it all 3 cores, and they're going to find it with the spear. Beautiful from Gabby, catching him out on the tree lines, going for the TP, and that is 3 cores dead. Perfect from Blacklist. That's exactly what you want to be seeing.
Yeah, for Darling, they're trying to hold the aggressive position. They are going to find the Rubik as well. Oh, a little bit of a combination there, but the fact that they had no Obs Sentry really in play. There was one Obs at the low ground of the Dire base. Like, that is not a ward you want to utilize in a game-deciding pre-second Roshan fight. You want high ground vision. You want to break the smokes. You want to find your own initiations. But instead, they hugged the tree line. They played in the low ground, and of course, the team of all the team fight beautifully. Deep smoke wrap around, placing the high ground vision, understanding the fight, Gabby getting the initiation on the Luna, Void holding his spells, waiting to really understand what he's trying to do in the fight. yeah, that just wasn't a fight from Darling, and Blacklist just showcasing the discipline they have there, because that was just the layers that they implemented to get that fight. It was just, yeah, very good stuff and fully picked apart Darling. This is now where I expect the momentum of the game to shift to Blacklist. Wait for their cooldowns to go again and just rinse, repeat, get the kills. When Luna doesn't have an Aegis, when she can't stand her ground, it's going to make her game so difficult.
So now you're playing into an Aegis on this Lina, the big damage dealer. Cheese on the face of the void as well. Delicious elemental cheese.
Not terrible. Decent choice.
Wow, Swift Blink is the next thing queued up from the Luna as well. So really showing how they feel like these fights need to go. You know, positioning is going to be everything. Insanity needs to get past the void, past the Mars, and onto that Lina and take her out, because there's just too much damage coming out of that hero at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, but he has a Dale as well. He's 10-0. It's such a stellar game. Really haven't put himself in terrible position.
Yeah,
I prefer this build this game.
Yeah, right click build makes sense.
I think I'd rather have a Lina put like. Yeah, I think like when you have so much frontline, I'd rather have a Lina who can right click like 10-15 times throughout a chrono, rather than like
really nice
my
thing.
one.
Oh,
Laguna.
how did he miss that? Oh my god, Luna just went through him pretty much. That was wild. They do find Yaoi regardless though, but yeah, that was a little bit of a miss onto Zenfanity there. Should have been the Luna kill. She was very slow on the BKB, but I mean, they did bait pretty hard. Like I was about to say I like the play from Blacklist because they're sending Abed bottom completely by himself, but you know, Abed's hitting high ground. You expect the whole team's behind him, and there was no way they could have really committed to going on Abed there. No with these big ultimates waiting behind. But then in reality, everybody else on the side of Blacklist was sweeping up top because they knew that Darling, what Darling thought. They just baited them out perfectly. It was a very nice strategic play.
Double damage.
Amplify damage on Lina.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Insanity gets out again. Cappy keeps spotting this Luna at just the wrong moments.
Luna now has the blink at least, so you can blink dodge a chrono. You can. It's just, it's uncomfortable because if your centaur initiates at the start of the fight, you don't really want to blink on whoever he's jumping, because then you're going to get arena'd or chrono'd after, right? So it's like this blink is very much the good luck team, soak everything. Okay, now I'm going in. Really playing on the fringes fight. Abed, half HP, X'd up for a little bit, but perfectly fine. About 500 gold away from that satanic. 400 gold now. Scardy's even complete on the void. I'm just clicking on all the dire heroes, and they're just incredibly tanky. So many good items on them. Yeah, Scardy's flying out, Satanic's flying out. You've already got the Greaves pipe that we've mentioned earlier for the Morana. Soon to be Vlad's. You can compare that to Darling. Luna got the blink. Like it's quite worrisome. And did just complete BKB, so a couple more initiations will allow him to actually go for a couple hoof stomps in a fight rather than just that single one, or he gets comboed down.
Yeah, either caught in arena or blown up by the Lina.
Yeah.
Not going to be quite the case this time around. I would say Blacklist have been a little bit slow to progress their map state with this Aegis. Only 40 seconds left, and they're finally getting around to the final tier 2 tower, but considering the amount of gold they've managed to get from this Aegis is they're doing good.
It's easy, I think, for people to assume Blacklist should be killing everything the entire time, but I think
bottom side,
knowing it's a single game.
Found the loot. Oh my god, she has no idea. She has no idea. Easy arena, easy spear comes through. No BKB available. Manta, BKB. It's not going to be enough. The damage is there. More than enough. And Gabby even throws out the tip as well. Savage.
Oh. Just all the timings have been just fully removed for Radiant, and I just like how Blacklist are just sweeping across the entire map. They don't really care what they find. They're just going to find something and try and kill it. Tried to go for the wisdom
they're
snipe.
trying to kill off Tim's. It's taken such a long time though. Tim's is one tanky Mirana.
Pipe.
They're not finishing the job. Stampede being popped. They're just going to set up for an easy Chronosphere onto 3. Lena on the sidelines just blasting in the damage from the side. Taken down 2. And now they look over towards the Conqueror as well. Yaoi just being completely torn inside out. Arbed now godlike with that double kill. I mean, you gotta give up. The Mirana wasn't dying. Tim surviving through it all as they find another. Carlo falls as well. 5 heroes dead. GG.
Oh, Gabby.
Whoa! Gabby.
Brutal. All right.
Jesus. This was just nasty.
Of course, I'm 90% sure, 95% sure that is, of course, in jest. They probably already disconnected in Discord together, laughing about the game, having a little bit of fun, I'm sure. Or maybe not. We'll find out. Probably on some news site in a couple of days. But yeah, maybe it's drama. But no,
We'll find out.
I think for Blacklisters, at least their game 1 draft was very underwhelming. At least against Darling, it was, you could just say it was pretty bad. But their adaptations in game 2 and in game 3 kind of showed just them reading their opponent, realizing what was good and bad, to then actually be able to get to a point of knowing what type of heroes they wanted to beat the likes of Darling out. And I think for Darling, it's this game 3 draft at least was so timing based that yes, they found some moments of brilliance, but when Blacklist makes that smoke wraparound, that kind of game breaking move to then give everyone else a newfound confidence, it's just, yeah, it's pretty rough for them. But fun Dota from Darling, but yeah, Blacklist showing that they do have just a little bit more of discipline to be able to close out some of these more volatile lower bracket series.
Yeah, it definitely is what it came down to as well. You know, like we spoke about Darling kind of being the more, I don't want to say skillful team, but you know, they just rely on each other kind of outplaying their opponents, which, you know, is honestly a pretty good strategy sometimes. With Blacklist, they are the better strategic team, and I think that really did shine in this game, which was nice to see. You know, like they didn't let themselves get carried away or brought down to Darling's level. They were like, right, we're relying on our strategy, we're relying on our tactics, we're relying on our plans, and relying that we are just the more prepared team. And that really shone through in this final game, which is nice to see, and hopefully sets them up for a further success in these qualifiers, because yeah, very fun team to watch, some big names on this team, and we'll see how far they can go and if they can get redemption for being knocked down to the lower bracket. As far as standouts for this game go, I mean, I think we gotta look at Arbed. 13-0-6, just never really in doubt that he was the queen of this game on the Lena, destroying everybody, huge damage output, huge movement, never getting caught out despite the Faceless Void and the Mars with some misinitiations. You know, Arbed, admittedly it's easy to do when you're on the back lines, but always know when to pull the parachute cord and just kind of bail on fights. So yeah, great read on the game from Arbed.
Yeah, and now I guess unfortunately all of our round 1 low bracket teams are eliminated. So we have all kind of the top 4 seed teams have progressed to the upper bracket finals and lower bracket semifinals. All the open qualifier teams as well, of course, have been eliminated. So we don't have any of those wonderful underdog stories of coming from the open qualifiers, getting their entire way there. But we do just have 4 very strong teams remaining, and of course that will be Blacklist International versus Aurora in the lower bracket, and then we have Geek Fam versus Talon in the upper bracket. So yeah, no, still a lot of good teams left, and I really don't know who I'm going to give favorite to qualify. I feel like there's some room for some lower bracket journey from the 2 teams that I just mentioned, and of course Talon Geek Fam looking ever so strong at the moment.
Yeah, it's very exciting qualifiers here in the SEA region, so stick with us through it all. Of course, we're going to be moving on to the next series now today. Next one coming up is, of course, going to be Aurora versus Blacklist, as you mentioned. But over in the upper bracket, and the game we're going to be covering on this stream is going to be Geek Fam versus Talent Esports. So stick around if you want to see that game. We're going to throw it over to a break, get washed up and ready for the next series, and we'll see you on the other side. See you in a bit.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality.
future with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
It's upper bracket time here at the Dream League Season 23 SEA Qualifiers. That's right, the two best teams potentially for the region. Battling it out right now, it is Geek Fam versus Talon, who is going to take home the victory and make their way through to the grand finals. That's what we're here to find out. And to help me find out, to join me on this journey, I've of course got T-Gov. T-Gov, is there anything that's surprised you about the SEA region so far, you know?
Not really. All open qualifier teams are already eliminated. I'd argue maybe having Aurora be put down to lower bracket, but then again with SEA, each qualifier, like a different team steps up to take the qualification spot. So I think it's only kind of like Western hype of the previous event we just watched, giving maybe a little bit more appreciation towards Aurora maybe. But yeah, Geek Fam, Talon, very much expected to recently at least be in the top spots for the qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, I could even say that something which surprised me about this region is that all of the open qualifier teams have been eliminated, that nobody has made a deep run. We usually expect that from the SEA region, you know, this region runs very, very deep. There's a very deep talent pool here, so I'm always waiting to see that open qualifier team come through and make some upsets, but it's upsetting that there's been no upsets, too.
Yeah, true. I always live for the good upset, but alas, it hasn't happened yet. I mean, potentially one upset we're looking for right now is maybe Geek Fam overcoming the hurdles of the qualifiers. When you look at Elite League, they lost to Talon in the lower bracket, and then Talon eventually qualified through the lower bracket. ESL won Birmingham. Geek Fam, they won the upper bracket series, but then they lost in the grand final Talon 3-0. So again, Talon has knocked them out of two qualifications to then eventually qualify for said lands. And I believe even before then, they lost to Azure Ray in a China/SEA mixed qualifier 3-2 in the grand finals. So at least in regards to like recent qualifiers, when they made it to the closed ones, they've been so close yet. One series, mainly Talon, just in different ones, just knocking them down. So this series, at least, it will be Geek Fam having to try and overcome a beast of the qualifiers that has been Talon.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about these two teams as well is that Talon is, of course, I think they're Hong Kong owned, but they're an organization based in the Philippines. However, most of their players are Malaysian. They've got 3 Malaysian players. And then you look over towards Geek Fam, and they're a Malaysian organization, except everybody on their team is Filipino. So I don't know. I guess if you're Filipino or Malaysian, then you can vote for either of these teams and be absolutely fine. So you win either way, but you also lose either way. So anyway, that's enough talking about them. Let's see exactly what's going to get picked up and banned out in the draft for game number 1 here in the upper bracket between Talon and Geek Fam. Great opportunity here to make your claim on the region and get through to those grand finals. And we're going to start things out with a Crystal Maiden pickup from Geek Fam. Nothing crazy, but this here is just damn good, especially with that shard. People be liking the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, the shard is very powerful. I think people didn't respect it that much when it was introduced. It's an incredibly good shard. Of course, in case you aren't aware, it pushes back the Crystal Maiden by, I think, about like 300 units. It creates a crystal clone in front of you, and then once it takes around, like, I think it's like 100 damage, it then, anyone inside that AoE of that clone takes a frostbite from Crystal Maiden. So it's very good at clearing waves, because also it aggroes creep waves. So if you're near one, you can just spawn the clone, run away, and then you frostbite the entire wave. So it practically clears waves by itself. It allows you to go from low ground to high ground to low ground. It's very annoying in fights. Like, you don't think it'd be annoying, but like if you're a carry and your BKB expired and you're chasing a CM and she just uses it, you're like, oh my god, there's our 2 frostbites. So yeah, quite a sleeper shard that has kind of risen up recently. And on top of that, I feel like SEA just really enjoys Crystal Maiden. Like the idea of the cheap skirmish, the constant fight, the potential laning advantages you get if you have a lot of mangoes, level 2 advantage. Yeah, I can see why this region specifically does like it compared to others where they don't touch it.
Not just that, but a mana battery for your whole team. I mean, mana is essentially fight juice, so it's fight juice for everybody. It's the best SEA hero, but none. Meanwhile, going to respawn. Oh, go on.
I'll say with the mana, it did get nerfed a bit with the aura, because you now need to be like in proximity to CM within like 1200 units to get like a big bonus amount of mana. So it's like, it's still decent. It's just, it's not as good as like I get aura and everyone globally now gets their aura and CM gets her buffs. It's more like in the lane, whoever you're laning with, they will, get the main benefits, because 1200 units is like a blink radius. So it's not the most OP mana source that we used to see back in the day, but it's still something to, if you're grouping up with a team, you're not going to experience those issues where it's like, oh my god, my carry doesn't have BKB mana. It's like, no. All those the kind of small mana issues are completely removed in the bigger fights.
Yeah, it's one of those things which kind of had to be dealt with when Kaya was kind of started getting buffed, and then we realized how good Kaya could be. Because I remember when Kaya first came out, and then you had Kaya and Crystal Maiden together, and it was just like Storm could just never run out of mana. Like everyone was just fully manaed all the time. It was pretty sick. So yeah, one of them had to go, and Crystal Maiden was turned down a little bit, but still mana battery for your team when nearby. But we got plenty of other heroes coming up right now, so we can chat about those a bit. Rubik and Razor for the side of Talon. Geek Fam have gone for Centaur Warrunner and Shadow Demon. So I think the most interesting pick out of these four is probably the Razor coming out for Talon. Still not a particularly surprising hero, but yeah, out of these four, the one we've seen the least of, I suppose.
Yeah, so Talon, they've played the Razor once so far. That was earlier today. Against Black... No, wait, is that out of date? Let me refresh that.
Would have been yesterday, wouldn't it? Oh, no, actually, that might have been
It was earlier today, because of Upper. Sorry, I forgot there's 3 series, yeah. We joined second, third series as a first series. So they did play earlier today. I was like, oh, did they? 6 hours feels so long. But no, they played a mid-Razor there. So them picking Razor in this position is them kind of announcing to the draft, like, hey, we can play it mid, we could probably play it off lane. If it has to go carry, we can, but probably they don't want to force that one. I like Geek Fam's double response though, the Centaur and the SD. You can disrupt the Razor to then just walk away from the link. You can also Demonic Purge him to slow him down, also walk away from the link. And then you have Stampede to just sprint away from the link if you really care. So now Talon go for a Morphling, and most likely will be a mid-Razor. For Geek Fam, I feel like here you can go for some... I think Lina is very strong into the heroes that they have. You can play on good range from Razor, never really allow the link to come in. If he does step up, you can burst him down. You can always burst Morphling from like the tree line. You already have frontline with the Centaur. You would force your carry most likely to go for some like initiating style frontline carry again, but it would look like quite a nice draft. Just depends if they want to go for a big damage mid laner rather than a jumping style hero, because again, lockdown isn't really Talon's friend, so maybe some Storm Spirit style hero that zips around the fight and punishes the lack of lockdown could be good.
Yeah, I can see both being options for them. I guess Ember kind of falls into that camp as well, but maybe
Into
a little less
mid-Razor.
favorable with Storm because it just doesn't have quite the catch. Oh yeah, Razor could always just go mid and own him, but then couldn't you say the same thing about Storm? I guess he's ranged, so it's not quite as bad.
It's still pretty bad, but like at least you have the Remnant. I'm not excited for it. That's why Lena's like the number one in my mind, and then the others were kind of just like I'm spitballing ideas.
Ooh, they go for
Error
the
play.
carry. All right.
Thank God it's not a support.
You don't like it?
No, I don't mind it. I appreciate what it does. It's very strong with like the reflection spam, the constant I can sunder my core. It's just I'm yet to see it competitively really get pulled off. I'm a little bit worried that if we were to see it in a pro game, it would either be like the best thing we've seen since, sliced bread or whatever, or it's just going to feed relentlessly and it's some high armor but low HP hero that can't deal with like the discipline of a pro team. Like I'm yet to see it competitively be really executed well. Of course, there's an SDCM, so we are in the clear, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah. Unless...
Thompson standing in, it's mid SD. Support terribly.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's how we roll. But no, I mean, Talon taking their time over this ban though. They need to consider very carefully what mid laners Geek Fam are likely to go for. I think this Coddle ban is genius.
Very good.
I think that would have been actually a pretty good shot.
High damage.
Didn't even think about it.
Yeah, high damage pacing magic mid heroes is kind of where I lean. Like Kotal was very good. Probably even actually better than the Lina that I was thinking about earlier. I think Kotal would have been exceptional. I think it also is a sign that Razor is being forced into mid lane here. Like they don't have any flex to off lane for it. It feels like at least within the bans. Of course, Talon could be using the bans to disguise the Razor a little bit and suddenly they do put it off lane. Like, that's a cool thing here in Talon's position. It's like, if they know Razor is off lane in their minds, they're like, okay guys, how about we just ban some really good heroes that are, of course good for their draft, but like, it really leans on the idea of we want Razor mid, and then we get to do like our final, switch up in the draft because they have last pick, and they do it for the Pangolier ban as well. And just two good bans, no complaints.
90% they pick Lina on Geek Fam. However, 10%, the best 10%, an Omni mid this game would be super lit. I'm super here for it.
You keep suggesting melee heroes into a Razor.
Yeah, I really do, yeah, but this one's fine.
You keep forgetting that Talon has picked heroes.
No, I don't care about their heroes. I'm a
That's fair.
I only care about my team.
Talon
should pick the Omni Knight, actually. No, I take it all back. Talon should pick the Omni Knight. It's an amazing Omni Knight game for them, more so than actually for Geek Fan. It owns Terrorblade. Okay, I'll stop cooking now. Let's go back to normality.
I like the fact Talon banned two, teamfight-esque mid laners. Like the Lina is still a fine pick, but the playstyle was very different. Like Kotal Pango, they push their team forward with aggression. Lina is like a farmy type mid. You push out your lane, you have boots of travel, you TP to an engagement that you see. So if you have a Terrorblade who's farming, pushing out waves with illusions, then you have a Centaur farming, waiting for his blink. There's like no movement on the map. And like, yes, again, we weren't surprised by the Lina. Like it was expected, but I do feel that I think Talon taught us a lot, at least with their bans, where it's like, this is the type of stuff that Geek Fam probably wanted, because now Geek Fam, as much as their draft looks very strong, they have good counters. They got the Lina vs Razor, Lina vs Morphling. They got some late game scaling of Terrorblade. No real lockdown to kill a Terrorblade once it gets BKB. There is that awkwardness where Geek Fam just have to farm. That's literally all they do. They play their lanes, they farm, they can TP react with supports a little bit, but they're not invading the jungle, they're not breaking down the map, they're not going for an early Roshan. It is just push, wave, farm, hit jungle, make stacks, hit jungle, go back to lane, rinse, repeat. And then eventually when Centaur has items, or if they bring 5 heroes, that's when they start doing moves. So Talon potentially can exploit that with their last hero, which most likely will be the offlaner. Or mid. I mean, technically this Razor is still very up in the air.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be the Magnus. Okay, all right. I didn't see this one coming, but I feel like I should have, because this actually solves a lot of what their team is missing. Like, sure, Empower is kind of poo-poo with Morphling and Razor, but it's also not, because it also amplifies the damage they have, and they're pretty high damage heroes. But more importantly, you've got some initiation now. You've got some catch. You've got a nice jump in and stun. You've got a big boy on the front lines, which can make your Razor and Morphling's life much better. And some combos with the Elder Titan as well. I was about to go on a big rant about how you haven't really set this Elder Titan up for a successful game, and now I take it all back, because this Magnus pick is great. I love it. Very happy with this. I think this makes the drafts pretty much... I don't know. I don't know what way I lean at the moment. I have to think about it a little more. But I feel like they're very similar in many regards. You kind of see where I'm going with that?
It's a little awkward as well. I just realized they picked TB into ET. So if ET is able to get his spirit onto the Elder Titan, or get in position, to remove his armor, it's like, it's a bit awkward in that regard. But I kind of think that Talon is this Magnus last pick. It does tie their draft together quite nicely. It's a lot of pickoff, like ET spirit with some counter adaptive strike from Morphling. You're executing the hero that Magnus has gone to go fish. Meanwhile, Razor with his BKB will just find a hero and just run through the fight. So they have a lot of ways to just make the fights quite chaotic. And Geek Fam, they do have Stampede, they do have Disruption, but I think the skewer fact that you can just make the fight be 2 screens apart will hurt the likes of Raging Potato or his Shadow Demon. He might need to go for an early Blink Dagger to make sure he's in position. And I think Talon should be quite excited to play a very skirmishing looking game. And for Geek Fam, it is just about how efficient they are, how farm centric they are, and if they get broken down too early, they will lack damage and be able to lack making moves. So I'm really looking at the discipline of Geek Fam to make sure they don't overplay their hand with their heroes, and they make it too hard on themselves as they try and recover into potentially what is going to be quite an aggressive Talon lineup.
Yeah, they have to weather the storm, but they have the tools to do it, though. Centaur, obviously, can be aggressive, can be defensive as well. Shadow Demon as well. I'm really, really eyes on Raging Potato this game. His rotations need to be perfect. His disruptions need to be perfect. You can really mess with the tempo of Talon if you can disengage. Especially versus Magnus as well. Like, one of the biggest problems when you're playing Magnus is if you're trying to, like, jump in with, like, a Harpoon Skewer meme combo, grab someone out. If you have any instant lockdown, then that can really put him off pace. And, well, disruption is here. So you got to be ready for that. All eyes on Raging Potato. And honestly, he can deliver. He's a very mechanical player on a support. Not many
Just to
support
correct
players
myself,
kind
by
of raving mechanics.
Like he will need to have the ET hero on top of the Terrorblade for the armor, because the spirit is the magic.
Astral.
I did say that earlier, but I feel like I maybe worded it slightly poorly. But yeah, so for ET to actually punish the Terrorblade, he's going to need to be, up there, quite close, clubbing away, which is a little bit more unlikely. So maybe not the most important.
Shard should be bought here then by Ponyo, either from Tormentor, and if you don't get it from Tormentor, then I'd like to see him purchase it himself, because it gives you a really easy entry into the fights. It's pretty cheap, cheaper than Blink Dagger, and gives you a lot of other nice stuff as well.
The battle
A little bit
begins.
of posturing around the rune here. Cox and Raging coming on in. Cox going to easily be able to grab that bounty. So that should make it 3 bounty runes for the dial. Maybe got WS on the run here, trying to get his team the extra bounty rune.
You got it.
2 for 2. What a clutch up from WS, pulling it out when they need him. Yeah, it's going to be one of them lanes where I feel like Skem might just... I don't know, does Skem bully Rubik? Does CM bully Rubik?
I think a CM can get bullied if she steps up too far to try and bully a Rubik, because there is a Shockwave and a Fade Bolt in play with Blood Grenades. And this is very much a lane that levels to either side will be so critical. Level 2 advantage to Radiant means you're getting skewered, left-backed, and most likely dying. And then level 2 advantage to Geek Fam is reflection into Metamorphosis with double slows, or sorry, a slow and a root from Skem. So I think there should be killing occurring in the next minute. I will keep my eye on there whilst we look around the map. It's fine, but I expect top lane to be the most aggressive lanes compared to the likes of bottom as we see it. It's Raging Potato trying to block up camps, Ponyo trying to also do it as well. Both supports just focusing on the kind of the equilibrium of the lane, whilst the cores just battle it out for the CS. Currently going relatively even in that lane.
Yeah, no giant lead being gained right now. Centaur may be struggling a little bit, but of course, very early days. Razor actually putting up a pretty good fight against Max so far in the middle lane. Just spamming out plasma fields, static links, just using everything at its disposal to try and fight back against Alina. When she hits at level 3, it can be such a scary, scary point.
Yeah. At least for Razor, it's like you can go for the wave pushing build, right, with your plasma. So it's not like the worst matchup. It's not optimal for Razor, but it's playable. It's not like other heroes where you see Alina and it's like, okay, I just can never go near this wave. Kind of like what we saw with like the Pangolier. Like you can swash it out, but then you're half HP and it feels terrible. So I think Razor at least has a little bit more life in this one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Going off to a good start, and Matt gonna have to find other ways to break the game on this hero. That's what you want to be doing.
Top lane, we didn't see any killing. As level 2s were hitting, it was underneath the tier 1 tower the entire time because Radiant pushed it in. So there was no chance for Dire to utilize it, as they just had waves just getting shoved right into their faces. But I think Scam doing a pretty good job actually, just not allowing himself to be in a vulnerable position. Any kill to a Mag Rubik lane, suddenly we're talking about like level 2 shockwaves, we're talking about level 2 Fade Bolts, and it's too much to handle.
Oh, Shokam. Unlucky. He lifted the CM up the high ground, but CM still had vision over his sentry, so was able to deal with the camp regardless.
Yeah.
And he was unable to get rid of the CM sentry. Very nicely done from Skem. Positioning wise.
It's such a slow start to the game. Like 3 minutes in and we're just hitting creeps everywhere. I'm looking around, I'm like trying to see if anyone's trying to test their limits in bot lane. As I say that, Ponyo has a 10 stick.
Yeah, he's been forced to step up here a bit because you have to fight into this, otherwise your Morphling is just going to get absolutely binned.
Dire are scanning.
That should help.
Can see he was starting to struggle a bit, but it looked bad from Ponyo because he was just taking so many hits and maybe close to dying at one point there with the Shadow Poison stacking up. But he was actually fine due to the stick, and also this really opened up, like Akashi able to get 2 uncontested waves. It's really good. This is what we needed to stabilize that bottom lane.
Yeah, Rubik went for top rune to try and secure the water rune. Meanwhile, Magnus got a little bit of pressure on him, but has the salve, so perfectly fine. Again, no real.
And he's going to be able to drag his wave past the tower. No. Yeah, drags wave past tower with shockwave, and now that allows him to get this wave somewhat uncontested. I mean, it's kind of surprising to me that Jokum came back to this lane. Maybe could have looked to pressure mid again a bit, put some.
I think it's a bit too hard to do that. That's very optimistic. He doesn't have sentries to deward the ward. There's no smoke. You'd be trying to dive Alina with a SD available with TP. It's just unnecessary moves compared to staying top like we're seeing here. He might actually just die, but I think the concept of pressure elsewhere is much better.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of the theme of the game so far is like no one really wants to make moves because they can't make moves. Like ganking Alina doesn't feel good. You want to apply pressure to Terrorblade. SD's making stacks in the dire triangle, so you could maybe argue that Rubik could be focusing a little bit more on making stacks of himself, allow that empower from Magnus down the line to be used up. But neither Razor or Morphling want to farm stacks, and your Magnus doesn't really want to leave lane too early, so especially when he's not leveling his empower. Both teams are relatively happy with the state right now, but I do feel at some point that it's going to have to change. And Ponyo, he does TP to the top lane. They are hungry to get some kills.
Holding the extra point, but you know, if he does find a good opportunity for an Echo Stomp, then we might see him put the extra level in there. But again, it's just so pushed in right now. Like, it doesn't really feel like much opportunity for Radiant to get anything done, and he's been scouted out by this this illusion from the TB as well. So
Chuan in the mid lane.
Very awkward move. Chuan being chased down here. Scare manages to connect with the frostbite, but at the same time, so much damage coming out. Now Ponyo from the sidelines with the Echo Stomp throws him back.
He's running in.
Yeah, this is awkward. Mac is there. Laguna Blade available, but Chuan snipes it. He manages to catch him with the plasma field.
I'm so surprised that they allowed the ET
as well
to run like that. Like, he ran at them at full speed, and you had like the haste on CM. You had full combo on Lina. Sure, you'd lose all your mana after it, but the fact that they just decide not to do it inevitably just ends up with the SD going down. Very surprising. Geek Fam just didn't go for that ET. His pathing was not the best in that scenario. Just walked past basically 3 heroes.
I felt like he was going to get bored down at a point there, but didn't happen. I guess they were worried about the retaliation from the Razor. But this now gives Razor first blood, and yeah, 6-minute first blood is still a first blood, and that's a lot of gold going into the Razor's pocket. Puts him top of net worth for the time being, so...
Such a farm intense
goes
start.
the way of Talon.
Yeah, Lina now farming up the stacks. And compare that, Radiant don't have any stacks, so Geek Fam will be pulling ahead, at least in their early efficiencies.
I suppose this kind of neutralizes the first blood. Radiant Potato going to be able to go and get this wave which comes on the tower here, which is kind of nice. Wisdom Rune, of course, going 1-for-1. Rubik and Demon be able to grab theirs respectively. Top lane, bit of a kerfuffle happening, but once again, it's just Scam. Every time he moves forward to get off his spells, he gets dragged out of position and takes a bit of a hit if Shokam is around. Meanwhile, Cox is actually splitting the lane at bottom. But there's a lot of heroes coming in for him right now. Slightly more trouble than he realizes. Stampede comes out, though. Nice timing. Doesn't get caught by the Echo Stomp.
Even Terrorblade joined.
Geek Fam. Yeah, they're arriving to this right now. Astral doesn't quite spot them out, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't look super fun for them. TP back to top. Go defend the tower.
There's that stomp connected. That would have been beautiful, though. Like, timing the stomp with the stampede, eating through the duration which he can run away.
Yeah.
And only a single kill. It kind of doesn't
Yeah.
really favor either team because it's like both teams need the farm right now. I think that Talon
don't
break
know.
from the lanes a little bit better, so them farming right now is very optimal. Geek Fam, they're happy because they want to take this game at a little bit later. They come online after, let's say, like 2 items each, whilst Talon, a single item in every hero is pretty much go time. You see Razor, he's rushing that BKB.
Yeah.
I think
Counterpoint though to that, you are playing with Morphling Magnus. These guys aren't like Mag is fine in lane, but he's not someone who you're kind of expecting to win the lane with. I don't think.
Oh no, he does. Like, he does win lanes. Magnus with Rubik, Shockwave and Skewer. You don't really kill him, but he can get kills for sure. So you have to respect it. And Centaur does. Finally, our second kill, Nomad.
Woohoo!
Woo!
Talon getting more. Yeah,
So
I know,
talented.
they just came out of the lanes like a little bit better off on Talon, so now a couple of kills going their way as well.
It goes back to the draft where I look at Geek Fam and I praise their ability to play out some lanes, but because of the laner pick, there's no glue to their draft. There's nothing connecting the lanes. There's no way to pivot on farming and to create new types of kind of events for the game to be annoying for Talon. And it's why Talon are not afraid to continue hitting creeps. Okay.
Mag moving into the middle lane, looking on towards the Lina here with the RP, and Chuan wrapping around the back lines as well. They're going to be able to take it down, or are they? Stampede comes through along with Spirit. That's going to allow Mac to get himself away.
And more move speed on the Razor, so also not going to eventually get chased down by the Plasma Field. And nice idea from Talon, but Centaur showing the strength of the Stampede. If only one of these stumps connected, it really would... Actually, no, wait. They need another stun. Sorry, take that back. If they had one more of a stun, that's the better line. If they had one more stun, then it would make life a lot easier, but alas, they didn't.
Yeah, RP comes down, but it's just not enough to hold us still long enough. And, this Centaur was a direct response pick to the Razor. We're kind of seeing why here. Fox is able to just press R at any point on the map anytime someone is linked and get them to safety. So would you like to see Talon playing at a slightly faster pace yet? Or are we... I guess we want the blink on Mag, right?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think you just go straight for Blink. That's about it. That's your timing. Get a Blink Dagger, bring your Morphling, hit some towers with the Vlad's, the Aura. Mid
Bonnie
lane.
Purge in the middle lane. Razor not really committing super hard to this. He's getting a ton of damage back into them right now. Laguna comes out, the right clicks are there, and they do get the kill. Scam dies in response though, but Mac looking to deal some damage. He's got Dragon Slave out, but doesn't do enough to take away at Ponyo. Now Tower's getting forced a little bit, but Jokam's here with the Fade Bolt, so it'll push them back to the other side of the river. And that's the thing, you go for this Razor kill, and it does cost you quite a lot in terms of health resources.
This Magnus Courier coming to him right now. Imagine a world in which that was like 20 seconds quicker. He's about to get the Blink Dagger. The way that Geek Fam groups mid, 4 heroes clumped up. I could hear it. Nomad screaming, the 4-man RP. It just, nope, wasn't the case. Now they're going on to Mac.
They're going on to Lina. Yeah, they've got a beautiful skewer. Okay, Mac's not making it out of this one. I can say that for certain. Down it goes the Lina. Illusion Rune denied at the very least. Try and almost get the bottle refill, but will he get a kill in response? Oh, just about flipping Raging Potato. Stampede comes out though. Man, this Cox is this guy gives to charity. I'm telling you that. Stampede for a support.
It's
charitable offlaner I've ever seen.
It's the payment for him just AFK farming bottom. And this is what you need to do on Centaur. How many times I see a Centaur get a Veil and suddenly join his team, guys, I got Veil, let's go fight. I can Stampede in. No, I think this game, he needs to replicate the Magnus logic of just sit in your lane, hit your creeps. Once you get Blink Dagger, then you can join a smoke, maybe try and get a little bit going. But he knows in the back of his mind, there is no core for him to follow up with constantly. It's you want to make that one smoke play, get a kill, retreat back to farm, wait a couple minutes, go again. They can't continuously break down the map with these heroes. And unlike Talon, where I feel like they are 10 minutes away from wanting to try and make every single objective feel like it's theirs to take. I think Manta is on the way for a Morphling. He has the Asher right now, just the recipe. left for him to get. And I guess the diadem as well, but he's basically got the god for that. So just recipe left for Manta.
Top tower is under attack.
Well,
I don't think I've cast a C game, by the way. That's 15 minutes with 5 kills. It feels abnormal. I really am. I'm lost for words. Yeah, normally this region's got like, oh, he's going in again. What? You know, like already doing that at this point. I'm not used to having.
The game's almost over by this point.
Mentally or physically?
Yeah, all towers except for top tier 1 still standing. So mid lane completely not shoving either way particularly hard. Yeah, everyone's just farming. Everyone's just hitting creeps. Everyone's comfortable in waiting for another timing. You know, I want to see them go with RP, but at the same time, yeah, it would be a bit of a force. And you're so close to your BKB on Razor. Like, I think that's a big thing as well. No one's really going for like these value items, you know. None of the 1s and 2s are going for anything which they want to be fighting with just yet. So
it's kind of funny though. I look at these two teams. Their average win time, like across their series, is like mid 30 minutes for game wins. The longest game not between the two, but if you look at the total games, was 46 minutes, and it was Geek Fam in the previous series today. The longest game Talon played so far is 42 minutes. It's like, this does not feel like it's going to be a 35-minute game or a 42-minute game. Maybe for Talon, actually. I could see 40 minutes being like their window of joy to crush them. Looking at Raging Potato in the mid lane.
Yeah, in comes the ward, in comes the skewer back. So, nope. Wanted to go for the disruption, didn't even get it off. Yes, sir.
Now, this ET morph combo, we saw it so many times before, but you remove their magic resistance, you throw in some high level adaptive strike. Eventually with the Kanda, it is overwhelming, and ET will also, Terrorblade will also have to be very respectful of that. And they are going to be slowly turning up the pace now. This is the window where I expect them to want to be aggressive. As soon as Morph has that Manta and start dispelling some Frostbites and get a bit more aggressive, they are taking some stacks and moving towards the bot side of the map. Roshan, a little bit ambitious, I feel, for these guys. They probably need at least one more item across the board before they entertain that idea. But for now, Geek Fam yet to make a big move, a big statement in the game. We don't expect them to do it, of course, but when will they be happy? The Manta on the Terrorblade, probably not a big enough timing for them to want to play on, so for Geek Fam at least, it will just be farm, farm, farm.
Hit them creeps and hope to come out the other side with something. Manta's going to make a big difference this game. Of course, Morphling's already bought his recipe. Terrorblade, he's got his very, very shortly as well, so we'll be kind of neutral in that regard then, as both waves are going to be pushed out by the Mantas. Does make it a little bit easier to play from behind though, so now assuming going to be happy with that. Get the waves pushed out for your team, get a little bit more farm off the map where you otherwise wouldn't. It's a power of Manta and a carry. I guess the first big objective we're going to look for outside of the tier 1s is probably Roshan. Like, I can't really see the team looking at tier 2s before that point, so at the moment it's nighttime.
I think Talon have that ability though.
Really want to push it.
I think Talon, like they as soon as they hit their confident on cores, like I could see this type of lineup, diving towers, doing anything they want, right? Like this idea of just go fish, go find, go kill, right? And they're kind of half doing it in mid lane, that they're poking, they're ready. They caught the Centaur with a sleep. They finally got him. Oh, actually nearly.
But it works.
Yeah. But I feel like Talon. Oh, and they're fishing again.
Ooh,
There it is.
+1.
There it is.
Yeah, great skewer so far from WS. Very nicely done.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Like Talon, they keep like giving us like drops of aggression, but at any minute, you know, the gates are going to open. It really should just be this like massacre on the map. Like punish the fact that Geek Fam are just farming. Like this Centaur, sure, he's got a blink dagger, but normally the blink provides a kill or two to accelerate the Shivas. There's no way for him to accelerate his own farm other than hitting creeps. And of course, Lina and Terrorblade, they are destroying the jungle right now. So there is so much overlap in farm that it is hurting them just a little bit. Of course, net worth relatively even across the cores. The main lead for Talon with that 4k is coming from the supports. Rubik having about a 1.3k advantage over the counterpart for Geek Fam.
Yeah, he's doing very good actually.
Radiant's
He's
bottom tower
able
is
to
under
pick up a
attack.
decent amount of farm. I guess stealing wave clearing abilities. The Fade Bolt is going to be really strong. And he's been sitting up the top lane quite a lot, answering the constant shove-in from Natsumi on the TB. Now Natsumi...
You know
about
the
to show in
game's slow
mid
when
lane,
Skem's
by the looks of
ulting,
it.
by the way. Like, see him just ulting for some small camp and stuff. Like, yep.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, Talon to
Now
go
we
for
go
Roshan.
into Roshan. Yep. They feel like they do need that Aegis to give them that extra layer of protection if they do go for those dives.
Yeah.
As said before. And Geek Fam, not going to answer this. They're just going to try and get waves in. Push down bottom, push down mid.
All right, Talon, this is your time. All right, there has been 8 kills in 20 minutes.
Is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Oh, I just realized it's the World Cup
Radiant's
scoreline.
middle tower is under attack.
7-1.
7-1.
Very
Oh,
nice.
that picture of the
God, if
old
we
man
missed that on
holding
an
the
English
trophy.
cast, it'd be
Oof.
very bad. Yeah, so get lane sorted first. Geek Fam, you know, this is something we keep seeing more often is after you take Roshan, enemy team just goes aggressive and tries to find something, but instead it will be them who's been found. WS with the nice skewer back once again. RP coming down as well. Stampede is there, but he can't go anywhere. Standing completely still as Akashi comes in and scoops himself up a kill. 3-0-2 on the Morphling at 20 minutes, exactly where you want to be, just scooping up the occasional freebie. And now can start running it down the middle lane with his Aegis in pocket, with the Manta, Phylactery ready to go. Yeah, Akashi's he's ready to punch. EB just not ready to answer just yet. You really want to be having that Skadi online first before you start kind of going mano-y-mano with Akashi.
That will be the big turning point for Geek Fam. I think in the back of Talon's mind, they do want to try and get a little bit more from the map with this first Aegis. Ideally, clearing out all the tier 2 towers would be optimal. They didn't decide to go crazy aggressive beforehand. I feel like there probably were some windows for them to at least showcase their strength to Geek Fam, but now Geek Fam smoked up. They're hoping to try and take away this Aegis straight away from the Morphling.
Yeah, no
Lina does have the
RP,
axe
so
with the flame cloak.
vision down from Skem.
Is under attack.
Bakashi
behind
waveforms
though.
this wave. He does die. Oh, he doesn't.
Looking for the Rubik instead. Just disrupt the Morphling for the time being, and then Shokan, they need to finish the job here. Finish the greens. Oh, Shokan's still going to be able to get away with this. But Akashi, he's not taking enough damage on the front lines. Finally, they will be able to bring him down. No, they won't. He's still alive. Not even Aegis lost yet. Oh, never mind. Turn to Alina. It does some random hits, but still worthwhile for the time being. 2 supports dead on the side of Geek Fam. Now they're chasing him for more Talon. They're hungry. They're wanting to find Mac here, but Mac with the Ags able to fly over the cliff to safety. Talon won't be finding anything here, but they will have now an undefended tower to look at instead.
Dire's
Well,
top
just
tower is under
So close for Geek Fam. Like, if that Morphling didn't go for the hard camp, just maybe hit the tier 2 tower, it would have just been instantly Aegis taken away. A little bit of life for Geek Fam to play on, but instead they don't find the Morphling, and then you have this super optimistic blink from Raging Potato because Rubik gets off the Glimmer, the bonus magic resistance, the barrier, sorry, to then survive through the Laguna. Then SD's blinking into right-clicking with a dust, and yeah, it's just not a fight. There is no positioning for Geek Fam to utilize to try and give themselves some advantage there, and a couple more kills go the way of Talon. Natsumi, he really is just trying to help his team out as much as possible with his presence in the fight, but he just wants his Skadi. He's getting dragged into a couple of fights that he doesn't really want to be part of, and I mean, the silver lining, of course, is at least the Aegis did eventually go down.
Yep, Akashi taking the Tormentor all by his lonesome. So both Tormentors taken. Raging Potato gets 1 shard. That'll be Demonic Cleanse on the board now. Very, very strong. Jokam also gets a saving ability as well with the Telekinesis. So both teams amping up their save a little bit with those Tormentor takes. We'll make a big deal in these fights, especially when you're looking at those carries, like getting the Morphling, getting him able to get off the strength gain, the Manta in those clutch situations. That'd be really good for Jokam. And same on the other side as well. If you can help the Ruby get off the Sunder with the Demonic Cleanse, then also a very big deal. No BKBs on either of these, so saving abilities having a lot of value.
All right, I just want to do a quick, whilst the game's a little bit slow, I want to do a quick poll in Twitch chat. All right, if we got Tormentors removed in the next gameplay patch, next patch, would you be upset? Like the whole concept of Tormentors, if it was like a one-time thing, we got them for a little bit, but then they disappeared, would you be upset? Like yes or no? Thank you very much. I'll look forward to seeing the answer in delayed time.
In the future.
And they found
Hey, there we go. Harpoon grabbed. Oh, puts himself on the cliff whilst Skimmer's not on the cliff. But Jokam fixes it, so don't worry, buddy. Yeah, you cliffed him. Good job. And WS feels happy. It seems rather unnecessary to go for the cliff play there, now I think about it. It's just kind of complicating things for no real reason, but star points is always a reason. As Gunnar said, when you feel cool, you play better.
Yeah, he's just practicing. He wants to make sure he has it calibrated for the opportunity in the future. 11 for 1 to Talon, and Harpoon, of course, we've just seen utilized by Magnus. We've got Sanjin Yasha on the Razor looking toward the Lincolns. Just, you know, slow and steady item progression from Talon, and if we look towards Geek Fam, that's the main ones. They're the one dodging every fight, dodging pretty much the whole game of Dota right now. But Skadi is complete on Terrorblade.
They've had one kill. They are not playing the game.
Like Shiva's soon complete on Centaur. Skadi soon complete on Terrorblade. Oh, sorry, is complete on Terrorblade. Like, they have incredible tools to take a fight, but they need to smoke up as 5, have that high ground ward, find that initiation, and respect the fact that any minute you could just be multi-hero echo stomped or multi-hero RP'd, and it could completely turn the fight for them. So Geek Family, they have the tools, but it's all on the execution. How do they enter it?
Yeah, and that's why we haven't been going for much aggression. You know, it's just their fight conditions are. There's a long list of fight conditions for them. You know, we need to know where this Elder Titan is. We need to know where the RP is. We need to know where so much is, and that's information they just don't have right now. Therefore, they will just farm this map
until Talon hits the high ground.
Yeah.
Like, hello, we're here. There we go.
Yeah, the doorbell gets pressed, and time to come home. Or is it?
Okay, they're smoked up. This is it, Geek Fam. They're wrapping around, but they're going to be running into so many wards from Talon. There are multiple wards in this area.
Nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, it's such an awkward way to start the fight, though, with your Lina, like, trapped on the other side of the engagement. I don't know, man.
Wait, they're waiting. They see Morphling.
Akashi, it's a great target. Jump in, stomp. He doesn't have the strength morph going. He does get it off just in time. With Skadi, it's not going to make a difference. Akashi is gone. The patience, it pays off massively. And they get the enemy carry. Talon's still hanging around and clearing out a couple of waves, and then will scarper towards the tree lines and try and get themselves away. But they are chasing. Natsumi Reflection finds Jokam. Jokam trying to get himself out of there. WS going for the TP out, and he's going to be successful. Laguna Blade puts an end to the Rubik. And that'll get him the second kill. Oh, there's kills number 2 and 3 for Geek Fam, and now the game's almost even.
That was so cool from Geek Fam. Okay, like so many teams there would run up into that high ground, place an observer on that high ground or a sentry, and in doing so, they'd reveal their position. Like if you have ward sentry, you see a sentry just, you know, appear out of nowhere. Of course, okay, there's heroes in this area. So they hold the low ground, they hug a ob sentry, they know that Talon aren't hitting the tier 3, so at some point someone will have to sweep back through that part of the jungle to get back to their fortified high ground area. And of all the heroes, it was the Morphling. So Geek Fam going for a super disciplined play, you know, respecting vision to its highest level and hugging that low ground. And yeah, a great pickoff, but again, they can't really turn it into anything else. There's no Roshan to run too quickly. There's no tower they want to comfortably go and hit. So it's a kill to continue the game. But I think for Talon at least, they need to respect that just a little bit more. They can't just walk around the map by themselves now. There is plenty of pickoff potential. Morphling, of course, if he had BKB, probably not going to be dying. So maybe Akashi's going to be thinking about that one relatively soon.
I was ready. I was clicked on him to see if he'd queue it up. The old carry classic. You die, you instantly queue it a BKB. But it hasn't happened yet. Still sitting on the 2k gold, leaving it a mystery.
Roshan
there's a
has respawned.
He considers like butterfly or something is just a direct answer to the TB, because if the TB can't hit him, then it's only Lina who can actually bring him down. But Just don't be stunned, lol.
Another smoke from
it's
Geek
butterfly.
Fam. Wait, he's got butterfly. Oh, he's looking for butterfly, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Into SD though. Ooh, it doesn't matter. Talon taking Roshan very quickly. Can Geek Fam get here in time? The scan connects, so Talon, they know they're
not
coming.
far away. I don't think this Roshan's going to be fast enough, but they need to get in here now. A little bit of time. They don't have anything to see into the pit other than the Shivas. Shiva's going to tell them all they need to see. Akashi is in the pit. It's being picked out right now. Stampede comes through. They're running into the pit, but it gets the Aegis on the Morphling, but it's almost immediately going to get taken away. Or is it? The TB's just doing way too much on the sidelines. They've taken down Akashi. Scam dead in the backlines. RP comes down onto 2, but right now you don't have your Morphling ready to do that follow-up damage, and Natsumi's been disrupted on the sidelines. Raging Potato positioned perfectly in this fight. Akashi tries to get away, but straight into the hands of the Lina. Does it matter, though? The Morphling is out regardless. Gets the TP away. Now, Chuan held still on the sidelines. Scam and Cox just carefully keeping it at arm's length and allowing Lina to come in and finish the job. Geek Fam do find something from this. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Akashi. They bring down the Razor as well. Buybacks from Scam and Ponyo as well. But oh, what an awkward fight, T.
Oh, it's an awkward fight, but now look at the quick buy of Morphling. After one awkward fight, now we get the carry BKB.
There it is. The carry Q.
No, it just feels like Talon have potentially missed a little bit of a beat with their aggression, right? Like they had this Morphling pickoff because of an exceptional play from Geek Fam, and then they go for Roshan, but they're only putting the Morphling by himself in there. They're not giving, like, the Razor hasn't popped ultimate to hit it, or he's not providing any assistance. So rather than it taking maybe 20 seconds, it's now taking 40 seconds, and Geek Fam from the bottom side of the map smokes all the way over. It just feels like Talon just aren't on the same page right now. Like they were scaling beautifully, everything was looking good, but they've not respected Geek Fam being so absent off the map. Like, they weren't off the map because they were getting crushed, they were off the map because they wanted to farm. So like, you should be expecting like the punchback, and you know, there's a little bit of punchback from Magnus as he kills off the Shadow Demon, and I'm just a little bit surprised that Talon have decided to, it feels going on a little bit of like an autopilot style of gameplay, while Geek Fam is the entire time. Bit, all right, yeah. we're 10 kills down, doesn't matter, keep skipping, wait for this. Okay, now smoke. Like, every smoke from Geek Fam has connected beautifully. A Morphling kill, a Roshan is, yeah, just the strategy from Geek Fam right now. For Twitch chat, it might be a little bit boring, but it is going to, at this rate, be game winning if they can continue it.
And to be honest, like, Geek Fam got so much more out of that Roche fight. Like, they get the cheese, as you mentioned, they get, and are very handsome.
They got a kill.
Point out as well. They got the Roshan kill as well. So Aegis, all it did was kind of stop the Morphling dying, which, I mean, I know that's the point of it, but if you're dying to pick up the Aegis, then, well, it kind of cancels each other out.
It's not great. Like, against a Terrorblade, you want to have an Aegis to force a fight well enough that meta is used, to then disengage and then fight post-meta, right? Like, Terrorblade is a hero that has an incredibly long cooldown to be able to pump out his maximum damage. And Aegis allows you to do that quite nicely. And then, yeah, unfortunately for Talon, their indecision, their lack of committing for the Roshan, again, I feel like they'll regret only allowing Morphling to do it solo. But they now smoke up. They want to be the aggressors this time. A haste rune available for the Razor, if that doesn't get dispelled, could assist them just a little bit. Gem on Magnus as well, so they can clear out some of these wards that have enabled Geek Fam to find these picks. And again, testament to Geek Fam, they are reading this very nicely. They move to the top side of the map together. They aren't going to be picked off. And Daedalus is complete on Terrorblade. There's a lot of damage if he goes uncontested.
Yeah, it really is. They have the damage on Geek Fam, that's the thing. And now they jump in once again, going for the drag back onto the Centaur. And they have more than enough damage to chew through him. Eva's guard, BKB, doesn't matter. They'll kill him off regardless.
Centaur had a millisecond to respond. He just sees out of the fog and Sentry appear on the high ground. He's like,
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh, exactly, yeah. Okay, Talon going for the pickoff. Yeah, this is the beauty of this game. Like, either team just has that pickoff potential, but it really is about setting up that fight, making sure you're in position. And of course, Akashi has the BKB, 3,000 gold as well.
Lina Laguna blading the Tormentor and very nearly killing the poor Raging Potato before he could get off disruption. But
imagine if he just didn't have buyback. Imagine, yeah.
That'd be so funny.
I guess actually, I'm trying to remember. Like, have there been times where a team has like lost 2 or 3 heroes and then lost Rax because they're dead to Tormentor? I don't know if we've seen plays like that devastating. Like normally,
We have.
the Tormentor deaths.
It was EEU, Birmingham qualifiers, I want to say.
Okay.
Absolutely happened. I'll send you the replay afterwards.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to. I'm trying to know, but like at least in outside of qualifiers in like tier 1 Dota, like we're yet to see like the oh my god, they've just lost the game at some random 30-minute Tormentor. What the, you know, like one of those ones.
Yeah, I mean, that's a PA thing, but I don't think that counts. You're actually blowing yourself on the top.
From what?
That's
Some,
not
yeah,
a
that's
failed
the
attempt,
Ratio
that's
one.
just a stray dagger.
Oh, that's a good point actually. Yeah, Ratio with the true. That's a good example. Smoke up though from Geek Fam.
They're looking. They're stunning. They do connect onto Chuan here, but do they have the follow-up damage? Raging Potato jumps in with the disruption once again. And, well, Chuan's going to be able to get himself back out to safety because of it. Or was it? No. I think they just realized that wasn't really an option. I'm not too sure why they disrupted Chuan there, but...
Just throwing out a couple too many spells, but for Talon at least, that's perfect for them, right? Metamorphosis is now on cooldown for 100 seconds. So for Talon, just sit through this, wait for the meta to end, and then most likely just go hit top tower, force them back to the base. You already have vision in the area, unless they're going to try and defend bottom, but and this is the window. This minute and a bit window is when Talon need to do something. They need to find more than just a centaur kill into farm. And somehow it's Geek Fam are the ones who are potentially forcing Talon back to base.
This is kind of cute. They really don't want to have an engagement here, but starting to just tap on the high ground and forcing Talon to not engage is very good. How long will it last? Oh, quite a while with this army of illusions just charging up here. Like, Chuan is kind of struggling to deal with it, and even pops the ultimate to try and get rid of these guys. Smoke up from Talon, though. They want to clear out the rats, but the rats are already squeaking back into their hole. Want nothing to do.
It just feels like Talon are just
working perfectly.
They're just too slow to make the big moves, right? Like Geek Fam are just reading them so well, and also like Talon, like meta's used. It doesn't get the stun. Like for Talon, it's like like what were they waiting for, right? Like the meta's off cooldown or been used, sorry, not available. Why did it take like so long? Like they could either run to top tower or they could sprint to bot lane.
They get on top of the Lina right now. Lina almost brings down Ponyo, but there's the skewer coming on in, and Akashi has the damage just to blow up Mac. And we'll say goodbye to the Lina. But again, you know, it just feels like this is all delaying for Natsumi, all delaying for the next Metamorphosis, which is now off cooldown. So wait for the Lina to respawn and go for it, although... We'll see how giddy Natsumi is now he's got his amplified damage. I feel like you don't go for anything without your Lina, but there has to be that temptation, surely.
Talon is there will be a temptation to walk up to the high ground to maybe try and do something here. Magnus, he's looking to hunt. Razor baiting just a little bit in mid lane. If anyone wants to jump, then Mag would be able to reinitiate him. Archie now steps up to the high ground. Taking the tower. The first tier 3 of the game is to fall.
Jump in, stun, and there's the double damage. Natsumi just blasting away at the Morphling, forcing them back for now. Cox taking so much damage in this engagement, though. And he is going to be the first to fall, but WS might be going down soon afterwards. A Terrorblade just doing way too much. Talon, after respect, trying to get themselves back. Oh, Raging Potato tries to go in with the disruption, but ends up shadow poisoning instead. Can't get the catch. Blink away too quick. They're not chasing any more than this. They're still waiting for their Lina. Both offlaners now lying dead.
Giving away a gem. So I think Geek Fam are going to be pretty happy with that, right? Like, sure, you lost to Lina earlier, you lose your Centaur, but for Magnus to trade away his life for a kill and then give away a gem, when Terrorblade is already a very map-intensive hero, eating up the map with his illusions, wave clearing as much as possible, you throw a gem into the mix of free, and now there's two. I mean, they already had one, but to remove Talon's gem, to have your own gem in play, to have a reserve one available, you can only expect Geek Fam to have vision advantage. And they are just under so much, like, indirect pressure, right? The waves are getting skipped in. Their Talon are having to think about, we want to go siege, but we want to go defend. Now they're going to Roshan. It is up, but this time if Talon are to do it, they need to use more, like, does Geek Fam even Geek Fam know? I don't think Geek Fam even knows. They're just hitting mid, they're hitting bot. At some point, someone's going to ping it on Geek Fam and go, uh-oh, it's too late. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Do you think they just didn't realize?
Yeah, a little bit. I think they've maybe were hoping for like a longer respawn or something, but it was an Aghanim's Roshan as well. It's a pretty important one to at least contest. Good economy to reclaim. Who took the Ags though? Morphling's currently holding it.
Has it right now.
Maybe he gives it to Magnus.
It's a very weird one on Morph, which you probably don't want. So yeah, Mag will take it. On toss now available. Another catch.
Yeah, all right. I mean, it's very good for Magnus, right? Like, Horn Toss, you stun them up, you drag them through. Rubik's still demonic, but okay, sure. He's had that for some decent time, to be fair. A couple fights back.
Yeah. Good ability, but all the Shadow Demon's abilities are pretty decent to steal on Shadow Poison, maybe. Now it's going to be Geek Fam kind of just... I mean, I say playing defensively, but I'll be honest. Yeah, Scam's just farming up with jungle creeps. It's no different how they've been playing this game anyway. Like, they've just been running around the map, shoving out waves, evading Talon where possible. Like, they respect the go for sure.
I think Talon maybe showed a little bit too much respect in this game, I feel. I think as soon as they get out of this one, win or loss, I think the coach review will be talking about trying to play on some timing a little bit more, create a little bit more pace, try and set a little bit more narrative in the game, because the way that they've played has really just enabled Geek Fam to do whatever they want. It just all farm, no fight. And
yeah, but at the same time, like, the kind of the curse of having these supports which just don't do a good job of shoving waves. Like, I guess CM with the sorry, I guess like Rubik, when he steals a decent spell with Feybolt +1 can do it, but that's kind of the issue. Is like, just look at this, like, top wave right now is just going in, even though they're going for the high ground attempt. It does look like it'll be successful. First fortification comes out, but there will not be a second one because the top tower's already gone. But they really don't want to give up their building.
Smoke up. This is a pretty cool smoke, right? Because you said about top being pushed in, if they TP back and 1x1 chain TP, then there will be a chance for Geek Fam maybe to catch some stragglers. And Talon, they're aware of this. They know they're not going to show any hero top, and when they do, they've done it when they've already retreated from the area. So yeah, nice stuff there from Talon, not just overreacting to the Terrorblade split push.
Yeah, pretty nice disciplined play from both here. Geek Fam, trying to find the opportunity to fight into that Aegis. You can only do it with a hero down, basically. And Morph even more elusive now with this Swift Blink as well, so you have that annoying waveform in, blink out combo, which is just a full creep wave dead instantly. Super annoying to play into. No gold advantage either way at this point. 16 kills to 6, 42 minutes into the game. Such a stalemate we've just been stuck in for
42 minutes.
It feels like. Yeah. What will be the game-breaking item? What will be the game-breaking play? I mean, we've been waiting for like a big RP or a big horn toss, but it's just been skewer backs and one-man RPs pretty much the entire time. And no fault of WS, he just hasn't had multiple heroes to jump on here. Raging Potato, great target, and they will bring him down, but also not really the one you want to be catching out with these cross-map smokes.
It's been recovered. I mean, there are 3 gems in play now, because Radiant did buy a new one. Rubik sending his back to base.
Oh, no, wait. Ponyo said, thank you very much.
Oh, did you just yoink it?
The courier.
Oh, there we
did,
go. Okay.
the courier.
I mean, Age is still up for a minute. Like, I like the ambition of Talon hitting the bottom tier 3. I like that. But then they just, of course, they disengage. The thing against Terrorblade, anytime you go down one lane, the other 2 will just get pushed in. So this isn't just a simple strategy of go one lane, take racks, right? You always have to respect that kind of multi-prong approach that Terrorblade has, where you can defend and siege at the same time. And now Morphling walks up to the high ground.
Oh,
Find
big
them,
skewer
Lina.
back onto the Lina,
RP.
and now the RP comes through, landing onto both the Centaur and the Lina. Horn Toss as well to follow up. They need a bit more damage though. Cox still alive on the high ground, and under the cover of BKB gets himself away, as does the Lina. The follow-up's just not there. Demonic Cleanse doing so much work, but now they've backed themselves away. Both teams disengage. A buyback on Raging Potato as well. Of course, starting that one off to give them that cleanse to save them from the fight, but God, will anybody die this game?
I don't think so. I would love to know the lowest kill scoring SEA games in like the last year. This might potentially be up there. Over 40 minutes though. Like there are going to be some outlier games which are like super low, but if there's any stats guys out there and they want to check that stat, I start feeling this is up there, maybe top 5.
Looking at you, Benji. Son of Knoxville. It's just it's such an interesting game from both these teams.
Oh,
Definitely
okay,
not what I
nice. We need to
expected from the
pause.
upper bracket, but yeah.
No, I
Things
feel
are-
like
things
if
are getting
anything,
a bit
this
too
is
quick.
I think if I was giving like brutal honest take without trying to sugarcoat, I think I'm more impressed by Geek Fam than I am Talon in this game. I think Geek Fam has
same.
presented a lot of opportunities for themselves through map play, through skipping waves. I think their smoke and general teamfight selection has been very good. They've got 6 kills, but it feels at least 4 of them have been like high impact kills to keep the game, progressing. I think Talon had a lot of tools to, break down this Terrorblade pre-Scardy. They have opportunities to punish the farming nature, and they just didn't really connect it. And it is a relatively slim window. Like it's kind of like 15 to 25 minutes is when I expect them just to be, crazy aggressive, but it never really came through. Like this first item, BKB Razor, the Blink Rush on the Magnus, you amp it up with the damage of a Rubik and an ET. Like there are ways for them to take fights. Of course, there isn't like that. There's not like a simple approach to a fight for them. It's just like a lot of blink, skewer, back, kill. Like the Morphling at that minute mark won't have the perfect items to do it, but still I feel Talon have missed quite a lot of beats with their heroes, which has created this very stalemate style game where Geek Fam, even though they kind of control the wider game, they're still the ones under threat because of course at any minute they can just get blown up, and Terrorblade's positioning is key. Just so far impressed by Geek Fam a lot. They are down in net worth, they are down in kills, but the things that they've done to get here have been, some very top tier Dota for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I do feel like one of the reasons why I was struggling to see Talon like really convert their advantage into anything more meaningful and kind of like finish up this game, like this Razor's build of items has just been like really defensive, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing because he is kind of the guy who just runs into the front lines, uses BKB, under the cover of Lincolns, and then just refreshes and does it all again.
Can I give you I'm going to try and create a new phrase. I just thought about it and I really like it.
Okay.
His build looks kind of flat. Like there doesn't feel like there's like really nice power spikes in it, to bring him up to points where you have to respect the Razor. Because like the BKB is a good power spike, right? But then the items after all kind of fit the same build. Like you mentioned, like tankiness, right? He goes for Sanjan Yasha, for speed and tankiness. He goes for Lincoln for tankiness, refresher to do it again, right? Defiant Shell, armor, tankiness. Like all of his items are in like one dimension of the game. So his build's very like flat. It does the same thing every single time. Like he's not gone for like a Satanic to give him a little bit more sustain potentially, to hold on to that static link to stand his ground. He's not gone for like an AC to provide some additional armor to his heroes to amp up his Morphling. Like there's no like points where I'm like, ooh, like, I think this itemization is still very good in games in which you enable it if you use it correctly. But the way that they're playing, it doesn't bring this build to light. Like this is the type of build where they've crushed their game in the first half now, they're 2 racks up right now, then we're praising it. But the way that they've played, it's very easy for us to look at this build and find problems with it. But I would lean more on the game plan than the itemization.
Yeah, it's just a minor point which kind of builds up to a whole, just another brick in the wall of static gameplay which Talon have kind of created. But I mean, if they still come out with the win, then I guess it works out in the end. But I'm not sure that's how you should view the game. you're really asking Morphling to do everything, and it's not enough. Especially with the threats which Geek Fam have when it comes to damage, you know. 2 really massive damage heroes versus this Morph. Scary for Akashi. He's only died the once, but that's just through him playing very, very carefully.
I forgot what heroes dying feels like in Dota, by the way. What does a team fight feel like, Nomad? Could you please describe what one feels like to me?
Well, Akashi's trying to find out as he just runs into the front lines here. Stunned up, taken down, he's gone. No buyback. He does have a buyback available, sorry, but he is still out for the count. As Razor in the middle of everybody. Same thing happening to him. Stolen Stampede. Will it be enough? Oh, Shield Rune being popped as well. I don't know where that came from. Cheese in the backpack, ready to go. TP gonna be successful. Where the hell did he get a Shield Rune from? I don't know, but that saves his life.
Thanks, Nomad.
Oh, he got it from the river. Okay, cool. Thank you.
It kind of speaks for itself. Talon just kind of walking through their jungle and just bump into the entirety of Geek Fam, right? Like, it's incredibly awkward. And now they find the Rubik. They have a sentry.
Oop, out. Self Laguna. Kind of hurts. And Laguna again. No? Okay. I was ready for the double Laguna, but Ruby didn't go for it. Would have made a difference to his fate, regardless.
Oh, Geek Fam knocking on the bottom Rex.
Barracks are being taken right now just by an army of Terrorblades. Raging Potato and Natsumi ready to take some barracks just by themselves. Fox going to come in and get involved. Go back, little pony. This is no place for you.
Don't forget that Terror also has Satanic as well, so even if there was a fight to be relatively close, this Terrorblade shouldn't be dying. Nearly 4,000 HP, BKB mad to Hurricane Pack, Satanic, Scardy, like incredibly strong items on this hero.
And let's not forget Disruption and Demonic Cleanse as well, so...
Yep, that's true. And a Stampede, like Geek Fam, they are only 8 kills in 50 minutes, but... Oof. Like, are we sure this is SEA? Like, are we being pranked? It's like one of those shows where at the end it will be like, surprise! You were actually
China
covering
the whole time.
China game, yeah. It's like, woo! To be fair, that meme is like the China of Dota in like 2015. Like, that's old school China memes. Like nowadays, China fans or Chinese fans, sorry, are gonna like, that's not how we play Dota anymore. It's like they don't. To be fair, they're very aggressive, but it's one of those nostalgia memes. All the boomers will chuckle when they hear that.
Indeed. I miss the days of, you know, burning anti-mage, hitting 1,000 creeps in 50 minutes and then going high ground.
Yeah, it does feel like the general patch direction, as Geek Fam do take Roshan, most likely uncontested, getting an axe for themselves this time. It does feel like the patch direction over the years have been moving the game towards wanting to install more fights, wanting to create those moments where it's like, it just feels fun to play. Like, the concept of just only farm installing games out was slowly getting patched out. Also, pro teams adopting this mentality.
Coming through the portal, it's Natsumi. Oh, Manta dodge on the harpoon. That's Natsumi to safety. He is just running for the hills right now.
My apologies for blabbering. I was trying to create a podcast in the downtime.
That's all right. That's all right. Now, Raging Potato could potentially go for the Lotuses at bottom and almost have enough. He'll be 2 healing Lotuses off creating the Giga Cheese, which isn't as bad as it used to be. It actually regens during taking damage now, so it's kind of sick. I want to see it pretty badly. Do it, Raging Potato. Become
the game's been slow enough that we'll easily be able to obtain it at some point.
Hi. But it's whether they know that it's been changed as a thing, because it's not actually a thing. Like, it's not listed in the patch notes or anything like that. But feel like they should. The fact that Raging Potato is just farming Lotuses suggests maybe they could. But...
Very correct. What got changed? What got removed?
The cheese shield thing got changed so that it gives bonus armor now. Not a bonus armor. The shield regens.
The way you said patch, my brain got. I was like, "There's a patch," and then
the monkey brain.
I heard removed, and I was like, huh? So I went full Reddit brain on that one.
Just
I heard
tab.
nothing. Just all I heard was like patch gravel patch.
Immediately
Geek fan.
muscle memory to Reddit/new. And
There
a
we go.
pause. Mike.
Mhm. Badge?
Mike.
Huh? Badge? No, but Geek
All right,
found their
how does this
position at
push
the low
go?
ground. They could just do it like they did before, right? Send up the illusions, don't really allow for any opportunity. Talon on the high ground, of course. Vision is key. They have the refresher on the Magnus. They have the horn toss, the harpoon, the BKB. Like, Magnus has every single item in the game possible to hit the big plays. He could grab a hero from the tier 3 and put them in the fountain if he wanted to. They got to be careful. This Magnus could be the comeback mechanism. Door the blink!
Always a threat.
Oh,
Very quick. Everybody's ready. Everybody's on tenterhooks.
This'll come in handy.
I only care about one thing. I'm just looking at this Lotus pool in the bottom and top side. So, please, come on, Raging Potato, you can do it. That's what I want to see. Damn it, he's TPing away, you fool. But it is important to, you know, win the game as well. Refresher on the Magnus, by the way. I'm not sure if you mentioned that one, but
yeah, I did. Yep.
oh good. I assume.
That's what I'm looking forward for. I really want to see like the RP skewer refresh skewer back to like super deep behind like tier 3 area or tier 4 area. Sorry, like that's my main game plan now for Talon. Like Terrorblade steps up by himself, gets a little bit optimistic, a little bit cheeky, and then gets reminded that Magnus is in the game. And it's why Geek Fam, even though they now finally got a healthy net worth lead, they have an Aegis, they have Cheese, aren't just rushing to try and end this game.
I mean, my favorite refresher RP play is when you go for the first RP, then you blink forwards and horn toss and skewer some more people in, and then go for the second RP with even more people in it. Like, that's the creme de la creme for me. But you like the long skewers, eh? The back-to-back skewers into the fountain. I mean, I think against an Aegis target it's usually better, but pile up is fun as well. Hold up. Lotus check. The Lotus pool has been emptied. Raging Potato, he has a lot, but not all of them, as Jokam just gets blasted in the face by the Terrorblade. Oh, in we go. Magnus, he manages to find Raging Potato. Raging Potato thrown into disruption for now. RP comes down, but he kind of needs to escape here on the Maggot. He's going to be able to do exactly that. Gets himself back. Second RP at the ready if he wants it. He's just got enough mana to throw down the RP, and that's about it. And he's not going to be able to do it now. He runs out of mana. He's fighting up its Drudge 1. That should be able to hold his own against the Terrorblade. What? The Terrorblade's dead. He's not going to have BKB when he comes back either. Oh, this could be awful for Geek Fam right now. And they found Lena on the sidelines as well. So Natsumi now completely alone. BKB comes out, but TP not possible. No Sunder either. He's just gone. Alan, they completely outmaneuver them in this fight.
I don't know what's happening in this game anymore, Nomad. Like Geek Fam, they've done so much
Where
to
did
get
Lena
themselves.
go? Blown up by Morphling. Caught out by the Magnus with the horn toss and the Morphling on the sidelines. They caught it trying to get away into the fight from the side. That's why that's okay. I was watching the Magnus and he refreshed and then blinked away from the fight, and I was like, where's he going? I guess there's no RP coming out into the TB, but he went for the horn toss onto Lena instead. Very, very nicely done.
For Geek Fam, like, they just got a little bit too relaxed with their illusion seeds, right? And in doing so, Talon, they take a page out of Geek Fam's book with this big wrapper. Oh my, that was a
What
big
the
harpoon.
hell was that? I don't know what's happening anymore. Cox is running around with the Stampede on the front lines. They're trying to buy a little bit of time. RP comes out onto the two of the beautiful stuff. Catching the Lena once again, and he TPs into the skewer. Mac is just gone. Natsumi fighting up all by himself, dealing the damage to WF, trying to chase him back away. Terror Wave there as well. Chuan's going to be that target. Natsumi, Cox, Raging Potato all chasing forwards, looking for the target right now, but the Morphing jumping into the backlines and Kashi turning into the TB as well. And now another skewer comes down, dragging Natsumi out. He's got the Sunder. He needs to find the target. He's going to get it off in time, but can he keep on fighting without the Metamorphosis? I don't think so. Akashi brings him down. Dead for 120 seconds. No TP. It is all over from here on out. Talon, they finally finished the game, and WSC pulled it out the bag in the end.
No. All right, I'm gonna be so honest. I feel pretty bad for Geek Fam, right? They did so much in this game to keep themselves in it. They skipped on so many fights, kept the map going, did all this work. And then eventually in the Radiant jungle, one Talon wraparound into then just chase down, Lena by back, instant death again, Terrorblade no meta die, like, sorry, that's the wrong team, what am I saying? Geek Fam, there we go. They were doing so much work, but yeah, Talon, even if they do squander a lot, I feel like this game, they shouldn't be happy with this win, I feel like. Like, there were so many chances for them to be able to find good opportunities, to find good entries. But then the one that they did find at least was game breaking. At the very end, that big smoke, like I just mentioned, it was game breaking. The journey there, though, was a little bit uncomfortable. And I do expect Talon, at least with that type of start, to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more breakdown, especially if they are to qualify. Playing other teams, being this passive, will hurt them a lot. So quite a weird game, a very strange game from this region, but smokes were key. Like, yeah, they showed some incredible smokes from both sides, but a Talon eventually coming out victors. Yeah, such a weird game. I'm so, like, yeah, it was so abnormal.
Yeah, and in the end, like, the Magnus did kind of win the game for them in the end. I mean, it wasn't through big RPs or anything like that. It was mostly horn tosses and skewers, just dragging people around the fights, you know, separating out the TB from his team, getting him away from that annoying Shadow Demon who could constantly save him. Like, you know, it was a great game for the Shadow Demon in general. Like, he played pretty phenomenally, like, being in the right place, like, getting off the disruptions. The cleanses as well were absolutely huge. But, yeah, in the end, WS just gets his number and kind of outmaneuvers him a little bit. So, yeah, great game from the Mag. Great game from Akashi as well, you know, 8-2 in the end and dealing a truckload of damage in the process. But, yeah, as you say, you know, as a team, Talon, a little bit slow, a little bit ploddy, gave Geek Fam so many chances to try and get their way back in, but they never managed it. Only 9 kills in the end managed by them. And that's going to mean game number 1, it goes to Talon. So Talon now only 1 game away from the grand finals here in the SEA Closed Qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 23. Can they pull it off? We'll be finding out after this short break. It's time for game number 2 between Talon and Geek Fam here at the SEA Qualifiers for Dream League Season 23. Game number 1 was slow, it was methodical, it was strategic. Maybe a little bit too strategic and methodical at some points, but nevertheless, Talon were able to clutch it out in the end behind some big Magnus plays and some big Morphling damage and close out the first game, thus putting themselves 1 game ahead in this series and 1 game away from securing their spot in the grand finals. And then it's only 1 more series before they get to go to Dream League. It's very exciting indeed. Big money, big points, of course. Those EFG points go a long way as well. Tigov, how's it going?
It's going well. I just hope that this next game has a little bit more kind of action just for the viewers. Of course, competitively, if this is the way the teams want to play, then fair play, they go for it, right? And we'll have to run it back. But I do feel like, again, after that game, Talon wins it. I would like to think that, I believe Paradise still was coaching them. I'd like to think that he's, had a chat trying to kind of highlight some points in which you can, force your advantage a little bit more. You can try and just punish your opponent when they are sitting back. I know Terrorblade, spooky hero in the macro game, but there were plenty of opportunities probably to do a little bit more. And again, we will see what happens in this next game. I think, like you said, Magnus was, I'd say, quite a key hero in most of the kind of wider map play from Talon. He ended the game 5-1 and 15. He was part of 20 of the 26 kills, so very impactful. But to be fair, also, Rubik was part of 23 of the kills. The ET was part of 22 of the kills. So a lot of the fighting from Talon was together, get, kill, reset. It wasn't like it was a lot of pickoffs and a lot of map play. It was just kind of like this ball that was moving around, getting their kills, and kind of holding each other's hand for the majority of the time.
Yeah, very little skirmishing, lots of pickoffs and lots of team fights coming out, and ultimately not a ton of kills. But let's find out if we get a higher tempo game in game number 2 or if it's more of the same. What are the team's reads on the game? We're going to find out in the draft. Two now starting off with a Timbersaw, a Bat Rider, a Shadow Demon banned out by Geek Fam. So the Bat Rider and the Elder Titan being respected by Geek Fam. Talon, they're going to get rid of the Crystal Maiden so far, meaning that DK may potentially become available for one of these. What are our 2 big bans we're missing? DK Timber, Timber ban.
I just love the fact we see a first phase CM. That's the real takeaway for me. I'm pretty sure we don't see CM in any other region. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it does feel like a little bit of that C influence kind of running true.
Yeah, maybe not first phase, but yeah.
You got 3 bans and one of them was a CM.
Whoa.
I'm sure some teams will look at this going, what the hell am I watching?
What are you doing? All right, we're going to start things off with the DK making it through the draft for the first time that we've casted at least. So we get to see the full strength of this hero, either mid or off lane, wherever you want to run it. This hero is going to have some decent impact, and that is responded to with a Leshrac. So why is this Dragon Knight tier 1 potential? Why is this one of the most contested heroes off the patch?
It's the old Tundra build that still rings true. It's the idea of getting the Aghanims, having that Manta, having the Black Dragon, running it through the map, just chipping down towers, pushing out waves. It slows on the right clicks as well. It does so much stuff. It splash damage as well. And then you pair that with a Mage Slayer, then DK not only has his armor from his passive, he then has the 20% magic resistance from the Mage Slayer. It did get nerfed in the previous ladder patch all that time ago. It just wasn't enough to stop the hero from being very prevalent.
10
And
seconds remaining.
Rise of Blink Dagger has instant stun. So it's it does pretty much everything. It stuns, it pushes waves, it threatens supports, it can push towers. It really is the universal hero who can play in off lane, mid. If you have the correct carry player, certain teams have run it in carry before, specifically Falcons. But yeah, just a little bit of everything on this hero.
Yeah, big old everything burger, the opposite of a nothing burger, does give you a lot and can cause issues for Leshrac as well. I mean, it kind of forces the Lesh to engage upon the DK, because if this hero has that slow up, has that ultimate up, he can just stun you up, he can slow you down. If he's got Mage Slayer, he's going to reduce your damage output as well. It's a really awkward matchup, so you've got to have good ideas. But of course, at the same time, you do have the magic damage to rip through that Dragon Knight's defenses. Armor's not going to help you out too much against the Leshrac's Pulse Nova. So that was a flip side to consider and why they picked it up as a response to the DK. Now Rubik comes out for the side of Geek
5
Fam.
seconds
Nothing
remaining.
too much to note here. I mean, DK's got some really good spells for the Rubik to steal.
Talon Esports turn to pick
Oh, there you go from Runner. I think for the Rubik at least, it's just you want to be able to steal the DK stun if possible. You make some good plays, and it just sets you up for the future. Especially when you already have like Leshrac. It's now I lift into Lesh stun. Like you're not relying on Lesh stun to be like the primary source of like your initiation. It's nice, and we have seen from some regions in Eastern Europe at least, Leshrac go to position 5, playing on the Edict, the I can push towers but still buy some Greaves and some like Shard, and kind of provide what Leshrac does from the core role, but in a slightly more starved fashion. I don't think it'll be happening here for Geek Fam at least, but still just very aggressive heroes. And for Talon, they're like, all right, you want to pick these heroes? We just don't care. We're just going to do our own thing. And they now have the tankiness of the DK, the inevitable tankiness of the Sven. Sven used to get kited quite a lot, but people just love buying the Aghanims now with some Sanj and Yasha. So he has high status resistance, high move speed. He can then fly through the fight with the Aghanims upgrade to a Stormhammer.
Ooh, interesting. And Pugna comes up, but yeah, I did want to mention, like, it's always nice to pick Mirana with the 2 frontline stunning heroes. It's always going to open you up for a lot of arrow potentials further down the line, especially with the length of Dragon Tail. Just a big, long stun always sets up for a very nice arrow. So good value in the Mirana pick this game around. Pugna going to be picked up. Doesn't really answer so much with like Nether Ward, but definitely good for Decrepify. You've got 2 big right-clicking heroes. You know, you need to stop this DK slow getting off on people. Decrepify is a great way to do it. So
It's
I
so
like it in that regards, and also the Mana Vomit as well.
True. I think that's mainly the big win for me is keeping the Leshrac available to fight. If you life drain the Leshrac on full HP, of course he'll then gain his mana back, so you'll be able to just keep this Leshrac pumping out the spells, pumping out the damage. And obviously now it's going to be most likely the mid Leshrac due to the picks taken. One thing to take note of is the Nihilism from Leshrac and of course the Decrypt from Pugna, both anti right clicker spells, are both dispellable. And if Sven buys a BKB, then he doesn't care about the Decrypt himself. And if he has the Aghanims, he has a dispel on connection with the Stormhammer. So if he's able to time that where he's jumping onto a Aghs Leshrac, for example, it will do nothing. And if he's jumping onto a hero that Pugna's already trying to save, then he can dispel it again. So it's just something to note. Of course, it's not the best dispel, because if you initiate with it and Pugna decrypts after, then of course, again, they're going to be good to survive the fight temporarily. But it is just something to note that a popular Sven build already somewhat counters the defensive capabilities of Geek Fam.
10 seconds remaining.
You're still happy. You still think this Pugna's a good pick as an answer to the Sven. It's just not like the, because of the DK existing, I guess, but it's still not like the wowie. I
personally wouldn't rush for a Pugna against a Sven. I would probably go for heroes that have a little bit more survivability in like kind of their HP and like the toolkit that they have for like providing stuns and lockdown. I think if I find a Sven, let's say like my Slardar finds Sven, I'd rather have another support that provides that layering to kill him. I think Pugna is still exceptionally good, not knocking that. I think it is still going to do a lot of work, but my personal take would always be go for the kill and like fight option rather than this. I'm just worried like it is just one dispel away from Pugna not helping the fight.
Yeah, it's the option of having that available in the Sven as well if you do find it being an issue. So anyway, Slardar comes out full side of Geek Fam, as we briefly mentioned, so that's going to give them like some physical damage to go with the Leshrac's magical damage. Corrosive Haze is also quite good for catching those heroes when they pop the Moonlight Shadow. And then Keeper of Light coming out for Talon as well.
This could be a mid Kotal, by the way.
Yeah, they've got very flexible roles right now.
Like I look at this lineup, and if you put DK offlane Sven carry, and Mirana is like enabling the DK, you just need one strong position 5, and your draft is going to be very aggressive. Like you've got the war cry of the Sven to deal with the Slardar. Sure, Slardar was picked into Sven, but it doesn't really matter too much about the armor. It's more like Slardar will just constantly bully down. And I feel like if you pick up a strong 5 at the very end here, that can maybe take a bit more fight to Slardar, then your draft looks pretty good. And okay, they go for a tiny, so potentially So it's Mirana 5, most likely here. And they're keeping the
Yeah,
Kotal Tiny flexing, most likely. Both can go 4, both can go mid. I don't know if they've already agreed it beforehand, what's going where, but from Geek Fam's perspective, it is a little bit of maybe this, maybe that. I kind of prefer mid Kotal in this game. Like the idea of just another wave pusher. Don't allow Leshrac to have a creep wave to protect him with his edict, and then like the Tiny can rotate in. It feels quite nice.
Ursa, wow. Nordic hero we've seen a lot of so far. I mean, why have they picked Ursa in this matchup? What makes it a good Ursa game?
I guess it's the lane. They see the Tiny and the DK, so it's going to be a double melee lane against an Ursa. So Ursa in theory should be able to not get fully bullied. He can't really commit on the lane because he's going to get avalanched or stunned. So I don't expect Ursa to get crazy amount of kills, but he should have pretty good farm. And he can brush off that Sven initiation. And that's like the key thing. Like you don't want to have a core that you need to protect the entire time. Like you don't want a vulnerable core against a Sven because you know Sven will find that chance to jump you. You can't play a perfect game. So having some like Ursa type hero, you can brush off the Chen damage. Sorry, the Chen. The Keeper of Light damage from Chuen, not Chen. So it's like it's just an independent carry, and now like Pugner can exactly. I confused myself as well, to be fair, but I feel like it's just independent. It's strong. It doesn't die to Sven. It can brush off Kotal stuff, and it allows the supports from Geek Fam to focus more on Leshrac and let Slardar and Ursa kind of be doing their own thing. It's not like, oh no, we need to protect our insert any weak carry here type scenario, right? So I don't mind it. I think I prefer Talon's draft overall this time around compared to actually I preferred Talon's draft in the last game. Just their execution just wasn't too hot, but I am leaning Talon just a little bit because I'm always a fan of mid Kotal when there aren't reliable ways to lock him down, and in this game you can't really just rely on Slardar +1. Like he's going to be playing so far back that you're going to have to go through DK illusions first, or a Sven who's stepping up the front. So, no, I think, yeah, Talon, if they play aggressive, should be in for a good shot here.
Yeah, and I think that their draft is easy to play aggressive as well. Like, you've got loads of stuns, you've got big tanky frontliners. You know, you're not sitting in the front line with, like, this morph who's just like, goodness gracious, please don't stun me or something for Agi. That would be very sad for me. Now you've got boys who can respond, who can deal some damage. So yeah, I'm liking what Talon are putting down as well. I'm very unsure about this Ursa pick, honestly. I really don't know what it's setting out to achieve because I feel like you have big stun, I got it. DK, you've got arrow, you've got blinding light, you've got Ignis Fathers if you want it.
You ready? You ready? It's for like Roshan and Temper, right? Like when you think about it. You have Slardar with Corrosive, so you pick a hero that can utilize the Slardar. You can start accelerating the first Roshan, get that second Roshan, and it's just like Leshrac as well with Bloodstone. Like there will be a mid-game timing where like Battle Fury plus Blink on Ursa with some Blink +1 on Slardar with a Bloodstone Leshrac. Like that is a lot to deal with right on Talon, and if you can survive through a God Strength, like Geek Fam, they have a lot of tools to really break open this game. I think Talon has like that nice cohesive looking lineup that can play all points of the game, but for Geek Fam it is, if they get an early lead, then we could be seeing just a real, you know, just a breakdown on the map, but that's where I think Ursa does complement.
Yeah, for sure. It makes sense in that regard, but at the same time, I do worry how it'll perform in the fights. You need to get a lot done under the cover of BKB for sure.
Yeah.
Scam has enough branches to build a house, by the way. The old 5-branch build can put together a log cabin. I'm interested to see how this mid lane goes. Leshrac versus Kotal. Yeah, it's a lot of spam coming out from both of them, really. I feel like Mac might get a bit of an advantage here. We shall see. Good blocks coming out from him as well.
He starts with lightning, so both heroes will just be pushing out the wave. Like the thing here for Kotal is like he needs to try and get a right click on the range creep because his level 1 Illuminate won't insta kill the range creep. So instead he opts to just go for it anyway and potentially just giving Lesh the deny here. So a little bit awkward. Yeah.
Gets it. Yeah, that's the positioning advantage as well from, you know, the big blocks and from just generally being a bit more of an aggressive hero. He's able to just sit on top of that range where you can get the deny. But now he'll get the next one with the Illuminate Wave and might get himself out the way nice and safely. So looks like Max off to a good start here, but we'll see how this lane develops as time goes on. Of course, I guess that can help us look at some other lanes.
We've not had a single game yet
Take
in nearly 4 series where we haven't had a pause every single time.
Yeah,
Is
you ain't wrong.
Which is okay. It's fine. Of course, I prefer the players to be at tip-top shape to play. I can't remember where I heard this, but I remember someone at some point when I was at an event, someone was discussing the idea that there shouldn't be pause time. Like if a player has an issue, I was like, wait, what? I can't remember who said it, but I'll remember one day who said it. But yeah, it was.
Pull them out.
It was a crazy idea. Like the idea was like, if the player has a problem, like you know, like how in football, like they go to the sideline, right? They continue playing. I was like,
but they don't.
Wait, what?
If the player says like pause, you know, lying on the floor, then they pause the game.
Yeah, it's
bad example.
it was whoever said that take. I honestly can't remember, but it was
5-second
ludicrous.
pause time only. I'm down for that.
Keep it rapid.
No, I'm completely down with no pause time. We're here to watch Dota, not to fix internet. And people get better at microing as well. You know, if someone's like, "Oh God, my hard drive crashed," then you know, you better get on their hero, otherwise you're having issues. That'd be fun.
20 minutes of micro.
Absolutely. You need to have one player on your team who's really good at micro, so they can take over another hero if needed. 33 stonks on the rise suddenly. And Scam, to be fair. Godlike Chen player.
Good. Yeah, pretty darn good. Really both teams trying to poke each other just a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing we haven't really spoken about so far is Kashi on the spin, laning up into this pesky slider. Always annoying, melee versus melee for the spin, you know, get plonked every now and again by a bash to the deep. Especially with the Rubik helping out. Every time you want to go aggressive, you're going to get a fade bolt to the face and all of a sudden not really clicking for much. So quite a hard matchup. It's in the mid. Mac getting very aggressive on the churn here. Oh, split earth just about misses. Could have been a kill if it connected, but doesn't quite get there. Bottling up.
Liking the fact that we're seeing both teams going for a little bit more aggression in this game, right there. They're pushing the lips a bit more. Of course, again, the draft does allow them to do this, but it is refreshing to see. I'm enjoying the battles across the lane. Like, I'm trying to work out if Script's going to miss first blood, because we're seeing action in all 3 lanes, and, you know, I don't think he will. No. One of the best out there, but no pressure.
No, I think he will. He's overrated as an observer. I'm just coming out of WSA. I've got the stacks off here. Skem chasing as well, but Avalanche always available from the sidelines, so still, Natsumi going to be able to claim a bit of space in the lane for himself. Yeah, we don't have that Dragon Knight and Mirana laning up together like we are kind of expecting when they drafted the Mirana, so Stormhammer into Arrow is just not really a combo, so you've got to be a little bit careful with that one as Sven taking a ton of damage here. The left back coming out as well. Oh, so doesn't have a bash of the deep available. Kashi will be okay for the time being, just a lot of harassment coming out as Jokan going for the pull around. They decide they don't really want to lane this anymore, but pull still gonna land. Oh, he's just trying to interrupt the pull, I see. Yeah, I'm having none of it though. Pacing him, little green child.
Very strong hero for this. High move speed. If you had decrep, he could then de-aggro the wave as well if you really wanted to. But yeah, you have to level decrep. It's such a nuisance. I think it was probably about half a year ago, pro players were saying that like Pugner is like the best laning support. And then techies kind of came to a little bit of power after that. But you know, techies, Pugner, these heroes, they are so strong at doing their job because they either have high move speed, high range. They're rarely put in positions where they actually go down. Of course, Skem, if he oversteps the mark, can get Avalanche tossed into then some death. As I say that, the Ripper's like throwing him in like, oh mate, go on, get a bit closer. But
Good old
I
wild
think this
wings.
type of
They're always
starter
there
is
to mess with you. Always there to humble you if you get carried away, you know? Jokam. Maybe in a bit of trouble here. Avalanche always available, though. That big AoE stun. Ready to hold back. The Geek Fam heroes. Such a good defensive ability. Cox forced out a lane as well as the supports rotate in towards the middle
I am
lane.
intrigued to know though, when does the keeper like want to take a move? And already, as I asked that, he's TPing top. He has the ultimate, the solar bind, going on to Natsumi.
Yeah, now you know, as Natsumi, he's trying to get the kill into Jokam before he inevitably goes down here, but it's not going to happen. The control is too good. Right clicks come out, and WS will be getting first blood on the Dragon Knight. Natsumi,
Yeah, I feel like,
too aggressive.
yeah, if you're playing against keeper light, you need to keep track on what level he is. If you allow him to hit 6 and you're right in front of a tier 1 tower, he will TP. Like the early usage of solar binding is too hard to deal with. Not a single hero can survive the solar bind illuminate combo with any other follow-up. And yeah, so this time is reminded of Chuan's existence in this game, accelerating his way towards the vessel with that assistance to the kill. But first blood to DK, he'll also be pretty happy, right? Like this top lane, it hasn't been the best lane for DK. He has the lowest amount of CS out of anyone, missing the catapult CS as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you let this hero through the draft, you have to have a plan on how to deal with it, and Ursa seems to be that plan. So far in the lane, you know, it was pretty good until the over-aggression, and, you know, that was, of course, punished, and now all of a sudden, DK's having an alright time, and we're going to get through this hero at its full potential. Why is it tier 1 material? That's what we're going to find out, hopefully, at least in this game. I want to see this hero in full action, because it's been denied for a while. It's just been banned so much. Big stacks. Hard camp been taken. Looks like Raging Potatoes. He's got to go and get the Wisdom Rune. Can't stick around for any more stacks. Oh, Ancient stack though will be made.
Radiant
Nice.
are scanning.
Yo, 1-for-1 split, like
Bottom.
ooh.
Hawks. The rotation in from Chuan will be enough to bring him down. Another rotation, another kill, and this time you got that urn coming out as well. Damn, he's close to that Spirit Vessel. So nice pickups for Chuan here as he's just everywhere on this coddle at the moment. Leshrak just not really making the same rotations, but it is a Lesh. It's kind of what we expect. He's just kind of farming it up instead.
No, it's near impossible for Lesh to match the aggression of Keeper Light. Lesh always wants to push out the wave, retreat back to the jungle, be efficient with his farm. Maybe when he gets a Yule Scepter, he can try and, you know, punish the poor position of the Keeper Light. If he steps up too far, Yules him up, hit that stun, layer it in. But right now, if Chuan wants to continue playing this aggressive, he can control the entire game. Slardar needs to farm, Ursa needs to farm, Lesh needs to farm. All three cores and Geek Fam need to be efficient in the first 15 minutes to then utilize Roshan to then try and break the game. But before then, this is Keeper Light's best window. The early vessel, the solar binds like I've been talking about. And it really complements the Keeper Light when there's stuns in the side lanes. Just knowing that your TP is going to be supported by additional lockdown really just enables him to move with confidence around the map, and we're seeing it. He's gone top, he's gone bot, he's now poking his head again into the top side of the map, hoping to get a little bit more.
What will he find? Yeah, I'm going to be the target here. Avalanche in, toss back onto the Pugner. Pugner there, able to grab by himself and keep himself okay for the time being. Soulbind out upon him, but Jokam's the one in trouble. His Mag makes a counter rotation, a lift back, a throw back, and they'll bring down Jokam with a Fateful. Now they move in towards WS as well. Natsumi is upon him. That bear is angry, and he's just slicing away at the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight, no escape, gets blasted down as well. Chuan not really able to respond to that at all, which is going to keep him a little further away from his Spirit Vessel once again.
Yeah,
All the while, big stacks happening in the jungle.
A little bit of miscommunication there from Talon. Keeper Light was farming the jungle camp whilst then his team started to make the go. So his Illuminate was on a bit of cooldown, then he had to throw in after. It was not the cleanest go there from Talon onto that Pugner. Meanwhile, Geek
I
Fam,
was
they
wondering
bring...
because
Yeah.
Pugner was sitting there with Soul Abide and Decrepify on him, and I was like, whew, if there's like a magical sneeze near him, then he'll probably just die. But
It was a couple
no
seconds
magic
away,
damage
and then...
coming his way.
Yeah, it's just a little bit disjointed, but yeah, props to Geek Fam. They see an opportunity where the Pugners soak that initiation. They bring just enough heroes there to take a little bit of a fight. And this Ursa, he's a Claymore and a recipe away from a Battle Fury. Right. It kind of feels like for Geek Fam, it's pray your map doesn't get closed out from the Keeper of Light and the DK, and allow your Slardar to get like Echo Saber Blink, your Ursa to get Battle Fury Blink, and then it's go time. So we'll see if Talon want to try and make any crazy moves, and after that top shenanigans where they kind of just threw away a little bit of momentum, I do feel like they'll sit back as well, because they don't need to rush this game. Like, they have plenty of tools to play out late game. It's just if you're Talon, what's happening with Lesh?
He's going for the ancient stacks.
Or is he dying to ancients again? Well, not again,
I
but
think he might be. I think I was
very
someone else
close to
who
dying.
died earlier, but, all right, bringing in the
This
boys.
is the second.
Smokes
Whoa,
up.
this is the second time we've seen this.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Stick a straw in him. Give him some mana. Keep that pulse going. And Ancients will eventually fall to Mac.
Is this just an SEA thing? I've legit seen Pos 5 smoke their core Leshraks for taking ancient stacks like 2 days in a row now.
Yeah. It's unusual for sure, but
to be clear, it's always the Leshrak who starts it optimistically thinking they can do it. And then the support feels bad for them because they can't, and then uses smoke. Like, this is not like a preemptive smoke strategy. Of course, now it is because it's still running, so they're utilizing it. But
this is pretty nice. Yeah, last time it wasn't as good, but this time's pretty sick. Especially
now
when
it feels
to keep it up.
This feels, you know, calculated. Not when he's desperately pressing it like, don't worry, I got you.
Remember the days? I think one of my favorite things in Dota was when they made Chain Frost have unlimited bounces.
Oh yeah.
People were just like, the Ancients didn't take any magic damage, so you just like Chain Frost the Ancients over and over again. Someone would approach them and just get like 6 Chain Frosts in their face. Instant.
You start stacking it up, and yeah, so good. And it was so loud as well. So on your team, you like move your camera over there, it's like poosh, poosh, poosh. Oh, that's so good.
Where's my
that for sure
is
the
last 20 minutes, and then you just hear in the side of the map.
Like, meanwhile, your Necrophos is like cliff jungling, your Prophet's on a different cliff. Yeah, these were the days. We all have one courier. Yeah, the good old days.
Yep. Recro.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I kind of wish
2 for 2, which is nice to see.
You know how Valve does the kind of the true site-esque blog posts like into the mind of like the devs and stuff? They do it like every now and again. I really want to see one which is about the what's like an Ursa's dying in the top lane potentially. Please hold.
Natsumi, 1 second on the Earth Shock. Can't get off the cliff, but they think he has anyway, I think. He kind of went around the other side of the tree and they didn't see him anymore, so.
Okay, so my question is, do you think that the correlation of 1 to 5 couriers increase the quality of Dota? Like, in regards to, like, let's say toxicity, right? It's a very super generic, broad, I don't know exactly what aspect we'll be talking about, but like, do you think Dota got a little bit better for the community because 5 couriers?
It got worse.
Like,
it got worse.
I'm sure Valve has the stats, and one day I want to see those stats.
No, I
like
can tell you
number
why
of
it got
reports in the
worse,
first 5
because
minutes.
You need something else to focus on, and getting the courier usage right, and trying to like focus on using the courier properly was really important. It was very important. It was so that's it means you're not looking at your mid laner who's building like first line a meteor hammer on a Rubik or something. Focus on the courier instead, which isn't that big a deal. You can get over that.
So you're saying it was a distraction from the reality of the game?
It was a distraction. It was trying to bring people together. Like if you can use a courier properly together, you're set. The rest of the game's gonna be fine because you're all on the same page. It's a unifying factor. There you go.
No, that's fair enough. Again, I hope there's stats that Valve can one day show us, because it's always been on my mind.
Do you remember the toxicity wiggle the courier used to do when 2 people are trying to use it at the same time? They just spam the button and the courier's just like...
It's mine, no shorts. It's mine, no shorts. Oh, the good days.
Good times. Ursa's just sitting in the tree spamming the courier button because he wants his singular iron branch. Mid laner like, please, I just want my bottle. Oh, and bringing the courier back and forth from the mid lane for the bottle as well. You didn't even get to use the courier half the time.
Do you know who did use the courier? This Ursa who completed Battle Fury, seconds ago. Hell yeah. Okay, no, but
yep, but
back into this game.
Transition.
Radiant's
Talon
top
have,
tower
of course, slowed down their game just a little bit. Tiny is on the way to Blink Dagger. Which one? He has the boots of travel. He's looking around the map a little bit, but there's no initiation really yet.
Radiant's bottom
Oh, there's on
Wants him back. Have a toss. The damage. It's enough. They take him down, but Natsumi is coming in for a return kill onto the Dragon Knight. Blood Grenade's going to help slow him down despite the Spirit Vessel upon him. They get the kill regardless. One looking to try to bait them in here, and Illuminate doing a lot of damage. Natsumi's got to be careful. He's got everything upon him right now. No ultimate available for the Ursa either, so he might just be dead. Tossed out across to the side, not going to help out, and in comes Akashi, scooping up the kill to Raging Potato as well. Talon, they've taken down 3. They're looking for 4. Cock's going to be the next target here. Chuan, again, just flying around these fights, doing whatever he wants, farming Spirit Vessel charges, but unable to take down the Slardar. They are out of juice on the side of Talon, and they will back themselves away, but still a very successful fight from them.
Yeah, it started out a little bit awkward. It kind of felt like Geekman was going to be able to disengage from the area, but the Soulbind on the Leshrac, the more you move, the slower you get, and eventually it just was too much to deal with and kind of forced the engagement just a little bit there from Geek Fam. And you can see how Talon, they have so much cheap damage to throw into these fights. They got the Vessel, they got plenty of stuns across the heroes. I kind of would argue that maybe for Geek Fam they need to dodge that engagement just a little bit quicker. Like, we're anticipating this moment where they have some strength in their itemization, but it just isn't right now. Like, the Yules is complete in Leshrac, but he of course he's had that for some time, but he went for a Kaya. Now he needs like a BKB or a Bloodstone. The Slardar has an Echo Saber, but he needs his form of initiation, either a Blink Dagger or a BKB, so he can sprint in with confidence. And the same thing for Ursa, it's like he needs his Blink Dagger. So for Geek Fam, like, all their cores, I've just described like 1 or 2 items they all wish they had to be able to fight with confidence, and maybe Talon can use these timings to exploit it just a little bit, because Sven, he's only what, like 100 gold away, sorry, 1,000 gold away from an Aghanims. This could get very aggressive from Talon if they want to.
Whoa, was just Mac just kind of running at a DK completely undefended here, and yeah, that'll happen. I mean, they just had a fight, so you know that they have ward control in this area. Not too sure what he was expecting from that one, but does just get turned around upon pretty instantly. It wasn't ready for that many heroes to be in the area, but Leshrac does go down. It feels really bad. I've analyzed like a lot of Leshrac games. Hold on, Raging Potato gonna catch a very long arrow and does get finished off by the assist. So that's a tower, that's 2 kills. Talon, they're finding the pacing right now. Honestly, they're doing very, very well.
They're comboing their heroes very nicely. I think this keeper like really is just kind of the glue to their draft. I know I say that quite a lot often with this whole kind of glue thing, but if you don't have a hero that connects your heroes to make these plays, then you can feel a little bit lost on the map. But this keeper light pick is just really bringing it together for them, and he went for a Yules himself, of course, against Slardar, Ursa. It is incredibly good. Ursa with his enrage, it doesn't matter if he has status resistance, the Yules will just eat it all up. He'll just still be Yules the entire time. So a very high value item for this keeper light. Eventually down the line he might go for the Wind Waker. But Geek Fam, they are smoked up. There's a blink on the Rubik. There's a blink on the Ursa. If they get any kill on this top side of the map, then they will be looking for a nighttime Roshan.
Shokan's going to be that target right now. They're trying to finish him off, and with the Suck Scam will be able to do it. Rana still has a leap away, so he's able to get himself out to a slightly safer position. Mac, meanwhile, he's going to get that shield through. Yeah, Spirit Vessel, but nevertheless, I think they'll be happy to kind of oust some of Talent's heroes out from their side of the map, even though it's not a hugely valuable kill. Blowing them down's nice. But Raging Potato being a bit aggressive here with his movements, trying to go through the area. And in comes Superman Sven flying in from the sidelines. God Strength is up, which suggests, yeah, they want Roche, for sure. But it's too late.
They have a ward down, they see them.
Natsumi in the tree lines. It doesn't really have a choice. He just has to kind of stand here and fight. Yule's out onto him, but the damage is in, and he's dead once. Where's the rest of the team? Nobody is coming. No help is on its way. Natsumi's just dead twice. All we've done here is just deny a Roshan from the side of Talon more than anything.
This is a really cool ward though from Yokem earlier, right? It's just like this idea of above the outpost, sorry, above the dire outpost at the top of Roshan area. There you go. Like, it just fades, but like having this ward available,
he got it.
He got it. Clutch. But it's like this ward, it doesn't scout like the initial go, but it's more the retreat from Roshan they're always going to see. And if the narrative of the game was slightly different and Ursa's farming here and just wants to go in there solo, he will take the most northern path possible, right? So I really do appreciate that ward. And right now, like, there's one aggressive ward for Talon in Dire jungle. And Geek Fam, their vision, it's a little bit awkward, right? They got this one central mid ward, one in the bottom lane. Like, there's no real defensive play here. So the prediction of the moves from Talon is going to be a little bit hard for Geek Fam, unlike the last game where they had illusions and vision and everything to their side. So it's going to be, when the inevitable siege comes, the inevitable smoke comes, Geek Fam are going to have to sense it out a little bit more, because, you know, the map state right now for them is not the best to deal with and the expected aggression. Like, I really feel like Talon should be minutes away from wanting to ramp up the aggression, potentially waiting for the Dagon on the Kotal, but Sven is pretty happy. I mean, also you're close to BKB, so it's like you're in that balance where they can fight, but maybe there's that one more item, and they are smoking up though. 4 heroes smoked up. They want to get a big kill. They want to find Natsumi again. They stopped his Roshan life. I need to go for a second one. Oh, they found him.
Manage to connect onto it, finds the big kill on Siesta, but doesn't have anybody to toss him to. Just moves him across towards Skem instead. Willis comes in and does land a stun onto Skem. Skem will not get arrowed for the time being, but should eventually get brought down. God Strength used here, starting the tower, moves across to Cox. Nope, back to the tower. Skem does go down. Sven unsecure, unsure where he wants to go. Finally lands onto the Rubik. Rubik dead. Damage is pretty big. Cox with the BKB just kind of standing in the middle of this fight, but not really committing to anybody here. It's Max getting low in the middle of it all. Tron just recasting from the sidelines with the DK ripping through everybody. Skem's taken out, 4 heroes dead. Make it 5, a full 5-man team wipe. They just ran down the lane and cut down everybody in their path, team.
This is a much better looking Talon in this game too. They know exactly what they want to do. They're contesting Roshans, they're positioning bottom, utilizing their toolkit perfectly. And what can Geek Fam do? They started the fight by running away. They're getting pincered by the aggression of Talon. Like, sure, you've got a BKB on Slaughter, but he disassembled his Echo Saber for it. So now he's a Treads, Double Bracer, Broadsword Slaughter with no attack speed, no way to really threaten anyone. Ursa is still yet to get a BKB. He spent half the time of the last couple of minutes running to Roshan, running to bot lane, dying top. It's been, yeah, Talon have expertly broke down this map. 11,000 gold lead at the 22-minute mark. This is what I expected to see them do in that previous game. Build up an early lead, poke down your opponent, but continue to farm and fight, in a healthy balance. So whatever happened after that game 1, that discussion, it clearly has worked, because they are doing everything right so far in this game. 2 seconds later they all die, and then we have to switch up the narrative. But so far they're doing everything right in this game.
It's looking very neat, very well put together, and yeah, just looking like Talon's the better team. Exactly what you want to be seeing. Big switch up from game number 1, which was anybody's game throughout the entire thing, pretty much.
From tier 2 falls, BKB complete on Sven, and Manta complete on the DK, of course, and soon to be Aghanims, and it's only going to get tankier for the side of Talon. Geek Fam, they're smoked up, but they've been caught by a scan, so they're hoping to find someone here, and they haven't really run into anyone. It would have been an awkward smoke though, because if they did find someone, it's like a blink lift into, I hope my Slaughter's close enough. It's not the cleanest of jumps. Geek Fam just scrambling a little bit in the game in the hope to once again get a kill. Scoreline somewhat equal to the previous game, but this time around Talon, like I said earlier, much better at creating gold from the map than they did in the previous game.
Yeah, the map stays entirely different. And Natsumi, obviously on the Ursa, not quite the same hero as a Terrorblade, where he could afford to kind of just farm up the whole map and take the dangerous waves by shoving illusions out. You can't do any of that in the Ursa, so it's much more limiting when that kill threat is around. And he got significant kill threat onto this Ursa.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tower does go down. Skem being a very annoying dude. Shoving it out with the Inner Blast. Inner Blast? Nether Blast. Jesus. Smoke up now. Jokgan, Chuan, Onyo on the run, looking to
Radiant's top
kill off
tower
this
is under
pesky
attack.
Pugna, but I mean, he's managed to find himself a... He got himself a wisdom rune. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, kind of forgot to go for it. When you're being aggressive, sometimes it's easy to forget to go backwards, and the smoke's going to break. They're going to know that Raging Potato's here. Surprise!
Ah, well. I don't think Geek Fam are losing sleep over that kill. They don't give up
Not
much
at
of
all.
the map, and yeah. Yeah, I'm
300
still
good
thinking about farming
old-
ancients now on this.
I mean, gotta get gold from somewhere. Well, DK just teaming into the outpost. He's found the Leshrac. Surprise!
He has indeed. Stun comes out. Chuan's here as well. Look at the damage being pumped out from these two. Dragon Eye with a lockdown. Chuan with the damage. Dagon level 2. Heavenly Bind. Sorry, Solar Bind blasting
Dire's
through
top tower
this
is under
port, and it
attack.
will go.
And
I
to
don't
give
think the
700
button
XP
right
away,
now.
that's
Some BKBs.
That's pretty awkward as well. Like, DK, he's about to complete his Aghanims. He just got gifted 700 gold for free. Scam's going to jump top. Like, we're about to see Talon hit
Dire's top
pretty much,
tower has fallen.
you know, optimal strength in the first half an hour of the game. DK, pre-30-minute level 18, with Axe, with Maidslayer Manta. Sven's got the BKB level 20. Like, additional armor as well to mitigate the Slaughter. Help out his team even further.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I just don't know if GeekFam have enough items. Like, they've had to itemize to survive, and of course, sure, it's nice. Like, they've got a BKB on nearly 3 cores. They've got a mech. They've got, you know, some Rubik playing some a little bit more aggro style to play with this itemization. But the fact that all of your heroes have sustainable items, not a single hero you look at it and go, oh wow, that's an opportunity to kill. Sure, they can layer their stuns and kill over time, but there's no Basher on the Ursa. There's no innate attack speed on the Slardar still. Leshrac doesn't have like a Bloodstone to try and heal up. Again, of course, in this
Smoke
game,
up.
doesn't feel too good.
Jokam might pop the smoke, certainly does. Scam doesn't see him.
Dire's
Observer
bottom
comes
tower
down.
is under attack.
Doesn't quite give them the vision on Jokam here, so they don't know who popped the smoke. They don't know who's in the area. They don't know where the wards are.
Dire's
Working with
bottom
very
tower is
limited
under
information
attack.
here on Geek Fam, and suddenly this gets very scary. Now they see him, but it's a tiny. You go on this guy, he's probably just going to toss you into his whole team. And that's not a situation they want to be part of.
That was a scary smoke from GeekFam. I'm just entertaining the idea that they might be able to survive this fight if they're lucky, but I'd be surprised if they get a kill. Like, the perfect initiation for them is finding the Kotal by himself with a Blink Slardar and Ursa double jump, with Rubik throwing in some spells. But they don't have the Blink yet on Slardar, so it's really, really inconvenient. And to do that, GeekFam, they smoke top, now they smoke bot as well. They know Roshan's going to be up in a minute 30. If they 1-by-1 this twin gate, this could be an absolute massacre.
All
Because
through
Talon
together.
are ready.
Do it. Do it.
Neither team has a scan though, so no one's gonna be able to do this. But they see the
Oh,
twin
Wizzy
gate.
sees it. He sees it. And 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody's in and down. There you go. I mean, they'll kill Ponyo, I guess, but wow, that is just.
If only they knew what we saw.
It never works. It
We
never
had to
works,
warn
man.
them. It was our fault. We should have told them. It never works.
It never. GG's called.
And
All
GG
right.
called, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I actually fell out my chair, by the way. I was on the actual floor from that one.
Victory.
Oh, they've disconnected and paused the game. I
Okay,
hope
cool.
someone unpauses.
Well,
I want to see the ancient for. Wait, who unpaused?
Yeah, me too, man. Yeah.
Okay.
Someone should. There we go. All right, great. Ancient explodes. Probably the least climactic ending to a series, especially upper bracket as well, that you're ever going to get. But hooray, Talon win. They make it through to the grand finals. Congratulations to them. Nice 2-0 coming out the bag. The conga line through the portal into a Sven strangely didn't work. I mean, color me surprised, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. Guess a little bit unlucky that Wiz did happen to walk up to the high ground as they were coming through, but I mean they were swarming that portal pretty heavily for the whole time. So yeah, awkward game, awkward ending, but either way, Talon, let's not take anything away from them. They played this game really, really well. You know, they improved on pretty much everything they needed to improve on from game number 1 and came out into game number 2 with just a fresh outlook and a much more convincing performance.
Yeah, fully agree. I feel like the game 1 is one that they will happily go back and watch and review now. They have some time before they play the grand finals tomorrow, of course. They are the first team to qualify for the grand finals, so congratulations. And unfortunately, though, there's only one team that qualifies from the region, so it's not as if top 2 are qualified, so they already have a little bit of a joy, like, cool, it's only for seeding, whatever. No, this is the start now. You've entered the best of 5. You've got to win that to get yourself into Dream League Season 23. And but no, I'm very happy to see the improvements. I always like seeing teams that face a problem in one game and you can clearly see the fix to it. Like a lot of teams, at least, like if we exclude these teams, of course he's like tier 1 for SEA, like if you think about like, tier 2 or tier 3 teams, like you don't see that adaptation occurring as quickly. But for Talon, at least, like we could see that from game 1 to 2. Like it just felt refreshing this second game. And the end of that game, I can't wait to go watch that back. I just want to rewatch the Twin Gate TP. Like it's happened to everyone. Like every Dota player so far in Twin Gate's era, they've done that at least once through exploring, experimenting, understanding what it does. Like that felt a little bit desperate. It's kind of like, it's one of those plays where like we either praise it for the incredible wraparound pick of, oh my god, they used the Twin Gate to do this, or Talon's just fully on the ball. They know Roshan's up in a minute. Like if Roshan wasn't in, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like we're always calling that a high risk, like medium reward play, you know? Like I feel like I'm never looking back on that and going, great move to run through the gate together. Like if you have some way of checking that it's safe on the other side, then sure,
they need
maybe,
to scan.
But then
yeah,
you need scan at the very least, and even then it's kind of scary because you don't have to have vision or not. You know, they could just blink on the first hero that comes through and shit gets awkward very quickly. But nevertheless, you know, you're in a desperate position. You need to make the desperate play. I respect them for going to try rather than just sitting in the base and waiting for to lose. Like it's definitely better than just kind of turtling and being like, oh well, let's hope that they don't do everything they need to do on the map to win the game, like take ages and get loads of farm and then just come kill us. You know, it's not a draft where you can turtle on the high ground, not even slightly. Like it's just a terrible draft for that. You don't really have the range, you don't have the poke, you don't have the wave clear. So yeah, I kind of respect it in a way.
I just realized I could technically just quickly switch my webcam to be the live stream, so then we can rewatch again the Twin Gate, but I won't do that. It's too much effort. But for future, we could technically do that. But I just can't wait. We're minutes away from rewatching it. It's on my other screen. Like I just want to watch that play again. So I'm good. I'm done. So you do what you want. I'm fully invested.
And,
up to you. You do as you wish. But yeah.
No, we can do it. We've had a great day here at SEA, and of course the bracket continues to get brutal. I think we've just finished off the other series as well, which was Aurora beating Blacklist International 2-0. So it will be the lower bracket final between Geek Fam and Aurora, the rematch happening tomorrow, and then of course the grand final. So guys, make sure you join us tomorrow as we're going to find out the team from SEA who is making it through to Dream League Season 23. But from today, we are all done. Thanks a ton for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dota action.